An ordinary afternoon was suddenly shattered by a flying ball, and it had our boy here kissing the pavement. But to the school bullies, this was just another boring moment in PE, a casual excuse to find a plaything and demand free drinks from their victims. But this time, Chen stepped forward, refusing the demand and firmly ordering them to apologize to his friend. It was a massive shift from reality. Ash had once been their regular target, a helpless victim, until the day he awakened his powers and eventually faced the Demon King. Though he lost his life in that apocalyptic battle, his final, desperate wish was granted, throwing his soul back into the past with a resolve to do things differently. Now, standing in the exact same predicament he once failed to escape, Ash refused to let history repeat itself. The crowd of students gathered, whispering and laughing in anticipation. They all expected the lead bully, Gong Cheng, to completely obliterate Ash, especially since Gong Cheng had already awakened his own powers in this timeline. Walking right up to Ash, the bully sneered, demanding he repeat his words. Ash didn't flinch, calmly telling him to leave them alone from now on. The bully lunged with a sudden attack, but the expected beatdown never happened. Instead, the bully was instantly humiliated, left screaming in pain while Ash remained completely unfazed. The bully demanded to know how a measly unawakened could possibly stop his strike. That was when Ash revealed his skill class change, activating the level 1 ability, Lightning Assassin. As his astonished friend watched in disbelief, the enraged bully roared and charged forward for one final, desperate strike. Ash moved effortlessly, knocking him out cold and sending him tumbling across the space. The lingering, terrified stares of the onlookers made it absolutely certain that Ash was no longer someone anyone could dare to mess with. Ash dashed up to the bully and grabbed him firmly by the shirt to continue the beatdown. But suddenly, right from behind him, someone walked up and asked him if he knew that this was a school. She mentioned that even though the bully had started this mess, she thought this was already enough punishment. This lady was Arya, the student council vice president. She smiled and guaranteed that the bully would not mess with Ash again. Upon hearing this, Ash threw the bully away onto the ground. Turning his head toward her, Ash began to question why a top-dog student council member was so eager to defend the guy. He knew that he was not actually going to do anything severe to him, but he concluded that if he did not seriously intimidate people like this, they would simply keep bothering them in the future. Ash walked off, leaving the people by the corner looking incredibly shriveled. They whispered among themselves that the guy looked scary as normal terms could describe, noting that they had better not mess with him in the future. They wondered if that guy was seriously Ash, asking each other if those two were not supposed to be the weakest individuals in the entire school. Arya watched him walk off and began to wonder about the rumors that were circulating about him, knowing fully well that what she had just witnessed was completely opposite to those stories. The scene then shifted back to the men's dormitory, where Ash's friend, Ma Long, began spreading the news to his roommates instantly. Ma Long asked them why they would not believe him, explaining that Ash really did awaken. He explained to them that Ash had pinned Cheng onto the ground and beat him up thoroughly, to the point that no one would even look them in the eyes now because people were so intimidated by them. His roommate Weston responded by asking where Ash was at that moment, turning to ask Ma Long for his exact location. Ma Long replied that he thought Ash mentioned he was going out for a run. He began to berate the guy, asking why an awakened person would even need to work out if he was already that strong. In the corner, Yu then muttered that it looked like Ma Long had really taken a bad hit to the head to be spouting such nonsense. Weston complained to Ma Long, stating that there was a clear reason the four of them were assigned to the same dorm room, which was because their test scores were the lowest in the entire grade, adding that he himself had fought up from the very last position, which made him the top dog of the dorm. He reminded them that each person could only awaken one class in their lifetime, meaning Ma Long and Ash were just support characters, while Weston was the only combat class in the room. Ma Long glared at him in annoyance while Weston kept talking highly of himself. In the corner, Yu remarked that tomorrow was the final rank evaluation before their graduation exams, and when that happened, everything would become clear. The scene then cut to the E-rank training den. Suddenly, two people walked out of the tunnel, one of them being Cole, the student council president. The moment Cole walked out, he told the men behind him that they had done enough training for today. He looked toward the corner and noticed someone wrapped up heavily in bandages. Cole expressed surprise and asked Cheng why he was still waiting there. Cheng told his brother that if Cole did not do something about this situation, he would not be able to sleep that night. He explained that Ash had humiliated him, Cole's own brother, right in front of everyone, showing absolutely no respect for him. Cole replied that he understood, smiling as he said he would take care of it before walking off. Much later, Cole was having a meal with Arya. Arya asked him how he was planning to take care of this matter. Cole stated that Chen was simply outmatched, and that was all there was to it. However, he questioned Arya whether that guy was really as strong as his brother claimed. Arya smiled and replied that Cole was well aware of the ranks and abilities of everyone in the school. She mentioned that there were fewer than 10 D-rank students in the entire academy, and Cole had already recruited every single one of them into his club. She added that ordinary students did not have the same opportunities to enter demon dens as Cole did, meaning those mediocre awakeners had no way of getting stronger, so no one could truly keep up with him. Outside on the field, heavy rain poured down on the track. Ash was running with a 100-kilogram load strapped to his back, maintaining a steady speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Basic training was the absolute key to building a solid physical foundation. He understood that an awakener's potential was directly linked to their physical strength, and only a powerful body could withstand and unleash the true limits of a class's power. Yet he knew within himself that even this was nowhere near enough. In the past era of the year 2160, the Demon King of Wrath had emerged. His only family, his little sister Yoon, had passed away at the hands of Wrath, dying a very tragic death. It was Wrath who threw open the gates of the underworld, allowing the other demon kings to invade the human realm. Ash resolved himself right then that his first objective was to slay Wrath. Wrath was the catalyst for the end of the world, and Ash knew he had only 3 years before the Demon King's descent. So Ash recognized that he had to grow even faster. Just then, Ash's phone buzzed in his pocket. He picked it up and saw that his sister Yoon was calling him. He answered the call, and Yoon began to shout through the line, asking why he had called her so many times that day. She explained that she had been at a competition, her phone had died, and she had only just returned to the dorm to plug it in. She laughed and told Ash that if she won the competition, they could finally pay off all their back rent. In that ruined future of his past, Ash had prayed to the heavens 1,000 times that everything could just start over. Listening to his sister's voice, he thought to himself that even if it cost him everything, and even if he had to descend into an endless abyss, he would do his very best to keep her alive and well. Yoon asked him if it was raining over there, and wondered why he was staying so silent. Ash replied that it was nothing, and everything was okay, smiling as he mentioned that it had simply been so long since he last heard her voice. Yoon shouted back, asking what he was talking about since they had just spoken the day before yesterday. She added that they would see each other soon as her competition ended, telling him to wait for the good news before hanging up. After ending the call, Ash paused for a second in the wet stillness. He had only 3 more laps to go, and his objective had to be achieved as he strove to strengthen his body, understanding that he had to grow stronger as fast as humanly possible to protect everything he held dear. Much later, back at the men's dorm, Ash walked into his room while everyone else was already sleeping soundly. It had been 8 hours since he returned to this era, and he was finally starting to adjust to this body. His physical stats were still low, but this body was much younger now. He deduced that he needed to address the most pressing issue immediately. He reasoned that if he wanted to level up, he had to enter a demon den, but the guilds held a complete monopoly on all of them. Unless a person belonged to the elite, there was almost no chance to grow stronger. He began to wonder how he was supposed to track down any monsters, and he also considered the glutton power he had received in this lifetime, wondering what exactly that power even entailed. Just as he was falling asleep, something began to load directly in his mind, signaling that the system was initializing. Once the loading process finally completed, his consciousness was plunged straight into the Glutton System. Instantly, he plunged from the sky but stabilized himself as he tumbled toward the ground, before landing straight on the hard ground inside that dimension. In front of him stretched a massive, sweeping landscape. Ash experienced a sudden wave of disorientation, entirely confused about how he had actually arrived in this space. Just then, from the corner of his vision, creatures began to emerge from the sea of blood that spread underneath him. These entities possessed ice attributes, causing the very ground they walked upon to freeze instantly. The incoming monsters were identified as gravehounds, holding an E-rank classification, and they immediately prepared to attack Ash. He instantly switched his class as he processed the appearance of the monsters, suspecting that he might be located inside a monster dungeon. Equipping the Lightning Assassin class, he understood that he still lacked a full explanation for what was happening. but he recognized the need to eliminate the immediate threat first. The gravehounds dashed swiftly toward him. However, they were completely unable to track Ash's movements as he smoothly swooped and slashed directly through their ranks, acquiring their fangs right then and there. He struck them down with deliberate, easy movements, knowing that with his current strength, dealing with these E-ranked monsters was a simple task. The physical reality of the space felt entirely authentic. He concluded that there was no way this experience could be a dream as he finally finished off the pack, gaining a massive amount of experience points in the process. And luckily enough, he leveled up instantly. The discovery was highly encouraging to him, as it meant he could actually gain experience and progress through this method. He watched his status rise to level 2, with every single attribute increasing by 5 points. He understood that he had successfully found a private dungeon where he could train entirely alone, giving him a heavy advantage in this new world. Suddenly, a larger gravehound emerged from directly behind him. This entity was the boss of the pack, and it let out a loud growl as it lunged forward to bite down on Ash. Moving with steady precision, Ash struck it down just as easily as the previous minions. He defeated the boss instantly, leveling up once more to level 3, and collected the items dropped by the creature. He recognized that bosses granted significantly more experience than regular mobs of the same level. Though he had already gained 2 levels in a remarkably short time, the regression skill known as Gluttony provided him with a new prompt to devour the corpses of the creatures lying right in front of him. This option surprised him greatly. Looking closely at the fallen boss monster, he observed a distinct devour option appearing directly over their heads. He began to wonder about the exact mechanics of the devouring process. Seeking to understand the power, he extended his hand forward, as he literally absorbed the entire essence of the creature into his own being. He grabbed the essence tightly in his fist and checked his inventory, confirming that the devouring process was completely successful. The absorbed monster transformed into a physical card right in front of him. He concluded that he could actually devour defeated enemies and convert them into his own accessible classes. This reality felt incredibly strange. He also recognized that this devourer skill was remarkably similar to the power of the Demon King, who had killed him in his previous life. He recognized that he had actually gained the exact skill of the Demon King Lan Yue, who had ended his life before. He reasoned that the standard classes people awakened into possessed specific strengths and weaknesses across the 5 known archetypes. But the unchangeable rule of the world was that everyone remained restricted to a single class. Now, he successfully held 2 classes simultaneously. He wondered if he could continue to devour other types of monsters to accumulate an endless number of classes. He questioned why he had been granted this specific power in the first place, while also wondering about the nature of the magic tower standing behind him. Suddenly, a heavy rumble vibrated through the entire space, and Ash felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon the area, leaving him temporarily disoriented by the weight of it. He then heard a deep voice echoing from right ahead of him, stating that he had finally arrived and that he had been waiting there for him for a long time. The figure standing in front of him exuded immense power and carried the clear designation of Lord. Without warning, the creature launched forward and struck the ground heavily where Ash stood. Ash was thrown backward by the force of the impact. A massive duel was now taking place. The government had established a strict ranking system from E to S based on the combat power of both awakeners and monsters. In his past life, he had nearly died simply trying to reach S rank. But currently, his strength was barely at a D rank level. Standing directly in front of him was an S-rank boss wielding 2 massive swords. The gap in power was absolute, and the creature completely outclassed Ash in every combat metric. Ash wondered what kind of monster dungeon he had entered, and why an S-rank entity was present in this location. He had already sustained noticeable damage, resulting in several scratches across his face. With a sudden whoosh, the creature disappeared and reappeared immediately behind Ash, catching him by surprise. They had already traded dozens of blows in a short span, and the creature had possessed numerous opportunities to end Ash's life right there, yet it had purposefully refrained from doing so. It appeared as though the entity was literally toying with him, as every single strike deliberately avoided Ash's vital spots, effortlessly knocking him down over and over again. The creature looked down at him and questioned if Ash was still struggling. Ash slowly forced himself back onto his feet, realizing that the creature wanted him to submit to its authority. The creature urged Ash to think very carefully about the offer it was about to present, asking him to remain in the space to guard the Tower of Darkness by its side. It added that opportunities of this nature were exceedingly rare. Ash looked back at the creature and stated firmly that no matter what happened, there was no way he would remain in this location. Upon hearing this refusal, the creature swung its sword in a swift trajectory, slashing Ash directly in the shoulder and nearly severing his arm. Ash gazed at the heavy wound in shock. The creature questioned if Ash truly believed it would not kill him, explaining that its patience was solely due to the fact that Ash was the only individual who had ever managed to reach this destination. As the creature spoke, the essence of the surrounding fallen monsters began to seep out from the corners of the room, flowing directly into the boss's body and visibly restoring its strength and stamina. The creature stated that it would ask one final time, causing the entire space to rumble violently as it gave Ash the choice to stay or be crushed into absolute oblivion. Ash glared back intensely as the creature began to levitate into the air. Refusing to yield, Ash declared that he chose to kill the creature instead. He dashed forward with high speed, channeling his lightning spell directly into his hand. The creature laughed at his declaration and thrust a barrage of massive rocks directly toward him to crush him. Ash smoothly swooped and dodged through the incoming boulders, maintaining his forward momentum toward his opponent. The creature swung its massive sword upward to launch an attack, but Ash remained relentless. Following the recent exchange, he had successfully calculated the creature's attack pattern. He deduced that before every single swing, there was a precise 0.4-second wind-up window. He understood that he could utilize this brief interval to bypass the angles of the creature's wrists and escape its direct line of sight. Acting on this calculation, he successfully evaded the blade's trajectory and landed directly behind the entity. He swung his lightning blade down toward the creature. He reasoned that after the creature delivered a strike, a 0.2-second recovery window occurred. If he could time his movement perfectly to strike that defenseless opening, he could deliver a fatal blow. He executed the movement exactly as planned, driving his electroblade directly into the creature's chest. The impact caused a massive ripple effect that visibly shook the entity's entire frame. The attack left the creature temporarily paralyzed. Ash knew that a D-rank individual could not normally kill an S-rank monster, but if he concentrated his entire power into this single strike, the paralysis would hold the boss still for at least a few seconds. Because the creature was normally too fast to outrun, Ash had been unable to create any distance between them until now. This brief window was exactly what Ash needed to execute his true plan, which was to escape the area entirely. He had been carefully scouting the environment while they traded blows, and the only light source he had managed to locate was situated in the far corner. He ran as fast as possible toward that light source to exit the terrain. However, just as he believed he was about to clear the hurdle, the light he assumed to be an exit suddenly blinked completely out of existence, and almost on cue, the creature appeared directly behind him once again, laughing at his attempt and stating that the light was merely an afterimage it had left behind. It informed him that the exit he sought did not exist, and that this location was not a monster dungeon. The creature looked down at Ash with an enraged expression, noting how intriguing it was that Ash had managed to find a flaw in its combat technique so quickly. It observed that even under the crushing weight of despair, Ash could calmly analyze the situation and risk his life for a slight chance of survival. The entity stated that Ash truly was the only one who would bring hope, before officially revealing its true form as the Abyssal Fiend, an S-rank stellar warrior. Ash looked upon its true essence in deep shock, as he recognized that specific form from his past encounters with the Demon King, Lan Yu. In that moment, he began to connect the pieces of the puzzle together. Staging his last moments, during that intense clash, the Demon King was constantly switching between multiple powerful classes whilst fighting Ash, who could barely keep up during the fight. He clearly remembered that one of those devastating forms was the exact creature standing right in front of him at this very moment, the Abyssal Fiend. This meant that the creature must have been devoured by Lan Yu at some point, and now the power of gluttony had successfully merged with Ash's own body. Connecting the pieces, Ash asked out loud if this entire dimension was actually located inside of himself. The Abyssal Fiend observed his reaction and noted that not only could Ash withstand immense physical pressure, but he also possessed a remarkably sharp mind, proving himself worthy of inheriting everything hidden within the space. When Ash questioned what he meant by everything, the Abyssal Fiend revealed a glowing SSS rank Time Rift key, the unique artifact required to unlock the gates of the Tower of Darkness. The creature explained that this object was the key to the tower, revealing that Lan Yu had devoured countless vicious demons over time, and the most powerful entities among them had been securely sealed inside the massive tower behind them. It urged Ash to devour those sealed entities to grow stronger, allowing their collective power to become his own. Ash accepted the key. Completely shocked by the turn of events, he asked the creature why it was taking such lengths to assist him. The Abyssal Fiend answered that even among demons, distinctions in morality existed, explaining that the Demon King had slaughtered its entire clan out of pure greed. It had been waiting all this time for a genuine opportunity to take revenge, and it felt fortunate that this chance had finally arrived. The creature added that a certain individual had been correct in stating that Ash was the single hope and the only one with a real chance of succeeding. As it spoke, the Abyssal Fiend's body slowly began to wither right before his eyes. Ash was left entirely confused by the statement, demanding to know who that other individual was and what the creature meant. The Abyssal Fiend replied that all the answers remained hidden inside the Tower of Darkness, instructing him to seek them out for himself. In its final moments, the Abyssal Fiend commanded Ash to take its powers and use them to exact vengeance against their shared enemies. Ash asked for clarification on how to take its strength, to which the crumbling warrior replied that from this moment forward, Ash needed to become entirely unstoppable. It commanded him to open the gates of the Tower of Darkness and devour everything within, warning him that the demons trapped inside would never show him the same mercy he had just experienced. It described them as the most cunning and ferocious monsters to ever exist, but emphasized that Ash must endure the trials, conquer them all, and stand completely alone at the pinnacle of the world. The Abyssal Fiend urged him forward one last time, commanding him to go forth and systematically devour every single Demon King. With those final words, the creature withered away completely, noting that only someone of Ash's caliber was worthy of wielding its strength. The moment the Abyssal Fiend vanished, its remaining essence began to float into the air, moving directly toward the boy. Ash absorbed the entirety of the glowing essence, causing his status to instantly jump to level 10. Despite the massive increase in level, deep confusion was written all over his face. Along with the level boost, he successfully acquired the 2 massive swords that the Abyssal Fiend had been wielding, which served as a substantial upgrade. He stilled his thoughts, accepted his new reality, and resolved to carry out the mission. Looking at his status screen, he saw that he now possessed the Abyssal Fiend's character card, which granted him the ability to freely switch his class to the Abyssal Fiend. The discovery was highly encouraging. He knew with absolute certainty that he would make the Demon Kings pay heavily with their blood. The scene shifted to the next morning, back in the regular reality. Ash was suddenly jolted awake by a loud, booming voice urging everyone to get up and move immediately. He sat up in an instant, looking thoroughly surprised as he adjusted to the surroundings. Glancing toward the corner of the room, he saw his roommates conversing casually among themselves, making him understand that he was safely back in his own dormitory bed. He quickly inspected his body and discovered that all the severe wounds he had sustained the previous night were completely healed. He began to question if the entire ordeal was simply a vivid dream. However, looking closely at his interface, he recognized that everything he had acquired in that dark dimension was fully present in his inventory. He felt a surge of excitement realizing he had reached level 10 in a single night. He began to analyze what his true combat rank would be now. Before he could finish his thought, Weston called out to him. Weston noted condescendingly that someone had been bragging the previous night about how powerful Ash had suddenly become, asking if Ash was seriously planning to challenge his position as the top dog of the dormitory. Ma Long looked away toward the corner, visibly embarrassed by Weston's arrogant behavior. Unbothered, Weston told Ash to hurry up since the formal rank assessments were about to begin, expressing his eagerness to see what Ash could actually do. Sometime later, the roommates were outside the dormitory building, eating a quick meal as they walked together toward the assessment grounds. Weston continued to brag, pointing out that while it might seem like everyone in their specific dorm was an E rank, they had to remember that each rank was strictly divided into 3 distinct tiers. He categorized Ma Long and Ash as low-tier E ranks while declaring himself a mid-tier E rank. Weston emphasized that a massive power gap existed between each tier, claiming he could easily take out 10 of them simultaneously. His roommate simply kept quiet, watching him silently as he walked ahead of the group. Ma Long walked closer to Ash and quietly suggested that he should go all out during his turn in the testing arena. He encouraged Ash to aim for a D-rank status, noting that it would completely terrify Weston. Ash listened to the advice but found the concept entirely irrelevant, as he now viewed a mere D rank as something completely beneath his actual capabilities. When they finally arrived at the testing facility, They found the entire area heavily crowded with male and female students who had gathered for the graduation rank assessments. The roommates expressed surprise at how many people had arrived early. Over in the corner, a group of notorious school bullies was busy intimidating some of the younger students. However, the exact moment the bullies spotted Ash walking past, their confident expressions vanished. Filled with sudden terror, they quickly bowed their heads in deep respect to Ash. Weston witnessed the interaction and felt entirely bewildered, wondering why those aggressive individuals were being so uniquely polite to Ash. He began to question if Ma Long's grand stories from the previous night might actually be true. Ash, however, paid the bullies absolutely no attention and simply walked past them. Suddenly, a sharp voice called out to Ash from above. Looking up, Ash recognized Holloway, a prominent officer from the student council. Holloway looked down at him viciously, stating he had heard that someone had engaged in a physical altercation with Cheng the previous day. He pointedly asked Ash if he was aware that Cheng was the younger brother of their esteemed student council president, Cole. Standing nearby, Ma Long and the other boys began to look extremely uncomfortable. They recognized Holloway as the president's primary enforcer and knew he was a formidable D-rank awakened individual. They wondered what someone of his status could possibly want with Ash, sensing that the atmosphere between the two had turned incredibly hostile. Holloway stepped closer to Ash and casually mentioned that he possessed an excellent sense of smell, claiming he could always easily detect the scent of a true powerhouse. He looked down at Ash with complete condescension, stating that the only thing radiating from Ash was the unmistakable stench of a low-life outcast who would never amount to anything. Ash remained perfectly still. Ash simply responded to Holloway by asking if he was a dog or something. Upon hearing this question, Holloway was extremely surprised and yelled, demanding to know what Ash had just said. He began to berate Ash until someone from the corner called out to him and instructed him to back off. This person was Cole, who stood there looking very elegant as he stated that he had already looked into the matter. Cole noted that Cheng was the one at fault, adding that if someone screws up, they must face the music, simple as that. Upon hearing this instruction, Holloway backed off instantly. Cole simply glared at Ash, while Ash returned a steady glare back at Cole, and they left it at that. The formal rank assessment then began. The instructor called out to all the gathered students, instructing them to listen up because the assessment was starting immediately. He explained that they would be going in strict student ID order, directing them to step up to the stage when their names were called out. Following the announcement, Cole told his peers that it was time to prepare for the evaluation, and Holloway followed suit right behind him. While the students began to gather for the rank assessment to commence, Arya was giving a report to an unknown man standing directly beside her in the corner. The man noted that she rarely cared about standard rank assessments, asking if she had spotted someone interesting. Arya smiled and mentioned that this particular assessment might actually be fun to watch. 1 hour later, the assessments had officially commenced, and students were continuously walking in to get their ranks evaluated. The next person was Weston, and, as one of Ash's roommates, Weston placed his hand firmly on the portal gate and walked directly into the custom dungeon space. Inside the dungeon, the system utilized a specialized demon heart to evaluate the student. The device ranked them based on the maximum capacity of their attack, and it released that information to determine their official rank. The demon heart piped the gathered energy through heavy cables to the outside equipment, which finally spit out the exact results as numerical data on the screen. For Weston, the test determined that his status remained exactly what it was before, revealing him as a mid-tier E rank. Ma Long cheered loudly for Weston, shouting that the real show was about to begin. He explained to the others that besides a person's current rank, the machine measured everything else, including their peak potential, which represented the absolute highest rank their specific class could ever reach. Right then and there, the monitor revealed that Weston's peak potential could actually go up to C rank, which was quite impressive. Weston walked out of the portal looking quite exhausted because he had used a significant amount of his active ability to evaluate himself. Ma Long and Yu quickly stepped forward to pacify and calm him down since he was visibly drained from the effort. Suddenly, the next results of the assessments were loudly declared across the grounds, announcing that a participant had received a basic tier D rank with a peak potential of B rank. A random young lady walked out of the portal, leaving everyone in the crowd very surprised by her high statistics, and a while later, Holloway walked out of the portal. The monitor showed that he was currently a basic tier D rank with an impressive peak potential to become an A ranker. Holloway immediately began teasing everyone around him with his superior stats. At that point in the day, the instructors had already reviewed 8 separate D-rank students. The man in charge of the assessment observed that this year's class was heavily stacked with D-rank talent. He noted that while they were all basic-tier candidates with 0 real combat experience, the results were still exceptionally impressive. He mentioned that a graduating class normally yields only 2 or maybe 3 D ranks at most, concluding that at this rate, the year's final combat exam would be absolutely exciting to watch. The next candidate called up for the assessment was Cole. The student council president walked confidently up to the stage, while the crowd watched in high anticipation. Meanwhile, Ash calmly stood by the corner and watched him walk toward the portal. Once Cole arrived inside the portal dungeon, the eyes of the demon heart opened up to look at him. He extended his hand slowly toward the device. He calculated within himself that it was best to save his full power review for the formal graduation combat exam, as that specific event would make the biggest public splash. He decided he needed to dial his power back a few notches for this test, choosing to release only a small fraction of his energy. Yet, even while holding back, he was sure that he would still easily smash the existing school record. After he infused his ability into the heart, the results registered on the outside monitor. The instructor outside looked at the screen and was struck with visible surprise by what he saw. Cole's current rank was displayed as a high-tier D rank, while his peak potential was explicitly revealed as an S rank. This was a massive accomplishment that sent the entire crowd into a frenzy, with everyone going completely crazy over his S-rank potential. His immediate subordinates stood in complete astonishment. Ash, however, looked on with an entirely calm expression, as though none of it could even faze him. As Cole walked out of the portal, the crowd continued praising Cole, who simply smiled to himself, thinking that this grand reception was entirely to be expected because he was just that good. Over by the corner of the room, the man speaking to Arya turned to her and stated that this year's assessment was an absolute goldmine. The man was revealed to be Stephen Yuan, president of the National Awakeners University. He praised the quality of the students, offering a very big thank you to the awesome teachers and everyone else involved in the process, recognizing that the host had done an excellent job. He looked at her and mentioned that she clearly already knew Cole possessed S-rank potential, suggesting that was the sole reason she had bothered showing up to watch. Arya simply smiled back and stated that she was actually not there to see Cole at all. Stephen expressed great surprise at her response. Arya then clarified that, honestly, more than Cole, she was way more curious about Ash's own performance. Right at that moment, the coordinators finally called out the name of the next person. Ash's name echoed across the facility, and he steadily walked forward to the project portal to begin his evaluation. When his name was officially called out, Holloway walked past him and mockingly urged him to bring some glory to his dormitory. And he continued by making very nasty comments against Ash and his roommates. This comment caused the surrounding students to look visibly gloomy. However, Ma Long screamed back defensively, declaring that Ash was going to completely blow his mind. Ash walked directly into the portal while the crowd wondered if he could actually succeed. The moment he entered, the demon heart within the mechanism appeared stunned as it stared directly at him. Ash returned a steady glare, intending to literally devour the device. He calculated within himself that in this world, the best way to overcome weakness and secure a stable future was to join a top-tier guild. For most ordinary individuals, the graduation combat exam served as the single opportunity to showcase their abilities to those elite organizations. The exam allowed students to form squads of up to 10 people of their own choosing, and whichever squad secured first place would see its members recruited by the nation's most elite imperial guild. Beyond simply evaluating individual ranks, this test served the greater purpose of establishing these critical teams. In this cutthroat environment, the ultimate powerhouse teams would form, while the ultimate reject squads would be left behind. Outside the portal, a considerable amount of time passed without a single sound emerging from the containment area. Onlookers began to laugh, and some even started to walk away from the arena, whispering that Ash was probably so weak that the testing machine could not even read his energy. Holloway turned to Cole and remarked that whatever stragglers were left were total garbage, suggesting they should not waste time waiting since their own squad was already fully established. He proposed heading out for karaoke instead. Cole agreed and instructed him to gather the rest of the crew together. Suddenly, the assessment monitor lit up to display Ash's results. The first score revealed him to be a high-tier D rank. The sudden announcement left the crowd shocked and surprised, with onlookers shouting out the high-tier D rank result in amazement. Ma Long proudly pointed out that his previous statements had been entirely correct, while everyone else stood taken aback by the unexpected numbers. Inside the containment chamber, Ash was not done yet. He deduced that the initial high-tier D rank score represented his baseline form at level 10 without even switching his active classes. He decided to test his weakest acquired class, choosing to switch his status to the level 10 Gravehound King that he had previously absorbed in the Dark Dimension. Immediately, the alphabetical rank began to climb rapidly on the screen, shifting all the way up to a mid-tier C rank. The rapid escalation left the crowd staring in complete shock, and even Cole stood astonished, unable to utter a single word. The instructors expressed confusion, wondering why the rank was continuously fluctuating and questioning if the testing system was experiencing a technical glitch. The demon heart itself appeared visibly flustered by the pressure of Ash's presence. Ash reasoned that this reaction meant his other two main classes were definitively ranked far above C rank. He then switched his active status to the Infernal Rakshasa, drawing upon the unique capability of the Abyssal Fiend. The moment he made the transition, the demon heart began to palpate and thump heavily, staring back at Ash in sheer terror. As Ash infused his raw energy directly into the device, the atmospheric weight outside transformed completely. The crowd looked upward in shock as thick thunderclouds began to form over the facility, causing some onlookers to fear for their safety. On the main monitor, Ash's potential value initially registered as an S rank, leaving both the instructors and Cole taken aback by the massive value. Suddenly, warning signs flashed across the screen as the rating escalated from S rank to SS rank, and then rapidly doubled again to an SSS rank. The system output a final automated notice stating that the candidate's potential value was entirely immeasurable and exceeded the maximum capacity of the mechanism. The instructors screamed out in surprise just as the testing machine exploded heavily right in front of them. They ran toward the portal entrance, shouting that the demon heart was overloading and urging everyone to ensure the student inside was safe. Upon entering the containment chamber, they anxiously asked Ash what had happened. Ash had completely destroyed the demon heart, yet he remained perfectly composed, turning slowly to walk away from the ruined equipment. The instructors examined the device and confirmed it was completely broken, wondering if it had simply been overused throughout the day. Ash paid them no attention as he departed. He recognized within himself that he had gone a bit overboard by destroying the core, but he had managed to secure an unexpected benefit. Using his gluttony power, he had successfully devoured the raw essence of the A-rank demon heart itself. The moment he stepped outside the portal, he utilized the newly acquired capability of the devoured demon heart. With a simple glance around the crowded room, he was able to see the exact potential of every single individual present. He looked directly at Cole and discovered that Cole's true current status was a mid-tier C rank rather than a basic B rank, revealing that the president was actively concealing his true strength. However, a mid-tier C rank failed to impress Ash given his own vast capabilities. Shortly after, the official announcers addressed the gathered students, explaining that the testing equipment had been overworked and was officially out of commission for the day, forcing them to suspend the remaining assessments. They stated that Ash's unusual testing data was likely a system error that would be escalated to higher authorities for review. They instructed the remaining students who had not yet tested to return the following day, promising that fresh replacement equipment would be fully prepared by then. Ma Long and his other roommates quickly gathered around Ash to loudly celebrate his massive performance. Just then, Holloway called out to Ash from the corner, aggressively berating him. He claimed that a broke loser could never naturally achieve a C-rank status or hold an S-rank potential, insisting that the testing equipment had obviously malfunctioned. He yelled that Ash was being incredibly irresponsible by breaking the demon heart and walking away, pointing out that the student council members now had to wait until the next day. Holloway demanded to know if Ash could even afford to waste their valuable time. Ash felt a surge of irritation, tempted by an inner desire to physically strike Holloway's face to silence his shouting. He reasoned that since the man refused to stop talking, he should simply break his bones. Before he could act on the thought, Cole stepped into the space and ordered Holloway to stand down. Cole firmly instructed him not to show disrespect toward their peers in that manner. Walking past Holloway, Cole fixed his gaze on Ash, offering a confident smile as he invited Ash to join his graduation combat exam squad, promising that together they would break every existing record. Ash returned the look with complete disinterest, making his refusal perfectly visible. Everyone was naturally shocked that Cole personally invited Ash to join his squad, Holloway, standing by the corner, felt a sudden wave of anxiety as he realized that if this guy joined, they would have to boot someone else from the team. He struggled to figure out how he would explain that to the crew. Getting onto Cole's team was a guaranteed first-place ticket in the graduation exam, and tons of guys had tried bribing their way in only to get rejected. Holloway wondered what was so special about this guy, but since Cole had personally extended the invite, he knew he could not exactly tell him to screw off. Trying his best to force down his rising anger, Holloway patted Ash on the shoulder and welcomed him aboard. But suddenly, Ash struck Holloway's hands away from his shoulder. Ash looked at Cole and said loud and clear that he was not interested. The blunt rejection was extremely shocking to both Cole and Holloway. Holloway lost his temper and screamed loudly, asking Ash if he had any idea what he had just said, reminding him that their squad was the strongest in the entire school. But Ash simply walked off, muttering that it was not his problem. He told Holloway that he was annoying and to leave him alone as he continued moving away. Ma Long walked right beside him, and the two left the area together. Everyone present was left completely stunned that Ash had actually turned down Cole. They wondered how anyone could do something like that to the student council president. The onlookers reasoned that Ash was probably gunning for first place himself, which meant his recent test showing a C rank was no joke. The surrounding crowd began to whisper amongst themselves as they watched them walk off, noting that things had just gotten way more interesting. By the corner, Cole turned to Holloway and told him not to worry, observing that Ash clearly had his own game plan. With that, Cole walked away, and the school slowly settled back into its regular routine. Watching from the side, Stephen exhaled and mentioned that it was a real shame they could not squad up, as he had been hoping to see some new school records this year. Arya smiled at his comment, remarking that this outcome was honestly way more fun. She noted that Cole had had everything handed to him since birth, so getting rejected like that was a straight-up declaration of war. She added that their dear president was not the type to forget slights like this. Meanwhile, Holloway was still furious, screaming loudly that it was just a testing glitch that made Ash look good, berating Ash for actually thinking he was a real C rank. Cole, listening from the corner, simply asked what would happen if it was not a glitch. He stated that even if there was a 1 in a million chance, he was not letting anyone steal his top spot. Holloway quickly tried to dismiss it, arguing that Ash was just some student with zero combat experience, whereas they were tested elites who had run actual dungeons with Cole multiple times. Holloway then suggested that he go give Ash a little attitude adjustment. Cole looked at him and asked if Holloway really thought he was that small-minded. Realizing he had overstepped, Holloway became disoriented and quickly responded that he had totally misspoke. Cole then walked off, mentioning that he was not feeling karaoke tonight, and told Holloway to just do whatever he and the squad wanted. Cole stated that he knew nothing about it, making it clear to Holloway that he could go ahead and do as he pleased. Holloway smiled, having understood Cole loud and clear. Minutes later, Holloway sat down by the staircase and asked one of his crew members if Ash had already left campus. The crew member confirmed it, saying he had just overheard Ash mentioning he had to run home, skipping dinner entirely before bouncing. This news was highly perfect for Holloway. He muttered to himself that since Ash was off campus, nobody was going to stop him from wrecking his face. Much later, Ash was walking on his own, deeply immersed in his thoughts. He remembered that in his past life, his first-ranking guild had run into severe trouble while clearing a dungeon. Deep inside, they had encountered an unprecedented monster known as Wrath. The entire Peak Guild was wiped out in an instant by that single creature, which then walked out of the dungeon and entered the human world. Ash calculated that this was everything he knew so far. To nail down the enemy this time around, he knew he had to find the exact location of Wrath's dungeon as soon as possible. He had put together a careful plan, but kicking it off required a fat stack of cash. With that goal in mind, he arrived at the Mithril Monster Exchange spot. Walking inside, Ash recognized that the exchange was operated by the Mithril Guild, which would eventually become the country's biggest gear marketplace. Looking around, there was not much to see yet, but he knew that for Awakeners, weapons and equipment completely made or broke a power level. He approached the counter and dropped a set of monster teeth onto the table. The appraiser looked through the teeth and asked out loud where a student like him could get something like this. Ash simply expressed that it was monster loot. The man examined them further, muttering that he had never seen this type before. The female appraiser standing by the corner intervened, mentioning that if memory served her right, these teeth were from the E-rank cloud beast, Doomhowl. She identified the item as a Doomfang, explaining that records showed Doomfangs could either be forged into E-rank cloud staffs or ground down into powder. Hearing this, the male appraiser threw the tooth back onto the table in annoyance. He told her to save the Wikipedia entry, noting that it was just an E-rank item, and asking what an E-rank item was going to do anyway. He humphed, stating that they ran a strict VIP house here, where only high-rank awakeners with real clout got through the door. He asserted that he only dealt in premium items from D-rank and up, which was why he did not know these dinky E-rank scraps, openly talking down on Ash's items. Inwardly, however, the appraiser was feeling stressed because premium clients had been scarce lately, making him wonder when he would ever be promoted to supervisor. He looked at Ash, grumbling to himself about his constant bad luck of getting stuck with broke nobodies. Deciding to dump the tedious work on the newcomer, he walked off after telling the woman to finish processing the guy's stuff, adding a brief remark that she was doing great. She then dropped a payment slip on the table, slid it toward Ash, and told him here was his payment, asking him to count it and inquiring if there was anything else she could help with. Ash looked at the book and verified the amount. It was $18,000. He deduced that 18 grand would cover his rent for now. He then reached into his inventory and pulled out a massive greatsword that he had acquired from his earlier dungeon hunt. He placed the weapon down and asked her to check this one out. The sword was extremely massive. The woman stared at it, thinking to herself, what a beautiful greatsword it was. As she began to appraise it, she admitted that she had never laid eyes on one like it, but concluded it had to be at least B rank, before pausing to wonder if it could even be A rank. Just then, the male appraiser walked back in and scoffed, telling her to dream on. He stated that A rank weapons ran close to $1 million, adding that he had been working there for years and had never even touched one. Suddenly, a voice from the corner cut through their conversation, stating that the appraiser was absolutely right and that this definitely was not some B or A rank piece. The male appraiser turned around and smiled, remarking that the newcomer's eyes were as razor-sharp as usual, before repeating his claim that a broke student wouldn't have anything actually worth real value. The man who had just entered walked up to the counter, looked at the massive weapon, and told them that this piece was straight from the Purgatory Zone, revealing that it was essentially an S-rank gear. Upon hearing this, both appraisers were completely taken aback, screaming in absolute shock at the sudden realization. The man, who was actually the boss, immediately grabbed onto Ash's hands gently and welcomed him as an esteemed guest. He carefully escorted Ash toward the side, stating right this way to the VIP suites, assuring him that he would help him with whatever he needed. Ash smiled calmly at the sudden shift in attitude. Looking at the man beside him, he thought to himself that it was about time the guy showed up. Recognizing him as Theo, the man he had known in his previous life as the powerful leader of the Mithril Guild. Leah poured some coffee into a cup for Ash and placed it right in front of him. Theo began to converse, asking him how he would like to handle this piece. Ash glared at him and said 1 million, simply. Theo questioned him, asking if he meant just 1 million. Theo explained that even an A-rank item could fetch $1 million on the market, meaning an S-rank weapon could easily pull in tens of millions and trigger an all-out bidding war where the sky was the limit. Ash remained entirely calm, replying that he simply wanted to use the S-rank piece as collateral for a 1 million won loan, which he promised to pay back in full after 1 month. Hearing this left Theo completely shocked. Theo reasoned that using an S-rank weapon as loan collateral was a highly unusual move, wondering what kind of college student came up with a plan like that. He recognized that this kind of maturity was way beyond Ash's age. He further suspected that since Ash had gotten his hands on a treasure like this, he might be some rich kid who ran away from home, or a secret prodigy hiding his real power. Ash then told him that he only needed it for just 1 month. He added that when the time was up, he would immediately repay the principal, plus an extra 10% interest the following month, asking if that sounded good. Theo turned to the corner and told Leah to give them the room. Leah bowed her head and walked off. When she finally left, Theo questioned Ash based on his analysis if Ash was a student at Qingshui High School, in his final year and about to graduate. He mentioned that the academy runs a graduation combat exam every year, and this year's exam was scheduled exactly 1 month from now. He added that the first place prize money happened to be $1 million, which lined up perfectly with Ash's repayment timeline and amount. Theo concluded that he was guessing Ash was already confident he would ace that exam and take first place. Upon hearing these words, Ash simply sat down and glared at him intently. Theo stood up and observed that Ash could just wait for the prize money in a month, but since he was rushing to pawn something this valuable for a loan now, It told him that Ash was absolutely desperate for this cash right this second, and must be completely out of options to go this route. Theo then told Ash that he could hand him $1.5 million in cash immediately with 0 interest. Extending his hand to Ash, he suggested they call it making a new friend. Ash was taken aback as he glared at Theo. Theo simply winked at him, telling him to relax and reassuring him that everything happening today would stay between them. He added that if Ash ever needed to make deals in the future, he should hit them up first, promising to give him the absolute best rates possible before asking if they had a deal. Ash began to reflect on the situation. He recognized that Theo was very sharp for figuring out his whole situation from scraps of information. He understood that while Theo realized he was desperate, the man did not actually exploit him. Instead, Theo offered better terms to lock in long-term business. With that realization, he shook Theo's hand and accepted the deal. Much later, they sealed the contract. Theo confirmed that the pact was signed and the money had already been transferred into his account. He then smiled and mentioned that Ash had just pawned one hell of a weapon, asking what he was going to use at the graduation exam and offering to lend him some gear. He noted that while they might not have S-rank stuff on hand, they had tons of advanced B-rank and even A-rank pieces available. Ash simply replied that he was good. He then began to summon the twin of that particular sword, revealing to Theo that he had another one. There was absolutely no problem. Upon seeing this second S-rank blade, Theo and Leah were extremely shocked by the sudden realization. Ash simply walked off while they waved him away in happiness. The moment Ash left, Theo stated out loud to Leah that keeping that VIP here had just earned her a supervisor spot. Hearing this, the other male appraiser from earlier began to cry at the realization of his missed opportunity. Before fully walking out, Ash turned back to them, stating that he needed to buy something. Much later, Ash arrived at the bus terminal. Standing in the physical space of the terminal, he remembered that in his past life, money problems haunted them constantly fresh out of school. He had not awakened yet at that time, and no guild would even touch him. He had busted his butt doing random gigs just to scrape together the bare minimum for rent, leaving him very poor back then. Yoon would always try to console him through the entire situation. He remembered when his sister got her acceptance letter and tore it up right in front of him, telling him that even though she got in, the place was so far away and she just wanted to stay with Ash forever. Ash had been deeply unhappy because she was too worried about being a burden, causing his sister to throw away her education dreams in that previous timeline. But he knew within himself that this time, things would be entirely different. He arrived at the designated spot to wait for his sister, noting that it was getting late and calculating that Yoon should have gotten off by now. Just then, she called out to him from the corner, asking how many times she had to tell him that people are supposed to pick up at arrival, not at departure. She asked if he had fried his brain working again as she slowly pulled her box, wheeling it toward him. Ash turned and saw his sister. He realized that it had been 7 years since he last saw her. She looked very elegant. She asked Ash if he was going to help with her bags or what, questioning why he was just standing there like a zombie spacing out. But Ash simply walked forward and hugged her in an instant, smiling heavily. This sudden embrace was very surprising to Yoon. As she embraced him back, Ash felt deeply comforted, because after 7 long years, he had finally gotten to see her again. But just then, Yoon suddenly used her fingers to strike Ash right by his ribs. She screamed at him in annoyance, telling him that he was trying to suffocate her. She threw her bag toward him and muttered that he had been acting super weird lately, asking if some girl had turned him down or something. She told him to move it so they could go home already. They began to walk back to their house, conversing along the way. Ash looked at her and smiled, resolving within himself that this time he was never letting her suffer again, not even a little bit. Much later, at a completely different location, a group of people were conversing in the shadows. Holloway was amongst them. He turned to his men and stated that this was the only way little Ash could get home. He ordered them to set up the ambush, instructing that the second Ash showed his face, they were to swarm him. Holloway stated that he wanted Ash to really experience what it cost to mess with him, while his men stood there in wait, full of anticipation for Ash's return to his house. While they waited in the shadows, one of the crew members turned to Holloway, noting that they had brought half the student council with them, and expressing concern that if they went too hard, they might accidentally kill Ash. Holloway dismissed the worry, stating that he had initially planned to go easy and just rough him up a bit, but Ash's attitude had really gotten under his skin. Remembering how condescendingly Ash had looked at him earlier, Holloway ordered his men to beat Ash half to death once they caught him, resolving to cripple him so he would not make it to the graduation exam in 4 weeks, calling Ash an arrogant prick. A short while later, Ash and his sister Yoon began to arrive down the path. Yoon looked at Ash and mentioned that he had been acting off lately, asking if the graduation exam was stressing him out that badly. She added that a no-nonsense guy like him definitely was not moping over some girl, so she urged him to pull himself together regardless of what was going on. She reminded him that he was the one who always told her that life is a marathon, and that his own shot would eventually come. As they reached the walkway, she playfully brought up a song, mentioning the lyrics about believing in yourself. As they conversed, Ash looked at his sister and recognized how sharp she was. He deduced that she had caught on to something being different the exact second they met. He knew she did not even know he had awakened yet, and suspected she probably thought they were still barely scraping by like they used to. He looked at her and insisted that he was totally fine, but Yoon clearly did not believe him and openly disapproved of his deflection. Just then, as they walked toward their house, Holloway's group watched them from around the corner. One of the men asked Holloway why the punk had some girl with him. Holloway smiled at the development, noting that it was even better since there were no cameras in this alleyway, calling it a lucky day for the boys. At that exact moment, Ash instantly spotted them and noticed their presence, identifying them as the student council thugs. He discerned that they had walked out of their hiding spots and were moving toward him because they wanted to take him down right here. To protect his sister from the situation, Ash smoothly removed his earbuds and placed them into Yoon's ears to block out the sound of what was about to go down. He told her that he had been obsessed with this song lately, and that she should listen to it. Yoon shifted her attention to the music, wondering to herself since when he had been so into music. However, she quickly found herself enjoying the track, reflecting that music truly shows what is in someone's heart. While she was heavily distracted by the melody, Ash turned his full attention toward the men closing in behind him. He analyzed their ranks, calculating that they were merely E-rank compliance pieces, with the sole exception of Holloway, who was a basic tier D rank. While his sister was completely insulated by the music, Ash calmly began walking toward the guys who were dashing at him with clear intent to cause heavy harm. The thugs had absolutely no idea what was coming for them. Ash began to imbue his physical form with the energy from one of his classes. He remembered that in his past life, in the year 2160, he had lost his very last family member, and only now, after being reborn in 2067, did he get to see his sister again. He resolved that this was his first proper family moment in 7 years, and he was furious that they were trying to destroy it. With blinding speed, Ash moved so fast that the thugs could not even track his momentum. While Ash's sister simply listened to the music, Ash dashed forward with his fists folded tightly. He began taking down the student council members one by one with heavy, perfectly timed punches of immense speed. He cleaved through their ranks on his way to Holloway, but more men continued to rush him from the back. One man swung a punch directly at him, but Ash simply caught the incoming hand and instantly shattered the man's bone using his elbow. The guy screamed in agonizing pain from the counterattack. Without pausing, Ash delivered a heavy follow-up punch directly to the man's face, sending him flying backward through the physical space like a bowling ball, crashing hard into the other people lined up behind him. Holloway was completely baffled, feeling a deep sense of terror as he realized what was happening. He wondered what was wrong with Ash, and how the hell he had acquired such immense strength. Ash dashed straight toward him to deliver the final blow to the last remaining defenders. He struck the first guard and then heavily slammed the second guy, completely breaking the man's weapon in the process. With his fists tightly folded, Ash charged directly at Holloway, with clear, unfiltered intent to draw blood. Holloway screamed out that he was the premier cloud assassin, desperately trying to stand his ground. He bellowed and lunged toward Ash, telling him not to think for a single second that he could not take him down. But before Holloway could even form another thought, Ash struck him cleanly right in the face. The impact caused Holloway to drop his weapon instantly, spitting out a heavy amount of blood from his mouth. The sheer ferocity of the strike sent him tumbling backward through the physical space so violently that his shoe flew clean off his foot. Ash was not done yet. While Holloway was still suspended defenseless in the air, Ash closed the distance and unleashed a brutal uppercut. The strike sent Holloway flying higher, knocking out multiple teeth in that exact moment. Holloway tumbled heavily through the air until his head struck the solid wall behind him with a dull thud. Slumping to the ground, Holloway's peripheral vision began to fade into total darkness. Ash slowly walked over, looking down at his defenseless, embarrassing position on the concrete. He reminded Holloway that he had already told him to leave him alone, asking viciously if he needed to spell it out for him. His gaze completely locked onto the defeated bully with dangerous intent. While Holloway was positioned in that brutal stance, he recognized that his ribs were all broken, and he could not even feel his legs anymore. He realized that the test had not been wrong, and that this guy was way beyond a D rank. He began to apologize to Ash. Ash grabbed him tightly by the shirt and told him to shut up. Ash ordered him not to make another peep, adding that one more peep from him, and he would be dead. At that moment, Holloway discerned from Ash's eyes that he really meant his words. He was sure that Ash would actually kill him if he uttered a single word, so he kept completely quiet. Ash looked down at him and told him to listen very carefully to every word. He stated that worthless scum like Holloway could go rot in whatever hole they wanted, but ordered him to stay away from him. Ash added that if Holloway even thought about threatening Yoon, or if he so much as entered her field of vision, he would erase every last one of them without a second thought. As he spoke, Ash used a dagger to slightly slice through Holloway's lips, glaring at him intensely as he repeated that he would erase him without a single thought, asking if that was clear. Holloway nodded quickly as he cried heavily from the pain and terror. Leaving Holloway right there on the ground, Ash dropped the dagger and walked off. A bit further down the road, Yoon was walking alone and felt a wave of loneliness. As she listened to the lyrics of the song playing in her ears, she began to cry, wondering why the melody made her feel so emotional. Just then, she turned her head, spotted Ash, and playfully screamed at him that leaving her like that was plain dirty. But by that moment, Ash had already arrived right behind her. Holding a box in his hands, he told her that he had gotten her a present. Inside the box was a small pen. Yoon was completely taken aback by the item, recognizing that it was a Mana Hollow pen, the brand new model from Drag Group. Disoriented by the luxury gift, she noted that the device cost around 10 grand, and she demanded to know where he had gotten that kind of money. Ash looked at Yoon and remembered that in his last life, he had failed to protect her and could not even protect her dreams. He knew that this time around, things would be very different. He felt a warm resolve that he would be able to protect everything she held dear in this new opportunity at life. Meanwhile, those hoodlums remained hiding, ensuring that Yoon would not see them in their embarrassing state. Much later, when they arrived at their house, Yoon immediately began to use the pen to draw creatures in the physical space of the room. The drawings seemed completely alive, floating in mid-air. She was highly excited, shouting that it was incredible, because she could literally draw holograms in mid-air. Ash smiled at her excitement, and mentioned that, as long as she was happy, all was good. Yoon turned to him and pointed out that they still owed rent, telling him that he could not just spend money like this. Ash responded that he had already paid off the rent for the entire year. Yoon was stunned by these words. Ash explained that he had done a little side hustle with a buddy recently, and made some cash, stating that was how he was able to afford it. Yoon glared at him, concluding to herself that he was the worst liar ever, and that his words sounded incredibly sketchy. She recognized that they were now keeping secrets from each other, but as she looked at him, she realized she had not seen him smile like that in ages. Placing her hand gently on his shoulder, she told him that, whatever was going on, he should not bottle everything up. Ash looked back at her, smiled softly, and agreed. Much later, Cole was at his own residence, looking intently at the aquarium in front of him. He noted to himself that Holloway was in terrible shape, having suffered 60 compound fractures all over his body, meaning even top-tier healers would not be able to patch him up in under a month. He expressed disbelief that Holloway had actually gone after Ash, only to get beaten up like that. He was speaking to Arya, who remarked that she guessed Holloway would be sitting out the graduation combat exam at this rate. Cole simply shrugged it off, stating that his squad had just shed some incompetent deadweight, so it was no problem for him. Just then, Logan, the career coordinator for National Awakener University, walked up beside Cole. Logan brought up Ash's name, mentioning that he had double-checked the rank assessment results. He revealed that Ash was legitimately a C rank, making him the only student in the entire school ranked higher than Cole. Cole was taken aback by this revelation. Logan continued, noting that Cole's old man had invited the Alliance vice chairman himself to watch the graduation showcase. He warned that they could not have anyone upstaging Cole, suggesting that in a worst-case scenario, he might need to call in a favor from his niece, Arya, to patch the hole left in Cole's squad. Arya glared at Logan in response. Cole looked down and stated that his uncle was worrying far too much, asking if they actually believed he had gone full power during that initial assessment. He told them to chill, asserting that when the combat exams rolled around, he would make damn sure everyone knew who really ran the place. The next morning, after his intense training session was over, Ash took a long shower. Reflecting on his overall situation, Ash recognized that money was no longer a problem and everything was moving perfectly on track. He calculated that his real plan would kick off right after graduation. Next up on his list was to snag the $1 million championship scholarship from the graduation exam, which would allow him to clear his debt with Theo. He knew he had to honor that deal because he would need Theo for a lot of things down the road. Lying in his bed later that night, he reasoned that the exams were less than a month away, meaning it was time to farm some serious levels. He closed his eyes to sleep, and the system began to initialize just as before. Once the initialization finished, the Gluttony System activated, and his consciousness went deeply into that familiar vast space. Upon arriving in that dimension, he began to walk upward toward a sealed room situated right in front of him. He calculated that according to his last test, his weakest class, the Doomhowl class, sat at a C rank, while his strongest class, the Infernal Rakshasa class, had actually broken the ranking scale with SSS rank, although he could not tap into its full potential just yet. He wondered how much power he could actually squeeze out of it in reality, noting that the ranks of his other two classes were still complete question marks. He pulled out the unique key he had received from the Abyssal Fiend. He decided that he needed to perform a few tests with it today. Inserting the key, the massive door in front of him opened widely. Ash stepped inside, wondering what was waiting for him within that dread sphere. As he slowly pulled his way through the threshold and arrived completely inside, he was extremely shocked by the sight that met his eyes right there in front of him. Ash arrived within a completely new space, a desolate and heavy dimension known as the Falling Star Wasteland. Standing on the cracked surface, he was immediately taken aback by the incredible density of the environment. The gravity here was completely ridiculous, exerting a crushing downforce calculated to be approximately 10 kilograms per square unit on the surface. Turning around, he discerned that the entrance had entirely vanished behind him, leading him to conclude that he would have to find and kill the floor boss before the portal would open again. Operating in this hellish environment, Ash was running at only about 30% of his usual capacity. While he was still deep in thought, a creature slowly emerged from a nearby corner. It bore the fierce shape of a lioness, moving with aggressive, stealthy strides toward him. It was a phantom mane, a B-rank stellar warrior. Ash looked at the approaching beast. He shifted his stance and instantly switched his class to the lightning assassin. In an instant, the phantom mane launched itself directly at him. Despite the heavy gravity dragging at his limbs, Ash moved with calculated precision and swiftly dodged the lunging attack. He immediately attempted to counter, activating his electric blade skill to dash forward and strike the creature. He knew he needed to finish this fight quickly because of the extra weight pressing down on his body. His blade swung heavily through the physical space, but unfortunately, the crushing gravity threw off his precision, causing him to miss the creature's vital points. Hence, he was unable to paralyze the beast. Ash was stunned by the unfortunate miss, realizing that the insane gravity was completely screwing with his speed and precision. At that moment, the phantom mane struck back instantly, slamming Ash straight down into the ground. The creature stood over him and roared, preparing to launch a final, devastating attack. It was clear that the beast was not affected by the crushing gravity at all. As the phantom mane lunged down to bite him, Ash quickly switched his strategy. The creature's massive jaws clamped down onto his hand, but the bite was unable to deal any damage at all. Ash had already switched his class to the Infernal Rakshasa, the powerful form he had previously acquired from the Abyssal Fiend. He understood that if he intended to survive this encounter, he absolutely had to rely on the raw durability of this class. With his new form active, he instantly began to overwhelm the phantom mane, using his enhanced strength to strike the beast and slam it straight to the ground. Ash focused his energy, deciding to use the environment to his advantage. He calculated that by cranking the localized gravity to the max and boosting his falling momentum to the absolute limit, his striking hand would become immensely heavier. He screamed out loud as he unleashed his power, knowing that in this already crushing environment, his punch would hit with 60 times its normal force. The phantom mane looked on in sheer shock at his overwhelming strength, but it was too late to escape. Ash delivered a triple cataclysm crushing attack. pummeling the phantom main to a pulp in an instant and completely destroying it. The sheer weight of the impact shattered the solid ground all around them. With the phantom main defeated, the system notified him that he had successfully obtained the creature's data and leveled up to level 11. Ash laid flat on the ground, completely exhausted as the heavy pressure of the room settled over him. He reflected on his system, realizing that each star on a class card represented an additional power multiplier, meaning more stars granted a much higher overall boost after class switching. He knew the Infernal Rakshasa had more stars and provided a significantly larger boost than the Lightning Assassin, making it rank slightly higher. Yet, even with all that power, he had barely scraped by against a single B-rank monster using every ounce of strength he possessed. He deduced that neither of his classes had truly broken through to reach a stable B rank yet. As he slowly forced himself up from the ground, a sudden realization struck him. He wondered why the system had not flagged the creature with a prompt stating it could be devoured after it died. He also looked around the stillness of the wasteland, wondering where the door to the next floor was hidden. Turning around, he suddenly spotted a warped, unstable portal tearing open right behind him. Multiple creatures began to slowly creep out from the tier. Ash was completely bewildered as he looked at the growing horde. He finally realized that the actual floor overlord had not even appeared yet. The powerful creature he had just killed using every ounce of his strength was simply a trash mob. The real battle was just about to begin. Multiple phantom mains dashed out of the portal simultaneously, launching a synchronized assault on Ash. They swarmed him from every corner, striking him heavily and pummeling his body with their sharp claws. In that moment of intense pain, Ash finally understood the true, brutal nature of the Infernal Rakshasa class. He recognized that once that door opened, nothing but endless agony awaited him. The monsters tore into him relentlessly, and a final, deafening roar from one of the dominant beasts put the fear of God into him. Suddenly, Ash woke up with a violent gasp, back in reality. He found himself sitting upright in his dormitory room, huffing and puffing heavily from the sheer trauma of the dimension. His muscles felt as though they were shredding, and he could still feel the phantom sensation of flesh peeling off his bones. He understood that no shortcuts to true power existed in reality. This brutal, lonely road through hell had just started for him, and he would have to endure it completely on his own. However, he knew the heavy rewards would be worth the suffering, so he firmly resolved to push through it. On Friday, May 20th, 2157, the students gathered inside the National Awakener University Auditorium. A major assembly was underway to conduct the mandatory team selection for the upcoming graduation combat examination. Logan, Cole's uncle and the university's career coordinator, sat prominently in the midst of the academy instructors. Throughout the spacious hall, groups of students were conversing loudly among themselves, while Ash sat completely alone by a quiet corner. Ash watched the crowd as they discussed the new rules. The students mentioned that while past years had 0 requirements for team size or rank, the academy had changed the criteria so that every squad now required a minimum of 5 people, with at least one member hitting the E-rank high tier to make the exam more spectator-friendly. The murmuring crowd wondered how the selections would pan out this time under the new regulations. While they were talking, Logan called for the room's attention. He announced that the complete rank data for all students this year had just been pre-released and pushed directly to their wristbands, instructing everyone to check the files and lock in their teams as soon as possible. The auditorium fell into a brief silence as everyone instantly checked their wristbands. The lists showed a large number of impressive D-rank high-tier students. However, Ma was scrolling through the data when he suddenly recognized a name at the absolute bottom of the list. He looked toward the corner, spotted Ash, and was completely shocked. He was baffled as he began to question how Ash could be reduced to only a mere E-rank basic tier awakened on the list. Ash was taken aback by the data on his wristband as well. The surrounding students began to murmur right then and there, turning their heads to stare at Ash. They whispered among themselves, questioning how Ash's rank could have tanked all the way down to E-rank basic tier when his initial test had clearly shown a C rank. A few onlookers concluded that the Demon Heart testing device must have truly malfunctioned during his first assessment. Others mentioned that they had been planning to squad up with Ash if they could not get into Cole's team, but noted that since he was stuck at basic E rank, nobody would want to team up with him now. While the students gossiped throughout the hall, Cole sat on his side of the room looking highly puzzled by the sudden drop in Ash's rank. However, he suspected that this sudden development had a lot to do with his uncle Logan. Sitting with the instructors, Logan looked at his nephew and thought to himself that the stupid boy still had no idea how to actually use power and manipulate people. He resolved to let this situation school him, pleased that his rival would not even make it to the starting line of the exam. It was a highly tricky and disgusting manipulation, but Logan was fully prepared to enforce it to ensure that Ash would not even be able to sign in to the upcoming tournament. The instructor ordered everyone to hurry up and secure their teams. The crowded hall erupted into a flurry of movement as students immediately rushed toward Cole, calling out his name and pleading with him to let them join his squad. Cole bore them no mind, remaining completely detached as multiple people continued to shout over one another, begging for a slot on his elite team. Just then, the student sitting beside Cole stood up and screamed loudly at the crowd, telling them to pipe down and back off. Despite the warning, even more students pressed forward, pleading for a chance to enlist. Half an hour later, the chaotic team formations were completely finalized, and groups had begun settling around the auditorium. Meanwhile, Ash and his roommates stood by a quiet corner of the hall, entirely separated from the crowd like a group of standard leftovers. Ma Long sighed, pointing out that he had literally asked everyone in the room, and absolutely no one wanted to partner with them, leaving only the 4 of them standing alone, muttering that at this rate, they would not even qualify to register for the graduation exams. Ma Long exhaled heavily, noting that something was incredibly fishy about the whole situation. He insisted there was no way Ash was actually a bottom-tier basic E rank. He reasoned that because the new rules required at least 5 people to register, with at least 1 member hitting the high E rank tier or above, someone was obviously targeting their dormitory on purpose to disqualify them. Ash stood in the quiet space, reflecting on the situation. He recognized that the graduation combat exam was everyone's single shot at making it big, since only the highest team scores would secure good job offers from top corporations. He analyzed the exam mechanics, calculating that the monster spawns inside the dungeon would scale directly with the squad's size. He understood that a larger number of people did not automatically guarantee a better score, which was exactly why nobody wanted any dead weight dragging them down, even if they could not get into an elite squad like Cole's. It was a brutal bottleneck, and the 3 lowest-ranked students in the entire institution happened to be his exact roommates. Just then, a student from another group called out across the space to Weston, telling him that their team needed exactly 1 more person and asking him to join them. The student urged Weston not to team up with the 3 basic E-rank losers from his room, warning him that if he stayed with them, he might not even make it to graduation. Ash watched the interaction closely, knowing that under these strict constraints, basic E-rank students were pretty much guaranteed to be abandoned by the rest of the class. It was an unfortunate reality that would cause his friends to lose their shot at the graduation exam entirely. Weston, however, did not hesitate. He looked back at the recruiter and stated firmly that his dormitory had already packed a team together, adding that he was absolutely not abandoning his brothers. The other students sighed in disappointment and turned away, calling Weston an idiot and muttering that he was just a filler choice anyway. Weston barked back at them, telling them to stop looking down on his friends. By this point, the vast majority of the students had already been accepted into squads. With only a few empty slots remaining in the entire hall, Ma Long began to show visible signs of fear. He noted out loud that almost everyone was finished forming teams, and there were barely any unaligned high E-rank students left, leaving them 1 member short with nobody willing to take them in. Ash shifted his gaze toward the instructor's table, locking his eyes on the career coordinator, Logan. He analyzed Logan's profile, noting he was a mid-tier C rank who shared the exact same last name as Cole. Ash deduced that Logan was undoubtedly part of the prominent Gong clan. He recognized that the man had deliberately changed the critical exam rules on a whim and faked Ash's rank assessment simply to prevent other students from teaming up with him. Ash wondered if the Gong clan truly viewed him as such a massive threat to Cole. He understood that people with power would do whatever it takes to get what they wanted, but he firmly resolved that he was taking this graduation exam no matter what obstacles they threw his way. Ash began to quietly circulate his energy, preparing to switch his class. He resolved that, since they were choosing to play dirty, he would not hold back either. He knew the official test was not the only way to prove his true capabilities. Seeing the sudden shift in his demeanor, Ma Long nervously asked what he was planning to do. Ash simply stepped forward and began walking directly toward the instructors. As he moved, arcs of visible electricity began to crackle and exude from his body, causing the surrounding students to grow frightened by his sudden momentum. Ash reflected on the Academy's regulations, knowing that Awakener schools maintained one special, deep-rooted tradition to help students master their classes and combat skills. A student could challenge anyone to a one-on-one duel, anytime, anywhere. While it was a risky move, it remained the absolute fastest way to demonstrate what a warrior was truly made of. Ash knew most people would chicken out from a random challenge, but Cole definitely would not. His calculated plan was to walk straight up to Cole and challenge him in front of everyone. Cole looked back, his eyes meeting Ash's across the room. He instantly discerned what Ash was planning to do. Ash knew that all he had to do was defeat the top student, and every classmate hunting for a high score would come begging to join his squad. But before he could issue the challenge, a clear voice called out to Ash from behind, asking if his squad still had an open slot. Ash was completely taken aback. He turned around and realized the speaker was Arya. She walked forward and elegantly announced to the room that she would love to join his team for this year's graduation exam. She noted that she had already hit the D rank back in middle school, so she promised she would not drag them down and would be of genuine help. The members of Ash's team were stunned by her sudden appearance, their faces lighting up with immense excitement as they watched Arya walk toward them. Across the hall, Ching blew his top, screaming loudly to demand what she thought she was doing. Her sudden intervention caught both Cole and Logan completely off guard, leaving them thoroughly surprised. The onlookers whispered in disbelief that the vice president, Arya, was actually teaming up with Ash's leftover squad. They noted that she was an elite exchange student who wanted to take their graduation exam, watching in shock as she walked straight up to Ash. Logan's mind raced as he struggled to understand why the girl was suddenly helping outsiders. He called out to her immediately, pointing out that as an exchange student she did not technically qualify for their graduation exam. He added that she had never completed a formal rank assessment since transferring to the campus, meaning he had never seen any official documentation of her current rank. He asserted that her participation was completely against standard registration regulations. Suddenly, the physical space near the stage shifted as Steven instantly appeared in the room. He walked forward, confirming that Mr. Gong was absolutely right. Logan was profoundly shocked by the sudden arrival, wondering why the president himself was intervening in a student assembly. Steven turned to Arya, mentioning that since she was only here for a short exchange, he wondered why she was getting mixed up in all of this. Ash watched the high-level conversation unfold right in front of him. He recognized that the president's primary class was a warrior, leaving him briefly analytical as to how the man had managed to appear so instantly across the space. Steven looked at Arya, stating that if she participated, it would break the overall fairness of the competition. He added that the graduation exam only truly mattered when the students showed their own real strength. Arya gave a slight disappointed shrug, muttering that it was a total bummer. Meanwhile, Ash quietly attempted to analyze the ranks of both Steven and Arya, but he quickly realized his system could not read their profiles at all, meaning their power completely outranked what his current abilities could fathom. Logan quickly nodded in agreement with the president, affirming that their university held such a stellar reputation precisely because they always strictly followed the regulations. However, Steven turned back to Logan, his tone shifting into something far heavier. He stated that the National Awakener University's true mission was to cultivate top-tier awakeners and provide them with the absolute best stage to prove themselves, ensuring a steady pipeline of talent to the world. He reminded Logan that the graduation combat exam was a decades-old tradition and one of the most critical turning points in a student's life. The ambient temperature of the room seemed to drop, as Steven added that if students were to lose their chance due to manufactured special circumstances, the school would not be able to live with itself. The heavy weight of the president's words fell squarely on Logan. He felt a wave of cold sweat, wondering if the old man was actively calling him out. He worried that Steven had caught on to the fact that he had rigged the rank data. Logan knew the president never got involved with small fries, leading him to suspect that Steven and Arya were working together specifically to protect Ash. Recognizing that it was completely pointless to pick a fight with a powerful president, Logan quickly calculated his next move. He looked toward Cole, reasoning that this was all he could do for his nephew at this stage. He noted that since all the other top-tier students had already finished forming their teams, Ash would be forced to drag his 3 low-ranked roommates into the dungeon, meaning Cole's elite squad should still easily breeze through the competition. With his decision made, Logan turned and bowed deeply toward the president, proclaiming that the president was absolutely right, and that his office had been far too short-sighted by not considering how the current rules might exclude certain individuals. Turning back to the entire auditorium, Logan loudly announced that teams with fewer than 5 members, or those without a high-tier rank, were now officially permitted to register. He declared that the doors to the graduation combat exam were officially open to everyone. This sudden rule reversal made it fully possible for Ash and his roommates to register as a valid 4-man group. Ma Long, Shengju, and Weston were extremely excited, loudly hyping themselves up in that moment. As the commotion settled, Steven and Arya sat down together near the front. Steven looked at her, noting that her interest in the local students ran much deeper than he had originally anticipated. He observed the playing field, pointing out that on one side stood Cole, leading the strongest squad in the university's history, while on the other side stood Ash, partnered with the 3 lowest-ranked roommates in the entire school. The president admitted he could not help but wonder which dungeon the groups would select, and what kind of scores they would ultimately pull off. Just then, the coordinator's voice echoed through the auditorium, informing the assembly that now that the teams were fully locked in, the captains could immediately submit their dungeon selections on their wristbands. Almost the exact second the announcement finished, a notification flashed on the main command terminal. Someone had already submitted their selection. The announcer was completely taken aback by the incredible speed of the submission. Some of the other kids recognized who it was instantly. It was Ash. He had locked in their destination instantly. Looking at their screens, Ash's roommates gasped in absolute horror at the specific dungeon he had chosen. The entire auditorium fell into a shocked stillness as the surrounding students realized what had just been selected. Ash bore their shouting no mind. He simply stood his ground at the center of the hall, knowing exactly what he was doing. The graduation combat exam serves as the students' very first shot at tackling a real dungeon as a cooperative team. Inside the dungeon, squads rack up vital credits by slaying both the floor overlords and the standard trash mobs. The grading criteria are incredibly strict. Achieving a 100% clear rate is worth exactly 10 points, while defeating the main overlord earns a team 20 points. Managing a shorter, more efficient clear time awards an additional 20 points. Different dungeon ranks indicate entirely different difficulty tiers, and they carry distinct score multipliers. For instance, if a squad selects a standard F-rank dungeon, their maximum possible score is capped at 75 points. However, by choosing an E-rank dungeon, a team can theoretically reach a perfect 100 points, which is considered a highly respectable score. The top-scoring teams traditionally receive immediate job offers from the prestigious Imperial Guild, while the overall most valuable player secures a coveted management slot at the Imperial Guild, alongside a straight-up $1 million cash bonus. While waiting, one of the students mentioned that the current school record stood at 90 points. A feat set by an Academy legend back in the day who now leads the elite King Squad. Another student responded that E-rank dungeons are incredibly brutal, noting that a squad would realistically need at least 3 D-rank awakeners just to have a prayer of clearing one. They added that Cole's squad might actually break the long-standing school record this time around. It was at that exact moment that Ash submitted his squad's dungeon selection on his wristband. When the data processed, the Academy instructors were completely taken aback, their eyes widening in sheer shock as they stared at the command monitor. Ash's leftover team had locked in a D-rank dungeon. He pointed out that no graduating class in the history of the institution had ever successfully cleared a D-rank dungeon, concluding that the idiot who submitted it must have fat-fingered the choice by accident. Inside the hall, Ma Long continuously screamed at Ash, demanding to know why he would do such a thing and begging him to take the selection back immediately. Behind them, Weston was also sweating and crying heavily, calling Ash an absolute lunatic and wondering why he had teamed up with a group of psychos. The system required every member of the squad to either accept or reject the submission before the team could move forward. Ma Long kept shouting at Ash, asking him if he was absolutely sure about this, reminding him that a D-rank dungeon literally means pure hell. Ash looked back at him with an unshakable calmness and confidently confirmed that he was sure. Suddenly, a notification chimed across the auditorium. Cole had just selected a D-rank dungeon for his squad as well. With all members of Cole's elite team quickly confirming the choice, they officially locked in their destination. The surrounding students were completely bewildered by the realization that 2 different teams were actively stepping into D-rank territory. However, unlike the chaos surrounding Ash, Cole's team looked entirely calm, radiating massive confidence in their ability to conquer the zone. The lady in Cole's squad scoffed loudly, looking over at Ash's group and calling them a bunch of losers who were simply trying to act tough. She remarked that they were too blind to see how completely outclassed they were, adding that since Ash's team knew they were scraping the bottom anyway, they were likely just trying to make a spectacle of themselves. She sneered that their team would never actually sign off on a D-rank zone, advising them to get out while they still could and find another squad to join as her teammates laughed down at them. Ma Long, however, stopped shouting as he noticed the look in Ash's eyes. He recognized a powerful presence radiating from him, wondering to himself when Ash had even changed like this. He reflected on the fact that he had spent all 4 years of academy training having Ash watch his back. Yet the man standing before him now felt entirely different. Moved by that unwavering confidence, Ma Long suddenly pressed the confirmation button on his wristband. He shouted out that since they had made it this far together, he guessed he would stick with Ash until the bitter end. Right after him, Yu accepted the request as well, stating that since they were already dead last anyway, it didn't matter if it was a D-rank or an F-rank dungeon. He reasoned that since they had come this far, they might as well see what a real D-rank dungeon looked like. Weston gritted his teeth, looking at his brother and Ma Long. He complained that he was supposed to be the boss of their dormitory, so he was baffled as to how he ended up being the very last one to decide. With a grin, he slammed his confirmation button, telling them to count him in. He stated that it was all or nothing, and since they were graduating anyway, if they were going to go crazy, they might as well go completely crazy together. With all 4 members officially accepting, the automated announcer cleared their registration. Ash looked at his roommates, briefly surprised by their sudden willingness to believe in him and let him carry them through this trial. He looked at them and apologized for picking such a high-risk zone, explaining that they needed the D-rank multiplier if they wanted to take the MVP title. Cole overheard the statement and paused, visibly shocked by the sheer scale of Ash's ambition. Ash turned to his group and added that now that they were all stuck gambling their futures together on this thing, they might as well snag that top score together. Cole walked straight up to Ash, looking down at him condescendingly. He stated flatly that the MVP title belonged to him, asserting that only one person got to be known as the strongest in the entire university. Ash turned his head, calmly meeting Cole's gaze without flinching. Watching from the front row, Arya noted that it was the first time she had ever seen that specific, intense look on Cole's face. She recognized that because of Ash's bold move, the fierce rivalry between the two students had just officially gone public. Stephen, sitting right beside her, observed the scene and remarked that the youth of today were remarkably fearless in the face of the unknown. Arya countered softly, noting that Ash picking a D-rank dungeon was way too ballsy. She reasoned that even if Ash was a true C-rank awakener, carrying a team of low-rankers through a D-rank dungeon completely solo was practically impossible. She calculated that while a D-rank dungeon granted a massive 3x multiplier that theoretically maxed out at 150 points, it remained multiple times harder than an E-rank zone. Given their team's current firepower, she deduced that this was clearly not the smart play. Stephen remained in his seat, noting that Arya was exactly right. He calculated that the students had barely 2 weeks left until the exam, meaning there was absolutely no way Ash's crew would experience a major power spike in that short time frame. He muttered that he could only hope Ash's squad could put up something halfway decent when the time came. With exactly 17 days remaining until the exam, the scene shifted to the academy training grounds. Ash was out in the open field, putting his roommates through an intense physical workout. Ma Long walked over, heavily complaining about the regimen. He shouted that everyone else was currently grinding inside the high-tech operation chambers, working on elemental control and simulated monster fights, and demanded to know why Ash had them doing dodgeball and suicide sprints instead. He questioned what the point was, snapping that their exam was not the frickin' Olympics. Ash stopped and looked at his exhausted friends. He told them flatly that right now, drilling elemental skills and simulated fights was completely useless because those digital simulations were not real. He explained that when they step into an unknown dungeon and face monsters they have never seen before, the terror and chaos will come crushing down on them all at once. He insisted that what saves a warrior in that exact moment is not textbook knowledge rattling around their skull or some half-baked ability combo thrown together at the last second. Instead, he told them that only their raw guts and honed instincts would save them. Ash explained that the stamina, burst speed, and reaction times they were drilling right now were entirely meant to sharpen their body's raw, physical instincts. He pointed out that school simulations could only take them so far, whereas what actually mattered was real combat inside actual dungeons. However, he noted that regular people could not get anywhere near real training dungeons for practice. He stated that the individuals who had access to those perks and high-level connections were the folks who were not regular to begin with, clearly referring to Cole and the elite families. He noted that those clans would do whatever it took to keep the gap between themselves and everyone else extremely wide, ensuring they stayed on top forever. He added that from the day those elites were born, they possessed resources that regular people could chase for their entire lives and never obtain. Weston looked up from the grass, asking what people like them who had absolutely nothing were supposed to do then. Ash's response was clear. He told them that they were going to get admitted into the Imperial Guild by smashing through the class ceiling with the highest score the school had ever seen. He reminded them that the graduation exam was everyone's single shot to leapfrog ahead in life, and he admitted that it was his own best shot as well. He promised them that he was going to give absolutely everything he had to pull it off, resolving right there in their presence that they were winning this exam regardless of the odds. Ash routinely closed his eyes to enter the dream sphere with exactly 15 days remaining until the exam, returning to the crushing gravity of the falling star wasteland. He trained heavily against the B-rank phantom mains. The monsters swarmed him relentlessly, their heavy claws striking his shoulders as he struggled to maintain his footing under the intense downward pressure. As the countdown reached 10 days, Ash maintained a dual routine. By day, he put his roommates through rigorous physical drills out on the field, and by night, he returned to the dream sphere to push himself against the endless waves of phantom mains. Meanwhile, across the campus, Cole was also training heavily with his own elite group. With 5 days left, the grueling routine began to yield visible results. The roommates of Ash were moving with noticeably better speed and precision during their drills, while Ash continued to push his physical limits to the absolute maximum. By the time only 3 days remained, Cole had completed his own rigorous preparation, successfully unlocking additional abilities for his class. With 2 days left, the persistent efforts of Ash in the high-gravity wasteland paid off as his system updated, showing he had leveled up to level 16. With his enhanced stats, taking down multiple phantom mains in the other dimension became significantly easier, his movements carrying a grounded, heavy efficiency. Noting that the real battle was finally beginning, the calendar officially turned to June 17, 2157, the day of the graduation combat exam. A small, floating drone companion hovered before the squad of Ash, introducing itself as their automated companion for the test. Ash and his roommates donned their standard combat suits. Their bodies looked noticeably bulkier and more conditioned from the weeks of non-stop physical conditioning, their stances anchored and ready. The drone instructed them to ensure their wristbands and gear were properly equipped, announcing that the graduation exam was officially starting. With their equipment locked in, Ash and his team stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the portal gate into the D-rank dungeon. Elsewhere on campus, inside the National Awakener University Administration Building, Stephen was walking through the main corridor when he encountered a prominent visitor. He greeted the man, noting it had been a long time since they last met. The visitor was Soren, the co-founder of the prestigious Imperial Guild and the father of Cole. Soren thanked the president for waiting as they walked together. Near the windows, a few instructors peeked outside and murmured in admiration, recognizing Soren as one of the legendary founders of the Imperial Guild. They noticed a luxury car parked right behind him and wondered who could possibly be inside, noting that it must be someone of immense importance to warrant an official reception from both the guild founder and the university president. The car door opened slowly, and a distinguished man stepped out into the morning air. The observing instructors gasped in total shock as they recognized Carl Cavendish, the vice chairman of the Global Guild Alliance. The teachers whispered loudly among themselves, amazed that the vice chairman of the entire alliance had actually arrived at their school. They remarked that a regular person could go their whole life without ever seeing someone of his stature, noting that the administration wing had been completely cleared out for his arrival. Since the Guild Alliance effectively ran the global infrastructure, the onlookers knew that simply getting on their radar could permanently elevate a student's career. Shortly after, inside a wide briefing room equipped with a massive, segmented monitoring screen, Logan stood before the guests to present the exam data. He explained that a total of 184 students were participating in the graduation combat exam, divided across 28 separate squads. He pointed out that 23 squads had selected standard F-rank dungeons, while 3 squads had opted for E-rank dungeons. The large screens displayed live footage of the various teams entering their respective zones. Logan then noted that 2 squads had chosen to enter D-rank dungeons. This revelation caught the attention of Sigrid, the Secretary General of the Guild Alliance. She noted that D-rank dungeons were considered dangerous areas even for professional guild teams, questioning Logan as to whether the faculty had properly warned the students about the extreme risks involved. Logan quickly reassured the Secretary General, stating that they had briefed the examinees thoroughly. He explained that because most students lacked real combat experience, they remained stuck at the basic E-rank tier, meaning they could barely handle the standard trash mobs found inside F-rank dungeons. On the monitoring screens, footage from an F-rank dungeon showed students screaming loudly as they threw everything they had against an F-rank overlord monster. Logan pointed out that overlords were entirely different beasts compared to regular mobs, but he emphasized that E-rank dungeons were a completely different ballgame. He explained that a single trash mob inside an E-rank zone hit just as hard as an F-rank overlord. The screen showed an unprepared student shrieking in a corner, entirely terrified for his life. Logan concluded that for the vast majority of their students, clearing even an E-rank dungeon was basically mission impossible. Sigrid then questioned him regarding the safety protocols in place, should the students run into critical danger. Logan explained that the Secretary General had no need to worry, asserting that the students were the university's most valuable assets. He revealed that armed Imperial Guild units were stationed right outside every single dungeon entrance on standby, ready to intervene the moment a critical threat was detected. Furthermore, he noted that the exam wristbands were equipped with a built-in emergency function. If the students chose to forfeit, or if the examiner called it quits from the command center, the device would instantly pull them straight out of the dungeon and back to the base. Sigrid nodded, observing that even with all those safety measures, it was remarkable that 2 squads still possessed the nerve to select a D-rank zone. She remarked that the university seemed to have some genuine talent this year, noting it would be interesting to watch how it unfolded. Logan turned his face back toward the massive screen, keeping his thoughts to himself. Looking directly at the sector displaying the team of Ash, he silently noted that he could not wait to see how long the leftovers lasted before bailing. He reasoned that the brats would come crawling back through the emergency portal at any second. Inside the chilling environment of the D-rank dungeon, known as the Cold Frost Crevice, the team of Ash advanced cautiously. The air was perfectly still until they noticed movement above. Perched on the heavy branches of the frosted trees were multiple monkey-like creatures with leathery wings, known as ghost wing apes. Ash remained entirely calm, his voice steady as he identified them as ghost wing apes. He explained that they were a cloud-type monster that specialized in aggressive swarm tactics. Before he could even finish his warning, the pack of ghostwing apes launched themselves simultaneously from the trees, dropping through the frozen air to attack the group. Ash shouted to brace for impact. The apes swooped down with heavy momentum, but to their own surprise, the roommates of Ash executed rapid, fluid movements, dodging the initial claws of the D-rank monsters in an instant. Ma and the others scrambled back, completely stunned to realize they had actually dodged the assault of a D-rank creature. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed through the stillness of the crevice as a ghostwing ape crashed heavily onto the frozen ground. The roommates looked over, completely taken aback by the sight. Moving with absolute efficiency, Ash had already intercepted the trajectory of the dive bombs, killing 2 of the monkey-like beasts before they could even reset their stances. Ash turned to his roommates and told them that with their current strength, they still could not handle these creatures. He instructed them to focus entirely on staying safe, adding that they should leave the rest of the horde to him. Upon saying this, he instantly dashed away to take down the bat monkeys. Just as he had commanded, the other boys concentrated entirely on their positioning, trying their very best to dodge the incoming aerial attacks from the remaining creatures. During the scramble, Weston was forced back against a large, frosted tree trunk, finding himself temporarily cornered by one of the beasts. He reflected on their weeks of preparation, realizing that all the time they had spent drilling their reflexes and burst power under Ash's supervision, Ash had never actually expected them to contribute to the core combat. He understood that the training was designed solely so they could protect themselves from being instantly overwhelmed. Weston felt a surge of frustration at this realization. He recognized that he had always been the established boss of their dormitory for the longest time, yet now he was forced to rely completely on Ash just to get through his graduation exam. He watched with a mixture of annoyance and deep admiration as Ash moved fluidly through the shadows, taking his time to systematically slice through multiple ghostwing apes in a matter of moments. The remaining monsters grew highly agitated by the rapid loss of their pack members. They veered in mid-air, dashing aggressively toward Ash in retaliation. But Ash did not relent for a single second, maintaining a steady pacing as his blade sliced through several more creatures in an instant. Weston stared at the display, acknowledging that when Ma Long had previously claimed Ash was strong, he had not believed it at all. Seeing it now with his own eyes, he discerned that Ash's capabilities were not like those of a standard graduating student. He was clearly operating like a battle-hardened warrior. He felt left in the dust as his roommate demonstrated such immense reliability. Just then, one of the detached Ghostwing apes launched a sudden dive bomb to attack Yu and Ma Long. Yu screamed out loud, warning Ma Long that another creature was coming from directly behind them. In that split second, Weston twirled toward the descending beast, throwing his weight forward to grab the creature firmly by its leg. He shouted over to his brother and Ma Long, telling them to move to the right and asserting that they could not continue to act as dead weight while relying on Ash for everything. He reminded them heavily that this was not just Ash's graduation exam. The others were visibly moved by his sudden resolve. Weston screamed at them again, emphasizing that it was their graduation exam as well. Yu recognized the truth in his brother's words and resolved himself instantly. He circulated his energy and conjured thick, binding plants directly from the frozen ground, thrusting the vines upward to wrap around the creature. The plants bound the Ghostwing ape in an instant, restricting its movements, but the binding attack was slightly weak. The D-rank creature flexed its muscles and broke through the vines in an instant. You shouted in frustration that the monster had broken free. Before the creature could fully recover its balance, Ma Long activated his ice skill, unleashing a frost technique toward the target. Ma Long screamed out that he had successfully slowed it down, urging you to strike together with him. You immediately used his skill to bind the monster with plants once more. Working simultaneously, they managed to freeze and bind the creature in place, locking it down completely. You then screamed for Weston, telling him that now was his chance to use his fireball attack. Weston quickly conjured a concentrated sphere of fire within his palm, thrusting the skill directly toward the restricted monster. The fireball struck the creature squarely, but the fire did not deal massive damage. The Ghostwing ape simply screamed loudly in heavy annoyance at them. Refusing to let the opening slip, Weston rushed forward, thrusting multiple follow-up attacks at the beast to steadily chip away at its durability. The creature roared loudly under the pressure. You strained every nerve to hold the vines tight, while Ma Long simultaneously did his absolute best to maintain the freezing pressure to keep the monster anchored to the floor. Weston gritted his teeth, deciding to go all out. He infused the entirety of his remaining energy into a single, massive attack. With a loud roar, he jumped high into the frozen air, using his downward momentum to thrust the explosive skill right at the locked-down Ghostwing ape. The strike landed heavily, causing a massive explosion to ripple through the immediate space, blasting the monster to a pulp in an instant. The drone companion hovering nearby immediately chimed, announcing to the group that the Ghostwing ape had been officially defeated. Upon hearing the confirmation, the three roommates collapsed to the ground in absolute exhaustion. Despite their fatigue, they were extremely excited, applauding themselves for successfully taking down a genuine D-rank monster through their own cooperative efforts. By the corner of the clearing, Ash watched them, feeling genuinely surprised and impressed by their ability to coordinate and defeat the beast. Weston looked up at him from the ground, offering a tired grin and remarking that the fight was easy. Ash smiled back at them warmly, affirming that they had actually done incredibly well. Although Ash had already systematically taken down the vast majority of the other monsters occupying that specific layer, the drone companion updated its display, announcing that all regular monsters in this layer had been successfully defeated. Meanwhile, inside the central control room where the administration faculty was monitoring the live streams, Logan stood completely frozen in shock. He stared at the screen, bewildered as to how such an outcome was even possible. He reasoned that these useless students possessed zero real combat experience, making it highly improbable for them to kill a D-rank monster well above their designated skill level. Standing nearby, Soren and Steven looked on, quite impressed by the performance. Carl looked closely at Ash's display. He observed that the young man was performing quite well, pointing out Ash as he stood smiling on the monitor. And he expressed that he looks exactly like a certain acquaintance that he once had. Upon hearing this, everyone around the room felt quite surprised that he could recognize a regular student. But just then, Logan began to laugh, pointing out that the other team choosing a D-rank dungeon had already fought halfway through their area as well. Sigurd observed that their coordination was flawless, remarking that they looked exactly like a professional guild raid team. Carl found the situation interesting, adding that this year's graduating class was turning out to be quite impressive. This filled Logan with excitement, as he privately reasoned that the battle had only just begun, and the real show was still ahead. The environment shifted to a different space within the Greenvine Grottos of the D-rank dungeon. One of the support members on Cole's team immediately applied a debuff skill to the creatures, while another member in the corner activated a skill that gathered the enemies, pulling them tightly together like a magnetic force. At that exact moment, Cole dashed forward and drew his sword. He swung the blade with heavy force, striking them with a fiery skill that caused the entire gathering of monsters to explode in an instant. He calmly returned his sword to its sheath and stared straight ahead. Cole calculated that these exam monsters were identical to the ones they had faced during their training sessions, making the combat feel like second nature at that point. Nearby, some of the other team members similarly gathered that life became much easier when knowing the right people, believing they would become the champions in no time. Cole began to walk forward, and Chen called out for the remaining members to follow as they advanced further into the depths of the dungeon. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Ash's team as they navigated the heavy, snowy terrain. They eventually arrived at the Cloud West Summit Peak within the D-rank dungeon. Weston expressed his disbelief to the team, mentioning that he could hardly believe they had actually made it to the top of the mountain. Right in front of them they spotted a different creature known as the Frost Wraith Ape, a massive, heavily built gorilla that was busy tearing apart a monkey bat for its meal. Observing the large beast, Ma and Weston felt a sudden wave of fear. While they were quietly talking amongst themselves, the creature suddenly noticed their presence and turned its eyes directly toward them. Ma panicked because he recognized that the beast was staring straight at them, and the creature wasted no time, roaring loudly through the chilly air before charging directly at them. While Ma and the Shang brothers turned and ran away, Ash stood his ground, fully prepared to face the massive ape directly. Ash dashed forward instantly and delivered a heavy kick to the ape's face, causing the large creature to tumble backward, crash onto the hard ground, and bounce upward into the air. Instantly, Ash quickly moved to the other side, took a firm stance and cleanly sliced the massive ape into multiple pieces with absolute precision before it could even hit the ground. Seeing this outcome, one of the Shang brothers called out to the group, pointing toward a specific spot and noting the large amount of mana crystals gathered there. He suggested that the large beast must have stashed the crystals inside the tree hollow, judging by the sheer volume, and he suspected there had to be at least mid-tier mana crystals inside. They all stood completely mesmerized by the shining objects, and Weston did not waste any time before extending his hand to grab one. Ash tried his absolute best to yell at them to hold on, as he had deduced that this setup was most likely a trap, considering it a classic rookie mistake. It was already too late, as Weston had already placed his hand on the crystal. The moment he did, a blinding light flashed directly in front of them, serving as the catalyst for their sudden misfortune as the entire area froze over in an instant due to the touched crystal. The sudden freeze caught everyone off guard, and even the monitoring robot coordinating their activities froze solid and tumbled to the ground. The entire space quickly lost its signal, leaving the control room completely blank. Meanwhile, Logan seemed to possess all the details and knew exactly that this outcome would happen. He privately concluded that the group had fallen straight into a trap, reasoning that high-level monsters were actually quite intelligent. Thinking that this moment marked the absolute end of their graduation exam. Seeing this, Carl mentioned to Logan that under such circumstances, the students' lives were clearly endangered. Logan agreed completely, stating that saving the students was their top priority, and that the guild rescue team needed to step in immediately, even if it meant ending the exam. However, Steven intervened and suggested that they should give the students a little more time, a statement that left Soren and Logan completely shocked. Steven doubled down on his stance, explaining that the wristbands continuously monitored their physical condition, and all vital signs remained concurrently stable. He added that there was no indication in their neural data of a desire to quit the game yet, concluding that the choice to withdraw should be left entirely in the hands of the examinees themselves. Soren looked visibly annoyed by Steven's sudden interruption, but he resolved to stay quiet. Back at the exam site, Ma discovered that he was surprisingly not frozen solid, though he began to sneeze heavily from the bitter cold while his teammates stood frozen stiff behind him. He understood that this survival made sense because he utilized an ice attribute skill, giving him a natural resistance to the freezing temperatures that kept him from becoming solid ice. However, his relief was short-lived as he suddenly heard heavy laughter coming from a nearby corner. Looking up, he shrieked loudly as he discovered the actual boss of the terrain, a massive creature floating directly above him. Ma was completely bewildered and gripped by intense fear, recognizing that this entity was the true lord of the dungeon. He calculated that he had seen this specific creature inside the monster manual before. It was a cloud elemental mage that specialized entirely in ice manipulation, relying on wide area of effect spells and heavy knockback abilities to control the battlefield. These entities were known to be insidious and cunning, deriving a sick pleasure from tormenting their prey before delivering the final blow. He glared directly at the monster, identifying it as a frostbound Lich King. He stood up and immediately ran toward Ash to free him from the thick ice. As he ran, Ma Long recognized that this was a rare C-rank monster lord, and there was absolutely no way he could fight it by himself. He knew he had to hurry to release Ash before it was too late. Before he could reach his destination, the frostbound Lich King fired a fast ice projectile straight at Ma Long's lower leg, causing him to crash hard onto the frozen ground. The creature began to laugh mockingly, watching Ma Long's weakened body struggle on the floor. Ma Long's exam wristband began to beep loudly, flashing a warning that a critical injury was detected in his lower left leg and asking if he wished to withdraw from the examination. Ma Long gritted his teeth and refused to forfeit, muttering that he needed to dissolve the ice around Ash immediately. He activated his Perfect Origin skill, a specialized technique that purifies energy into a single target to gradually cleanse status debuffs. He reasoned that if he could just defrost Ash, they would still have a fighting chance against the monster lord. However, the frostbound Lich King launched a second projectile, striking Ma Long straight in the hand. The force of the blow broke his concentration, causing the purification process to fail, as Ma Long fell heavily onto the ground. Ma Long found himself in an incredibly dangerous situation, his physical state completely compromised. The leech continued to laugh, completely overpowering him as the wristband beeped relentlessly with safety alerts, asking again if he wanted to withdraw due to the mounting injuries across his body. Ma Long remained completely resolved to pass this test. He reflected on his past, realizing that running away from every challenge and struggle he had ever faced was the exact reason he was constantly left behind. In the past, he had been overlooked, ridiculed, and constantly humiliated, treated as though he did not matter at all. He had put everything on the line just to get to this exam, enduring grueling training against all odds for a single chance to permanently change his life. He resolved that there was absolutely no way he would give up now. Gathering every ounce of his remaining energy, Ma Long activated his Perfect Origin skill once more, pushing his power to the absolute limit to purify the ice-holding Ash. Sensing the threat, the frostbound Lich King countered from behind, propelling multiple sharp ice spears flying directly toward Ma Long's back. Ma Long ignored the incoming danger, screaming loudly as he channeled all his energy into a final push to crush the ice structure in front of him. His gamble paid off. Inside the freezing block, Ash woke up instantly as his body began to surge with powerful electrical energy. Before the ice projectiles could pierce Ma Long's back, Ash shattered the remaining frost, grabbed Ma Long in a swift motion, and used his extreme speed to dash completely away from the danger zone. The frostbound Lich King's laughter stopped, thoroughly stunned by the rapid retreat. Ash placed Ma Long down gently in a safer corner of the cavern. Looking completely depleted, Ma Long looked up and sighed, noting that in the end, Ash still had to break free on his own regardless of his efforts. Ash looked down at his roommate and told him firmly that he was wrong, assuring him that his purification had been a huge help. Our boy then asked if he was going to be okay given the state of his legs. Ma Long nodded slightly, mentioning that it was nothing serious and that he had already managed to stop the bleeding. He warned Ash that the C-rank Cloud Elemental Monster Lord was an incredibly powerful frostbound Lich King, insisting that they could not allow it to freeze them again no matter what. Just then, Ash turned his head as he sensed a massive gathering of energy above them. The frostbound Lich King had conjured a colossal ball of ice that rumbled heavily as it hovered in the sky. Ash stood up straight, turning his body to face the Monster Lord directly. Ma Long cried out in utter shock at the sheer scale of the active skill. Ma Long screamed, asking how the creature could summon a frost nova of that colossal size, concluding that there was absolutely no way for them to dodge an attack that wide. The frostbound Lich King dropped the colossal ice mass straight down, crushing the entire floor of the cavern in an instant. A heavy cloud of frost and debris blanketed the area. The leech hovered safely in the air, laughing loudly as it expected that the massive skill had completely destroyed everything beneath it. However, as the seconds ticked by, the creature's laughter faded. It looked forward in total surprise, sensing that something strange was happening directly within the impact zone. As the frost cleared, it revealed that Ash had utilized his class-switching ability to assume the form of the Gravehound King, granting him a specialized frost physique. The system updated, showing that this form guaranteed total immunity to freezing temperatures while significantly increasing all his resistances in low-temperature environments. The Leech King screamed loudly in absolute shock at the sight. Behind him, Ma Long was completely bewildered by the sudden display of power. He asked Ash what had just happened to him, questioning if he was truly a lightning elemental assassin, or if he was actually a one-in-a-million type of awakener. Ma Long realized with dramatic certainty that Ash was a rare dual-class user. Ash stood firmly in the frozen clearing, utilizing his system to switch his active class once more. He looked back at Ma Long and apologized, stating that he had misjudged the baseline difficulty of the dungeon, and admitting it was his fault that the three of them were put in such extreme danger. He declared that the danger ended right now. With a deliberate movement, he shifted his class to the infernal Rakshasa form, imbuing his body with the dark, heavy energy he had previously acquired from the Abyssal Fiend. Gripping his massive sword tightly in his hands, Ash assumed his fully transformed Abyssal form. He looked back at Ma Long one last time, stating flatly that he would finish this fight right away. This sudden class change was very frightening to Ma Long. Normally, an awakened individual could only awaken into a single class, but in extremely rare cases, about 1 in 10 million, an awakened could awaken into 2 distinct classes. Across the whole world, there were fewer than 10 of these dual-class awakeners. Once someone like that was discovered, every major guild party immediately fought to recruit them. However, what Ma Long was witnessing in this moment was entirely beyond reality for him. He recognized that Ash actually possessed more than just 1 or even 2 classes, but 3 distinct classes. Ash stood there elegantly as he held onto his sword, his stamina and strength rising steadily in the stillness of the cavern. Ma Long was still taken aback, feeling a deep sense of awe as he deduced that every single one of Ash's new classes was terrifyingly strong. Without a moment of hesitation, Ash dashed upward in an instant and flew above the enemy, raising his sword high as he prepared to strike the leech down to the ground. Ash was relentless, and Ma Long could only watch in astonishment. Ma Long realized that the oppressive pressure he had felt from the monster before under Ash's blade had now shriveled into nothing. The creature was extremely scared by the attack that was about to strike it. Instantly, Ash swung his sword and cut through the leech, slicing it into 2 pieces in an instant, while the creature remained completely defenseless. The leech shattered and fell limp to the ground, as our boy landed slowly on the frozen floor. Ash received 5,000 experience points, leveling up to level 17 in that exact moment, and he also obtained some rare materials from the ice creature. Ma Long walked toward the leech's skull and mentioned to Ash that he still had to hand it to him, since it was a C-rank monster lord and Ash had managed to defeat it in a single shot. Ash simply looked away and asked if those 2 were still frozen, questioning if Ma Long had enough strength left to break the control holding them. This question made Ma Long feel extremely uncomfortable as he realized that he had actually completely forgotten about them. He immediately ran toward the Shang brothers to release them from the tight ice grip. Meanwhile, Ash looked down at the leech's skull and realized it was actually devourable. He extended his hand and absorbed the skull into his frame, devouring it in an instant. Upon devouring the skull, he saw that he had acquired the card from the entity he had just absorbed, noting that this was the first time he had devoured a class outside of a dream. Because the camera drone had been frozen solid by the ice burst this entire time, this sequence was hidden from the public, meaning Ash had nothing to worry about regarding his secrets. Just then, a system window appeared right in front of Ash, showing that his class mastery had actually increased. The class mastery of his electricity ability gained an extra star, which was a very pleasant surprise to Ash as he looked at the interface. Meanwhile, over on Cole's team, the environment was entirely different inside the toxic vine grotto interior. They were facing a glutinous bloom, a massive creature with thick vines that was beating the team members backward. They tried their very best to restrain the large creature, but the task proved to be incredibly difficult. The member responsible for restraining the beast screamed loudly, noting how strong a D-rank boss truly was, and urged the others to hit it harder because he was about to lose his grip entirely. Another member tried his best to fire electrical arrows at the creature, shouting that its defense was insanely high and that they could not break through it at all. The massive beast easily struck down the frontline members, leaving them looking entirely defenseless. One of them screamed, mentioning that they had never seen a monster this strong during their training sessions, and frantically asked what they should do. The other turned back and stated that their only hope now rested with Cole, asking if he had finished charging up his powers yet. Nearby, the enhancers were actively using their abilities to boost Cole's strength, trying to make him powerful enough to face this massive D-rank creature. Finally, Cole told them that it was enough. He dashed forward, imbuing heavy energy into his blade to slice through the massive creature in front of him. He struck the beast with his sword in an instant, piercing through the creature's high defense before calling out the word to incinerate it. Instantly, the creature began to burn from within, as a blazing penetration caused the beast to burn from the inside out until it died right then and there. The surrounding team members were extremely excited, loudly praising Cole for his massive feat. The supervising robot coordinating the activity then announced that Cole's team had successfully cleared the D-rank layer with a total clear time of 35 minutes. The team members began to laugh, stating that because they cleared a D-rank layer in just over half an hour, no one would ever beat this achievement. Everyone was happy, while Cole simply stood there looking very calm and collected, holding a composed aura as though their victory had been completely effortless. The moment Cole's team was done, they walked out of the dungeon. Chen turned to Cole and mentioned with a laugh that it would take at least an hour for the others to clear even the lowest level F-rank dungeons. He reasoned that anyone out of the dungeon at this time besides themselves had to be losers who would drop out. Once they fully stepped outside, his assessment proved accurate, as the people gathered in front of them were all heavily injured. One student was even weeping, begging an imaginary demon not to take his life, while his companion beside him tried to pacify him, asking him to calm down. People were actively tearing up around the entire area because of how terrifying the dungeon environment had been for them. Suddenly, Chen was extremely shocked when he noticed something directly in front of him. Looking ahead, he laughed and pointed out that it looked like Ash and his group had also gotten out early as well. He walked up and mockingly noted to Ash that it was surprising to see him, asking if he simply could not finish the assessment despite acting all tough before. Before the interaction could escalate, Cole called out to his brother, telling him to come over immediately because the vice chairman was present and they needed to greet him. At that moment, Carl suddenly started to clap, stating out loud to the crowd that he had witnessed an outstanding performance today. He walked deliberately towards the two groups. As he arrived, Chen began to whisper frantically to his brother in pure excitement, noting that the man who stands at the very pinnacle of global power was actually walking straight towards them. Cole extended his hand to shake Carl, but, much to Cole's surprise, Carl walked right past them, completely bypassing the gesture. Instead, Carl walked directly towards Ash, telling him that his performance was truly remarkable. Carl patted Ash on the shoulder, explaining that clearing a D-rank dungeon in just 21 minutes was something even an experienced professional guild team could hardly achieve. He told Ash that the feat was absolutely brilliant. Chen was completely shocked by this sudden revelation, as he finally understood that those 4 individuals had not only cleared a D-rank dungeon, but had done so in a mere 21 minutes. This realization caused the team members around Ash to celebrate with intense excitement, though Ash maintained his usual bland expression as he stared back at Carl. Ash analyzed the situation, wondering why Carl Cavendish, the vice chairman of the Global Guild Federation and the second most powerful person in the world, would suddenly come to a place like this at this specific time. Carl looked at him with clear excitement, mentioning that since he was indeed Ash, the trip had certainly not been in vain. Carl then turned his head towards Cole, adding that the young master of the Gong family had also done quite well to clear a D-rank dungeon at such a young age. He noted that President Soren had clearly taught his son well, remarking that it was a case of like father, like son. Soren bowed his head respectfully, stating that Carl flattered them, though Soren looked noticeably unhappy as he gave his son a very dirty side-eye. Carl then mentioned that it was getting late and he should head back. He turned and walked off while the crowd waved him away out of respect for his high status. Carl continued chatting with Steven as they slowly exited the space together. Once they left, Logan called out to the remaining crowd, announcing that he would now state the assessment results for both teams. He declared that since both sides had achieved full marks this time, both teams were the winners, and all members were permitted to join the Imperial Guild. Upon hearing this, Ash's team members were extremely excited, shouting loudly that they had finally made it into the Imperial Guild, while Cole's team members celebrated with equal fervor. Logan continued, explaining that both Team Leader Cole and Team Leader Ash would receive core management positions within the Imperial Guild, and the 1 million MVP prize money would be split equally between them. He emphasized that this would be the most important step for the Imperial Guild moving forward. Hearing this split was incredibly shocking to Ash. He calculated that receiving only 500,000 each presented a massive problem, as he had previously promised Theo that he would repay a full 1 million within a single month. He reasoned that he might have to delay the payment unless he could find a way to earn another 500,000 quickly. Just then, Cole stepped forward, stating firmly that first place belonged to only one person alone. He looked forward in deep annoyance, glaring straight at Ash, and declared that he wanted a one-on-one rematch right then and there. Everyone in the space was completely shocked by the sudden demand, and even Carl's attention was drawn back toward Cole's declaration. Logan quickly walked up to Cole, whispering aggressively to ask what nonsense he was spouting, reminding him that the assessment was already over and a tie was the best possible outcome. He added that Ash would never agree to such a match anyway. However, Logan was completely stunned when Ash spoke up, asking if he would receive the full 1 million prize if he won the fight. Logan almost coughed in pure shock at the question. Cole paid Logan no mind, telling Ash that he could absolutely have the full amount if he was capable of beating him. Carl smiled warmly at the sudden turn of events, remarking to Steven that the situation had become very interesting and that the performance was clearly not over yet. They were all about to witness a heavy display of physical strength. Ash walked directly up to Cole, asking him to explain exactly how he wished to conduct the rematch, as the final fate of their prize money hung in the balance. The scene shifted to Theo's office. He looked at Ash and mentioned that he had originally thought Ash was only capable of securing first place, but he certainly did not expect him to set a new record and achieve a perfect score. Theo added that Ash was currently all over the news, which proved he had made the correct decision in backing him. He explained that Ash no longer needed to pay back the 1.5 million, asking him to consider him an angel investor from now on. Ash sat there in front of him, looking completely calm. He raised his head and told Theo firmly that he had to pay back what he owed, explaining that he had come today to tell him two things. Theo was caught completely off guard by his stance. Ash stated that his first point concerned the deadline, requesting 1 more week to repay the money. He explained that due to a tie for first place during the graduation exam, he had received 500,000 less than expected. Because of this, he would be having a one-on-one rematch with the other champion, which was scheduled to take place in a week inside the Demon's Lair dungeon outside of school. Theo was extremely shocked by the revelation, pointing out that entering the Demon's Lair without any guild training was far too dangerous for students. Ash calmly reassured him that there was no need to worry, as he would secure the remaining 500,000 after winning the match next week. He added that he would also grant Theo all the materials he obtained inside that dungeon, offering them as interest for the 1-week delay. Theo managed to calm himself, privately realizing that Ash felt absolutely no fear about entering the Demon's Lair dungeon, concluding that this guy was truly something else. Ash then set his cup down on the table, stating that the second thing he came for was by far more important. He glared directly at Theo and muttered some quiet, low words. Though the words were inaudible to anyone else, the immense weight of the statement was clearly felt by Theo. Our boy certainly knew how to command a room. Theo could only sit there sweating heavily from his brow as he paid close attention to Ash's heavy words. Suddenly, Theo stood up from his chair in pure shock, completely bewildered by the sudden revelation of information he had just received from Ash. The environment then shifted to the afternoon of June 17th at Qingshui High School in Kangchang Country. Yun walked out of the school building looking very excited, noting to herself that she was finally done with her last exam papers for the day. As she began to anticipate the upcoming summer vacation, she checked her phone and suddenly realized that today was also the day of her brother's graduation exam. She clearly remembered 4 years ago when her brother had told her that he had received an admission notice into the National Awakening University because his testing showed he had great potential. She had been extremely excited at the time, asking if that meant he would become an awakener, just like their mom and dad. He had confirmed it, explaining that it would allow him to join a powerful guild, earn a lot of money, and provide her with a better life. He had added that he might even be able to uncover the truth behind their parents' disappearance. Yoon had happily told him that he was the coolest and would definitely become an incredible awakener. However, the 4 years that followed brought difficult times because Ash had failed to awaken even after entering the university. Even back then, he had looked at her with a hopeful smile, reassuring her that it was fine and that he simply needed to keep working harder. In the present moment, Yoon stared down at her phone, intuitively sensing that ever since entering the university, her brother had been the hardest working among his peers. She reflected on how he was the only one who failed to awaken while watching everyone else around him succeed, which she knew must make him feel incredibly lonely inside. She noticed that despite this heavy burden, he never let it show on his face. Just then, her friend Anna bumped into her gently, calling out to her and asking if she had heard the big news. Anna explained that the university had produced 2 prodigy students this year, who had both secured perfect scores for their teams. Anna looked at Yoon and mentioned that even the vice chairman of the Guild Federation had personally met and praised them, adding that they were all over the news and were going to make Gangcheon country famous. She smiled at Yoon, asking if her brother wasn't a student at that school as well. Before they could finish conversing, a handsome student named Jin stepped in front of them, greeting Yoon and mentioning that he had booked a private room at the top floor of the Feng Tower for 8 o'clock tonight. He asked if she would be free to join him. Anna was stunned by the sudden invitation from the school heartthrob, but Yoon simply ran off in sheer embarrassment. Anna called out after her, asking why she was running away. As she hurried along, Yoon felt a deep sadness, mistakenly believing that while everyone else was making headlines, her brother was still an unawakened person. She had absolutely no idea that Ash was actually far more impressive than she could ever imagine. She ran straight toward their house, resolving that she needed to hurry home and cook him a massive feast to cheer him up after his exam. Much later that evening, inside their rented apartment, Yoon prepared a large meal and set the table just as her brother returned. Ash looked at the spread and asked when she had managed to cook this much food. They sat down together to enjoy the fragrant dinner while the evening news played on the television in the background. The reporter announced that the National Awakening University had successfully concluded its graduation examination that morning, noting that Vice Chairman Carl Cavendish was present to warmly interact with the students. Ash ate his food quietly while his sister watched him gently. Yoon privately deduced that her big brother was simply pretending to be strong again, reasoning that failing the graduation exam would be a massive blow to anyone, yet he refused to let the disappointment show on his face. Meanwhile, the television broadcast continued as the reporter explained that this year's examination had produced a rare double champion, with both prodigies attaining perfect scores for their respective teams. The reporter stated that Vice Chairman Cavendish had offered glowing commendation during his interview, specifically highlighting one of those exceptional students, Ash. The moment Yoon heard her brother's name spoken clearly on the news broadcast, she stared at the screen in absolute shock, suddenly realizing that the incredible prodigy the entire country was talking about was actually her brother. The scene then cut to a dark and tense space within the Gong establishment, where a massive leather whip rested on the ground. Soren was furious, shouting at his son that he had personally set the stage and gathered the audience for him, yet Cole had completely ruined the performance by failing to win outright. Soren was heavily beating Cole in that moment, expressing his deep annoyance and demanding to know if he had to do absolutely everything for him, because he was incapable of achieving results on his own. Soren made it completely clear that no matter what, first place would only ever belong to the Gong family, asserting that this fact would prevail in the school forever. The news broadcast continued playing, reporting that Vice Chairman Carl stated Ash's performance was deeply impressive and expressed high hopes that the nation would continue to produce such elite talent. Hearing this, Yoon turned to her brother and asked if the Ash mentioned on television was actually him. Ash looked at her calmly and confirmed that it was, asking what was wrong. Upon hearing his confirmation, she accidentally dropped her spoon, which struck the floor instantly. Yoon was gripped by an overwhelming realization. She understood that in the graduation examination, her brother had not only led his team to victory, but had also been personally praised by the vice chairman of the Global Guild Federation. She covered her mouth as tears suddenly filled her eyes, realizing that her brother had truly achieved something massive this time. Ash simply stared at her in surprise, noticing how deeply emotional she had become in that quiet moment. The scene then cut to the night of June 17th, following the graduation combat examination. Carl was enjoying a meal, noting that the premium Wagyu of the country was as excellent as expected. He turned to the person sitting across from him, who was Arya, and asked for the status of their ongoing investigation. Arya placed a confidential file on the table, explaining that this was everything they had compiled so far. She mentioned that the target had not left behind a single trace over the past year, leading her to believe that their efforts might have already been noticed. Carl looked over the intelligence, telling her she had done good work and offering her some meat. Arya paid the food no mind, explaining that there was one more critical matter. Lately, she had noticed a suspicious individual who had recently made contact with Carl. Carl was caught completely off guard by this revelation. Arya explained that in a remarkably short period, that specific individual's rate of growth had been abnormally high. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the Tower of Darkness, where Ash was training inside that separate dimension. He calculated that he had spent over half a month on the first floor of the tower, wiping out almost all the monsters residing there. By this point, he had finally fully adapted to combat under the intense pressure of tenfold gravity. Following the graduation examination, his Lightning Assassin class had gained an extra star, increasing its overall proficiency. He realized that frequently using a specific class steadily improved its mastery, meaning that the more he utilized his attained skills, the stronger he would become. None of his 4 current classes had reached their maximum potential yet, allowing plenty of room for growth. He chose to allocate the stars to the most vital statistics of his assassin class, specifically his speed, bringing it on par with a professional A-rank assassin. Even with this immense speed, as he stood in the center of the chamber surrounded by phantom mains, he noticed a male phantom main standing at the far corner. This particular creature served as the lord of this floor, and Ash recognized that he still could not land a single clean blow on it. Suddenly, the surrounding phantom manas dashed directly toward him. Ash activated his Lightning Assassin Godspeed skill, moving with heavy momentum as he dashed forward to meet them. He passed right through their ranks in an instant, aiming straight for the Lord situated directly behind them. Ash analyzed the Phantasm Lord's ability, realizing it was incredibly bizarre. Every time he managed to find an opening and attempted to strike the beast, the Lord would instantly disappear and teleport to the position of the female phantom main farthest away from him. The creatures constantly adjusted their positioning based on the flow of combat, but their formations still possessed distinct openings. 2 female phantom mains always engaged Ash in close combat while the other 2 remained on standby, allowing the Lion King to always stay at the maximum distance. Ash deduced that a lord refusing direct combat behaved much like a necromancer or a tamer, causing him to wonder exactly what class this phantom main belonged to. One of the creatures dashed toward him, prompting Ash to draw his lightning dagger. He swung the blade cleanly, striking the phantom main straight in the mouth, but before he could deliver a decisive blow, the creature teleported away from the space. Ash felt a wave of annoyance as this distraction occurred for the second time. He understood that whenever he tried to eliminate one of the female beasts, it would instantly vanish and reappear safely next to the Lion King. Immediately afterward, another creature would rush inward, deliberately baiting his next attack. The repetitive format of the battle was highly frustrating. Ash focused his mind, drawing multiple daggers and thrusting them forward in rapid succession to strike the mains. However, true to their pattern, they all teleported away from his blade and materialized safely behind their lord. Ash knew that they were strictly maintaining their formation, cooperating perfectly within this challenging environment. They continuously attacked, vanished the moment he countered, and repositioned themselves around their lord before launching another assault. This endless loop was steadily turning the engagement into a relentless battle of attrition. Another main charged at him from behind. Huffing from the continuous exertion under the heavy gravity, Ash turned his eyes toward the beast, expressing his irritation at the creature. He felt that the Lord was completely toying with him. However, as the beasts closed in to attack, Ash suddenly jumped high into the air, a new realization hitting him with absolute certainty. He questioned why he was constantly trying to outmatch them in speed, when speed was precisely what they excelled at. Ash utilized his system to switch his active class, reasoning that since the creatures refused to face him in direct close combat, he would simply use a magic class to handle them. He smoothly shifted into his frostbound Leech King form, imbuing his body with the heavy, icy essence of the creature to face the phantom mains and their lord. The moment he changed his class, the tables began to turn completely. Ash instantly thrust his hand forward, causing multiple sharp ice daggers to propel downward in a steady stream. The surrounding phantom manas did their absolute best to dash away from the oncoming projectiles, retreating toward their lord as more icy blades flew across the chamber upon Ash's command. Ash calculated that while mages are typically weak when it comes to close combat, they excel at long-range erosion and crowd control. He smoothly shifted his focus, firing a dense cluster of daggers directly at the lord instead. The Lord immediately utilized its spatial ability to teleport away from the trajectory, attempting to swap positions with another phantom main. But the effort was entirely in vain because Ash had planned his positioning perfectly. He used the ice daggers to trap the leader of the lionesses, surrounding the creature in an instant. Ash reasoned that once he pushed all the entities into his active attack range, they were completely finished. At that moment, the leader of the phantom mains looked up, sweating heavily in shock as it saw a massive Arctic nova forming directly above the clearing. Ash remained entirely relentless. He glared at the trapped entities, telling them that they would have nowhere else to run. The king lion was clearly terrified by the sheer scale of the active skill, letting out a loud roar. It was no use, however, as Ash dropped his hand instantly. The Arctic nova crashed down, shattering the floor of the cavern and trapping all the creatures firmly within blocks of thick ice so they could not move. With his targets completely restrained, Ash utilized his system to change his class to the Abyssal Fiend. He dashed toward them with heavy momentum, knowing that the battle on the first floor of the Tower of Darkness ended right now. He felt a deep sense of irritation because of how long it had taken him to reach this point. He struck the Lord with a single weighted movement. His massive sword sliced cleanly through the beast. The Lord's lifeless body fell limp to the floor, and the other lionesses took significant damage from the residual impact. Their forms began to fade away, their entire essence dissolving into the stillness of the chamber. Once the frost cleared, Ash stood alone in the quiet space, looking entirely calm. The system updated, showing he had leveled up to level 24. While also granting him various crafting materials from the defeated entities. Ash looked down at the head of the defeated Lion King as the system provided the option to devour the creature. He extended his hand, wondering what class the entity actually possessed in reality. He absorbed the skull into his frame, taking all of its lingering essence into his body. Folding his hands calmly, he analyzed the newly acquired ability. It belonged to the Phantasm Lion King, and the system revealed that its specific class was a tamer. Ash discerned that this was the first time he had ever encountered such a class. It made perfect sense why the Lord never confronted him head-on. The creature was simply utilizing its tamed beasts for combat because its own baseline attributes were entirely unsuited for direct battle, forcing it to rely exclusively on contracted beasts to deal damage. He recognized that the creature's ability to travel through space was highly useful, but the skill to forcibly sign a contract with a beast required an immense amount of personal strength. On top of that, he understood that contracting a beast through this method required incredibly harsh measures. With the floor officially cleared, Ash noticed the environment shifting its form. The strange dimension dissolved, transforming into a massive, desolate desert land. Ash stared at the empty surroundings, wondering if this was what the first floor of the Tower of Darkness originally looked like before it was corrupted. He wondered what historical event had occurred here to cause it to become such a strange space, but he quickly moved his attention forward. Directly behind him, a massive flame door materialized. Ash recognized that the entrance to the second floor had finally appeared. Suddenly, he sensed a faint energy signature from behind, accompanied by a light, muffled roar. He turned his head and noticed a small creature hidden in the midst of a pile of old bones. Looking closer, he saw a very tiny lion cub bound tightly to the ground with small star chains. The cub looked incredibly angry, keeping its guard up defensively. Ash realized that it was a lone lion cub, deducing that he must have missed one of the smaller entities during his initial assault on the Phantom Mains. He walked slowly toward the creature. He knew he had killed the Lion King, yet this small cub did not disappear along with the others, leading him to believe that the Lord did not possess an official contract with this specific cub to begin with. Seeing it tightly bound by star chains, Ash suspected it had been locked away in this prison by the Lion King itself. He stepped forward, utilizing his sword to cleanly slice through the encaging bones and the heavy chains that held the creature bound. The small cub fell playfully onto the sand, completely freed from its restraints. Ash looked down at the little lion, telling it that he was granting it its freedom, and asked if this desolate place was its original home. Ash noted that it seemed to be a lonely, destroyed home, mentioning to the cub that he knew that exact feeling all too well. Ash turned away and began walking toward the portal leading to the next floor, telling the creature that while it might be a little lonely, it would be able to manage just fine on its own. He added that he needed to head to the next floor immediately. Suddenly, a system window flashed right in front of his face. The notification indicated that he had received a Beastbind Star Spirit Pact request from the cub behind him. Ash turned his head back and saw the small lion cub sitting there quietly, looking incredibly pitiful as it waited for him to accept the contract and formally tie their paths together. At that moment, Ash looked down at the small lion cub and asked if it truly wanted to come along with him. The creature made a soft, cute sound in response, clearly signaling its agreement. Ash looked at the tiny beast and explained that he would be conquering the tower floors one by one, warning it that with each ascending level, the monsters would become far more ferocious. He noted that it could easily be heavily injured or even killed, asking if it had truly thought this decision through. The cub looked up at him once more, its expression looking more determined than ever. Seeing its resolve, Ash decided to proceed. He activated the taming skill and accepted the contract request. Instantly, the pact was finalized, establishing a formal connection between Ash and the young beast. Ash looked at the cub and told it that it was time to move, and the creature immediately began to follow close behind his heels. As they walked toward the massive stone door, Ash advised the small beast to make sure to protect itself well whenever he was engaged in battle, to which the creature affirmed with a solid, cute sound. The moment they stepped through the portal, the entire environment changed into a strange terrain filled with molten lava. Ash looked around, instantly feeling the intense heat radiating through the space, and noted to himself that it felt as though he was about to melt. Meanwhile, the curious cub accidentally dipped its paws into the lava, quickly jumping away as it realized exactly how hot the liquid was. Ash began to wonder what kind of monsters he would encounter on this challenging second floor. Just then, he intuitively sensed a sudden movement from behind. Before he could even turn his head to investigate, a massive force pierced straight through his chest, creating a clean hole. Before he could react to the unseen attacker, he died on the spot. Ash woke up instantly back in the safety of reality, sitting up in his bed. He calculated that he had been completely eliminated before he could even see what had struck him, noting that the entity possessed truly terrifying combat power. He remained completely bewildered, wondering what kind of monster could possibly dwell on that second floor to catch him so effortlessly. Just then, his sister called out to him from the hallway, telling him to come out of his room and have his breakfast. He walked out into the dining area and saw that his food was already nicely plated on the table. Ash looked at the spread and mentioned to Yoon that the meal was quite extravagant. Yoon simply smiled and reminded him not to forget to wash the dirty dishes once he was finished eating, adding that he also needed to hang the clothes out to dry in about half an hour. She began walking toward the front door, prompting Ash to ask where she was heading off to in such a hurry, questioning if it wasn't already summer vacation for her. Yoon explained that she was heading out to her summer job. Ash was taken aback by the statement, reminding her that he had already told her he would take care of all their money issues from now on. Yoon looked back at him, smiling warmly as she explained that, since her brother had finally made something of himself, she simply could not afford to fall behind. She added that it would be incredibly boring if she did absolutely nothing during her summer vacation anyway. She stepped out and closed the door firmly behind her, leaving a final reminder for him to handle the dishes and the laundry. Ash shook his head at her words, but he simply did exactly as she requested with the dishes, and then gathered the wet clothes to hang them neatly by the window where they could dry in the sun. He reflected on his sister's personality, knowing that Yoon had always been like this, living her life tenaciously and steadfastly at all times. He recognized that even though she was clearly just a child who was not even an adult yet, being around her often made him feel like he was the child instead. Ash understood that once the school term concluded, he would have to leave to fight against the forces of the Demon King, meaning he would be unable to remain by her side for a while. Looking closely at her photograph on the shelf, he resolved that she was the one person he could never stop worrying about. As he pondered how to ensure her safety, a sudden idea came to mind. The moment he realized he might be able to summon assistance, a small portal materialized directly above the floor. To his surprise, the small lion cub he had contracted with inside the tower tumbled out onto the floor. Ash was astonished that his theory actually worked, confirming that he could indeed summon his contracted beast from the Tower of Darkness into the real world. Almost immediately, the energetic cub began to rummage around the entire living room, tearing through tissue paper and scattering items across the floor the moment it arrived. Ash observed the mess but reasoned that when he was away, he could simply have the cub follow Yoon around as a hidden protector. That way, if she ever found herself in danger, he would be able to detect it and rush over immediately. He knew that ever since she was young, Yoon had always loved cats and dogs, so she would easily welcome a baby lion into their home. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the kitchen. Ash hurried over and discovered that the cub, driven by sheer curiosity, had already managed to shatter some plates on the floor, leaving him looking completely puzzled. Much later that evening, in a secluded part of the city, a public security camera was suddenly smashed and destroyed. Nearby, a man wielding 2 daggers was desperately trying to defend himself, but he was completely overwhelmed and taken down by a dark figure standing directly in front of him. The entity thrust its sharp claws forward, stabbing the man cleanly through the chest. Huffing heavily from his terminal injuries, the man stared up at the silhouette, frantically asking what kind of creature it was. The dark silhouette looming over him bore a striking resemblance to the monstrous fiends associated with the Demon King. Without offering an answer, the creature fully absorbed the fallen man, devouring his entire essence into its own being before vanishing into the shadows. A short while later, the scene shifted to the alleyways as Yoon was walking home from her summer job, looking thoroughly exhausted. She was excited that she was finally off work, reflecting on how exhausting it was to stand on her feet all day, just because so many customers wanted to buy bubble tea during the summer break. She was carrying 2 cups of drinks that she had purchased to share with Ash once she reached the apartment. As she walked along her usual route, she entered the exact dark alleyway where the violent incident had occurred just moments before, completely unaware that she was stepping directly into a dangerous situation. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual presence lingering behind her. She stopped and turned her head toward the shadows, just as a cold voice called out to her, stating that she was finally here. Funny enough, the person who stood behind her held a bouquet of flowers and was revealed to be Jin Duoksan. He mentioned to her that he had waited for her, presenting the flowers as he explained that since she had rushed home after school the other time, she had probably missed his initial invitation. He told her not to worry, however, because he had booked the entire top floor of the Zifeng Tower again for her tonight. Yoon looked at him coldly and asked how he even knew that she lived in this area. He laughed, stating that because his father was the president of a hospital, they had their ways of knowing such things. Upon hearing that, Yoon simply turned and walked off, telling him that they did not live in the same world, and demanding that he never come looking for her again. Jin Duoksan immediately grabbed her by her hand, expressing his frustration by asking if she even knew how much effort it took to book the entire floor of the Zifeng Tower. He added that he had already called so many of his friends, and her refusal would make him lose face. Yoon turned back to face him, asking if he was implying that she should go just so he wouldn't embarrass himself, and pointed out that waiting in someone else's neighborhood like this was actually very creepy. Hearing the word creepy made Jin Duoksan look at her angrily. He asked who she thought she was, questioning if his pursuit of her made her think so highly of herself. He glared at her, stating that she would believe him if he said he could make her comply, but before he could even complete his sentence, Yoon used her head to strike him straight in the face. The physical impact sent him crashing directly to the ground. Yoon screamed loudly, telling him that he should go to his father's hospital to get his brain checked. She then walked off angrily, shouting for him not to bother her anymore, since he had already completely spoiled her mood for the day. Much later in the evening, she arrived at her house and immediately saw the small lion cub. She was extremely excited by the sudden sight of the creature, scooping it up into her arms and asking her brother where he had gotten such a cute little thing. Ash looked at her and explained that his name was Leo, telling her that she could keep him. Yoon was thoroughly surprised by the gift. She noted that she remembered only adult lions having manes, wondering out loud how a baby like Leo already had such a long mane. Ash did not offer a detailed response, quietly watching as she continuously played with the cub. Ash deduced that his sister truly liked Leo, concluding with absolute certainty that with the beast around, there would be nothing left to worry about regarding her safety at home. Just then, his phone began to ring. He looked at the screen, and a calm smile spread across his face as he read a new message sent from the Guild Supervision and Management Bureau. The notice offered greetings and stated that, after a careful revision by their bureau, his application had been officially approved. It advised him to contact the bureau for any further questions and wished him a great day. Ash felt a quiet excitement that his application was approved. Knowing his plans could now proceed smoothly, he calculated that his next immediate focus had to be passing the upcoming rematch in 6 days. 6 days later, on the designated day of the rematch, the scene shifted directly to the suburbs of the Green Ray Forest, right outside the active dungeon entrance. Logan stood before the candidates, calling for their attention as he explained the rematch procedures. He stated that after a thorough discussion, the school administration had decided that this rematch would be conducted entirely within the dungeon lair itself, specifically inside the Demon's Lair dungeon of the Greenray Forest. He pointed out that based on their surveys, this particular Demon's Lair was officially classified as a D-rank zone. Logan reminded them that based on the previous agreement, both students would undergo testing within the exact same dungeon. He warned them that the interior of the zone was completely unknown, meaning the risks were far greater than those encountered during the standard graduation examination. Because of these dangers, he explained that 3 high-level guild members from the Eastern Kingdom had been dispatched for this rematch to serve as accompanying examiners. He introduced them as Ivan, Caillou, and Sato Yuta, explaining that they would enter the dungeon alongside both candidates to provide real-time protection as well as scoring based on their physical performance. Logan summarized that their final scores would be determined strictly by the data provided by these 3 examiners. While this explanation was being made, Soren was elsewhere watching the entire event unfold, silently noting to himself that the 3 examiners needed to do their best to make everything look entirely seamless. Meanwhile, Carl Cavendish sat elegantly in a chair nearby, while Stephen turned to him and noted that the vice-chairman's official trip to the Eastern Kingdom had ended 2 days ago. Stephen asked why he was still present here, to which Carl responded that there was absolutely nothing as interesting as what was about to happen right now. He looked at the observation monitor, mentioning that it had been many years since he had witnessed a direct duel between 2 genuine geniuses, adding that he was deeply looking forward to the match. Back at the entrance site, Logan raised his hand high and announced that the year 2157 National Awakening University examination rematch would now officially begin. With the declaration made, Ash walked deliberately into the dungeon. The interior revealed itself to be a massive, expansive wild forest that stretched out heavily in all directions. Our boy began to inspect the rugged terrain slowly, sizing up the environment with practiced ease. Behind him, Caillou stepped into the space alongside the other 2 examiners. Caillou observed the dense surroundings, remarking out loud that it looked exactly like a dead forest. Right at that moment, a system notification flashed directly in front of Ash's face. The interface displayed an alarming warning, expressing that a high-risk monster had been actively detected within the vicinity. Ash was taken aback, realizing that this was the first time his magical core had ever issued a direct warning of this nature, indicating with absolute certainty that something highly pivotal was nearby, and that he needed to proceed with extreme caution. Almost immediately after the warning showed in front of Ash, it instantly disappeared right in front of his face. Ash reasoned to himself whether there could actually be high-level monsters residing inside a standard D-rank dungeon. He continued to venture inward as they looked around the space, walking slowly and calmly further into the dense thicket. By the corner, Caillou mentioned that the fog was getting quite thick. Sato responded to her, stating that they should stay alert and ensure they did not take their eyes off the candidates for even a second. Suddenly, the ground began to bulge upward as an insect-like creature, a venomous trapper ant, burst through the soil. The moment the ants emerged, Cole pulled out his sword and instantly dashed straight toward the creature. Observing this rapid movement, Sato smiled and noted that it was quite impressive. Cole's reactions were undeniably fast, but the monsters in this dungeon were entirely different compared to the ones he had encountered back at school, being significantly stronger and far more lethal. In that exact moment, the ants suddenly fired multiple long-range floral projectiles directly at Cole. Cole smoothly tilted his frame, utilizing his blade to deflect the incoming projectiles before they could strike his body. He immediately transitioned into a heavy counterstrike, slicing the creature completely in half. As the beast fell heavily to the dirt, Cole turned with his sword to deliver the final blow, stabbing the ant straight in the chest and channeling his fire attributes to explode the creature from within. The examiners watched the entire sequence unfold from the corner, noting that Cole was already taking a decisive lead. Caillou observed that it was an instant counterattack upon the monster's spawn, followed by a perfect neutralization of long-range projectiles, giving his reaction a score of 10 out of 10. The other instructors went the same route, glazing Cole and giving him 10 marks for his display. They concluded that his movement, crowd control, and execution were as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, finding it truly remarkable to see a student handle a D-rank monster with such composure. They then turned their attention away, noting that the other candidate, Ash, had not even reacted when the monster spawned and was simply wandering around by himself, which they viewed as a failing grade performance. Meanwhile, Ash had his own plans. Cole stared over at Ash as our boy began to wander further into the brush. Back at the observation area, Carl called out to Stephen, asking what he thought Ash was looking for. Steven smiled and shared his guess, suggesting that the young man was pinpointing something unique within the environment. Ash stepped forward slowly, tapping his foot against the base of a tree trunk as his eyes locked onto a specific patch of earth ahead. In a flash, a crackling sword of pure lightning materialized in his grip. Whispering that he had found his target, he plunged the blade deep into the earth, and instantly, the impact sent a violent ripple of electricity surging through the ground, triggering a massive subterranean rumble. Dozens of poisonous ants erupted from the soil, sent flying into the air in a chaotic swarm. Watching the spectacle unfold, the instructors were in absolute shock, causing Caillou to scream, asking if he was crazy for charging straight into the monster's nest. Sato also shouted in panic, stating that those were D-rank monsters and his actions would put everyone in lethal danger. Cole was completely taken aback by this feat, realizing with sudden clarity that Ash was trying to secure the highest score in a single instant before anyone else could react. Ash activated his Godspeed attribute and dashed forward with heavy, steady momentum. He cleaved effortlessly through all of the poisonous ants that spawned out of the ground, neutralizing them before they could even move to launch an attack. Ash sliced through the entire cluster in a moment's thought, and the creatures shattered in the blink of an eye. Ash landed firmly on the ground, looking entirely composed as the remains of the creatures fell behind him. The instructors were left completely shocked by what they had just witnessed. He noted that the official reports classified him as an E-ranker, questioning how he could possibly slaughter a group of D-rank monsters like it was nothing. Ivan turned to the others and asked how they were supposed to grade a performance like that, noting that they could not possibly give him a low score after what he had just done. Sato wondered if they should simply write off his actions as reckless, or describe his skills as bare basic. Just then, Cole called out to Ash, but before any words could be exchanged, the view shifted back to Carl. Carl began to laugh heartily, telling Steven that he had guessed it perfectly. He noted that the assessment had only just started, and they were already seeing an incredible display. He wondered aloud how Cole planned to respond to Ash's sudden performance. Nearby, Soren was extremely annoyed by the sequence of events unfolding right in front of him. Suddenly, the observation screen went completely blank, losing its signal entirely. Steven was thoroughly surprised, wondering if the feed was cutting out again. Outside the entrance of the Demon's Lair dungeon, error alarms began to wail as the personnel operating the equipment experienced a massive signal anomaly. The risk indicators on the monitoring console suddenly fluctuated wildly, shifting from a standard D-rank regular risk level and skyrocketing to an unknown question mark risk level in an instant. The controller outside was extremely shocked by the data, calling out to Logan nearby to ask what was happening to the dungeon. To the shock and surprise of everyone watching outside, the dungeon entrance slowly closed up and completely vanished from the spot where it used to stand. Deep inside the sealed environment, a distinct, heavy melody began to play, echoing through the vast space. The moment the sound reached Ash's ears, he recognized the unique resonance from a dangerous entity he had faced in the past. The familiar melody made him feel incredibly uncomfortable, and he recognized then and there that this was a melody from the Demon King of Wrath playing at that very moment. Back outside of the dungeon, the personnel were still frantically screaming that the entrance had vanished. The technician mounting the computer monitoring stations expressed that he had absolutely no idea what was going on, noting that the tracking devices had suddenly displayed a massive abnormality signal. His technical update was cut short by Logan, who shouted loudly and ordered him to hurry up and request immediate backup from the guild supervisors. Logan anxiously wondered if something had gone wrong inside the depths of the demon's lair. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back inside the sealed dungeon terrain. The accompanying examiners began conversing amongst themselves to figure out the source of the sound. The moment Ash discerned the actual source of the melody, he became extremely worried. He knew the entity was not supposed to appear for another 3 years. His system interface began to flash repeatedly, notifying him of a high-ranking abnormality present within the immediate zone. He paused for a brief second, sensing a presence behind him, and tracked the source of the trailing music to a dark corner nearby. An eerie cackling sound began to echo from the shadows. Sato looked visibly shaken, asking what that thing was as they all fixed their eyes on the dark opening. A massive ant creature, radiating a dense and heavy aura, stepped gently out from the mouth of the cave. The insect-like beast suddenly spoke the human language, calling out to the group and stating that they had willingly taken the bait. Sato screamed loudly, demanding to know what the creature was talking about. He pointed out that a monster capable of human speech had to be at least a C-rank high-tier entity, wondering how something so powerful could possibly exist inside a standard D-rank dungeon lair. The confrontation was officially set. Sato instantly conjured his weapon and leaped downward, shouting that monsters of this caliber were far too dangerous for the student candidates to handle on their own. He landed heavily directly in front of Cole and Ash, instructing them to stand back while he handled the creature. However, before he could even swing his weapon, the ant creature moved with blinding speed. Sato's wrist was slit completely open in a fraction of a second. His hand flew clean off his arm, and blood gushed out heavily across the floor. The remaining instructors standing behind were left in total shock by the sudden violence. Without breaking its momentum, the creature swung its arm blade heavily in an attempt to cut Cole down as well. Cole was completely disoriented by the rapid turn of events, leaving him unable to react as the creature's massive blade stabbed him straight through the shoulder. The creature loomed over him, stating slowly that he was going to die here in the dark. Hearing those words, Cole forced his focus back and resolved himself. He swung his sword upward with a heavy, desperate arc, cleanly severing the blade hand from the creature's arm. The ant creature was thoroughly shocked by the sheer ferocity of Cole's sudden counterattack. Cole instantly followed up, jumping forward to deliver a powerful kick straight into the creature's frame, propelling the beast backward across the chamber. The creature scraped against the stone floor but managed to use its raw grit to halt its momentum before striking the far cave wall. Cole quickly called out to Ash, stating that the Lord had attacked him first, which meant that by the rules of priority the monster belonged to him alone. He told Ash that he was strictly forbidden from interfering in this duel, emphasizing that the match was strictly between himself and the Lord. Ash calmly accepted the terms, keeping quiet and stepping back to observe. Ash inspected the two combatants. His system indicated that Cole was a C-rank mid-tier warrior, while the ant creature in front of him was classified as a C-rank high-tier monster. He began to calculate how this matchup would realistically play out. At that moment, the other instructors rushed down to the floor. Ivan approached Cole, stating that Sato needed immediate medical treatment for his severe injury. Caillou strongly suggested that they temporarily suspend the examination and retreat from the dungeon immediately, warning Cole that this lord was far too dangerous even for someone of his caliber. Cole completely ignored their warnings. He activated his fire attributes, channeling the heat directly to cauterize and seal the open wound on his shoulder. He told the examiners to back off and stay out of his way. As Cole sealed his injury, Ash glanced at the creature, watching the young warrior prepare to go toe-to-toe with the monster. Meanwhile, the narrative shifted back outside the sealed entrance of the dungeon. An elegant man walked into the staging area, catching the attention of the frantic staff. He explained that there had been rare instances in the past where a demon's lair entrance would suddenly disappear, indicating that the dungeon contained a highly intelligent demon. The man was Lin Wuke, the leader of the Imperial Guard. He explained to the staff that these intelligent entities deliberately open the entrance to trap humans inside before sealing it completely. Logan turned to him anxiously, asking what they should do now and whether there was any alternative way to force the entrance open, pointing out that Cole was still trapped inside. Lin Wuke looked at him calmly and revealed that there was only one way to open the sealed entrance from the outside. They had to kill the demon lair's lord within the dungeon. Logan was taken aback by the statement, reasoning that a standard D-tier demon lair could only house a single C-tier lord at most, meaning their average strength would be C-rank. He noted with relief that taking down such a lord shouldn't be too difficult for the candidates inside. Lin Wuke shook his head, delivering a grim correction. He explained that this so-called D-rank designation was merely a clever disguise manufactured by the lord residing inside the zone. He revealed that from his professional observations, this specific demon lair was highly likely the real culprit behind the long-standing cold case of awakeners disappearing within the region. The revelation sent a wave of fear through Logan. Lin Wuke finalized his evaluation, stating directly that the dungeon they were currently witnessing was actually an extremely high-risk B-tier zone. Back at the dungeon, the creature clashed heavily with Cole, their blades meeting in a sequence of heavy, weighted strikes. The momentum of the monster slowly pushed Cole back across the uneven ground, taking a firm step to anchor his frame, just as the creature raised its weapon to deliver a downward strike. Cole jumped away from the point of impact. The monster's weapon struck the dirt, becoming momentarily stuck in the ground and exposing a clear opening. While still in the air, Cole twirled his body and cleanly sliced the creature's head off, stating that its opening had finally been exposed. The severed head tumbled across the floor and came to a stop in the corner of the chamber. Caillou looked on in absolute shock, surprised that Cole had managed to deal with the supposed lord all by himself. She called out to him, noting that his raw strength was truly not to be underestimated. Nearby, Ivan was doing his best to treat Sato's severe injury, asking him if he could feel his arm yet. Sato confirmed that he could, noting that luckily, Ivan had treated him in time. Suddenly, the data connection on Sato's wrist bracelet went completely dead. The exact same disruption occurred on the communication devices of the other instructors in the area. Not only that, but their accompanying scout robot fell limp to the ground, shutting down completely. Cole felt a growing sense of discomfort at the sudden failure of their gear. What was even more strange was the fact that the headless torso of the creature he had just decapitated began to rise slowly on its own. Before Cole could comprehend what was happening, the headless entity lunged forward, raising its weapon to slice down at his exposed frame. Ash moved swiftly. Our boy intercepted the strike with absolute precision, utilizing his blade to mutilate the rising creature into multiple pieces in a single instant. The system interface updated, awarding him the experience points for the kill. Cole looked back in total shock, questioning how the monster was still capable of movement when its head had clearly been chopped off. Ash turned to him calmly and explained that the monster was not a lord at all, but had been hypnotized from the very beginning, which allowed it to continue moving even after suffering a fatal injury. He warned the entire group that they needed to leave this demon's lair immediately, or they might be the next ones to fall under the hypnosis. Cole questioned how he could possibly know all of this, while Sato shouted in anger, asking what nonsense Ash was spouting. Sato pointed out that there had to be at least a C-rank lord inside of this area, arguing that since this monster was a C-rank high-tier entity, it had to be the lord of the zone. Right then, the warning indicators flashed repeatedly inside Ash's mind. The eerie melody originating from the cave grew significantly louder and more ferocious. Within seconds, the surrounding instructors fell under the spell one by one, their expressions becoming blank. Ash instantly plugged his ears with a prepared device to disrupt the sound waves, but it was already too late for the others, as everyone else in the area had succumbed to the auditory control. Ash recognized the exact nature of the sound waves from his past life. He remembered that the entity associated with the Demon King utilized these specific frequencies to hypnotize and destroy countless ordinary people globally. Seeing the hypnotized group slowly marching in a uniform line toward the cave, Ash recognized with absolute certainty that the true lord of this lair was directly connected to the Demon King. He decided to follow the entranced group to see exactly what was happening deeper inside the cavern. They walked deliberately into the dark tunnel, tracking the steady flow of the music. The closer they drew to the source, the more frequently Ash's system issued high-risk warnings. When they finally reached the center of the massive cavern, they discovered dozens of large eggs scattered across the floor, alongside a massive creature representing the forces of the Demon King, surrounded by 3 large snakes encircling its frame. Looking around the wider space, Ash noted multiple mutilated bodies of previous awakeners who had entered the dungeon to clear it, only to be completely destroyed. Ash analyzed the situation, remembering that this particular hypnosis method utilized specific alpha waves. To counter the effect, he had prepared a customized beta wave audio device in advance to neutralize the frequency, which was exactly what he was listening to through his earpieces. He knew that the people around him possessed no anti-hypnosis defenses and could die at any moment, meaning he needed to take down the true lord as quickly as possible. The massive creature in front of him shifted its gaze, addressing Ash directly as a piece of flagrant flesh. Ash stood his ground, looking entirely calm on the outside, but as he looked up at the towering monster, his mind filled with a deep rage regarding the devastation this entity had caused in his past life. Suddenly, the scene cuts directly to a memory from the past. Carl was holding a heavy wooden stick, using it to mercilessly beat his brother Gong Cheng when they were much younger. Their father, Soren Gong, stood nearby and noted that Carl had won again today, which he commended. At that time, Cole was just 8 years of age, and his father explained that only the winner was allowed to come up and eat a meal with him at the table. Cole walked up to join his father, while Soren Gong stated that the loser would be forced to kneel on the floor for the entire night. This left Gong Cheng, who was also merely 8 years old at the time, kneeling on the hard ground throughout the dark hours. Much later in the evening, Gong Cheng's belly was grumbling from hunger in the dark, when Cole quietly brought some food to him, urging him to eat. Gong Cheng was taken aback, warning his brother that if their father found out, Cole would be in severe trouble. But Cole told him to stop talking and just eat. Later in that same memory, the situation had shifted. Cole was taking a real beating from his father, Soren Gong. Soren Gong looked down at him and asked if he knew exactly how the Gong family had managed to get to where it was today, explaining that it was because their father was always the winner. He emphasized that the winner gets to set the rules, telling Cole that both brothers must strictly follow his rules. Cole looked up at his father and asked if he managed to win against him, wouldn't he be the one setting the rules instead? His father simply laughed loudly at him. The scene then cuts to a slightly later time. Cole was down on the floor, coughing heavily after just fighting a powerful opponent standing directly in front of him. Cole screamed loudly, pointing out that Soren Gong was the one he had officially challenged, demanding to know why he had brought someone else from the Imperial Guild to fight his battle for him. The person who had just defeated him was Lin Wuke, who was much younger at this time. Soren Gong looked at his son and explained that his true power consisted not only of his personal strength, but also of his extensive resources. He told his son that the rules of this world were not as simple as he might think, but stated that one thing remained entirely absolute, and that was winning. He maintained that if a person is a winner, they can set the rules, adding that the specific methods used to win the game were completely unimportant because only the final results mattered. He demanded that, as his son, Cole had to ensure he was always number one, stating that he must abandon his responsibilities, his loved ones, and even his sanity if that was what it took to win. Hearing those words, Cole wondered to himself if winning was truly the only value of his entire existence. As a young child, he could not fully process such heavy thoughts, and the realization weighed heavily on his mind. The narrative then cuts cleanly back to the reality of the present time, inside the dark dungeon of the True Lord. The monster had successfully taken control of almost everyone, and only Ash remained completely unaffected by the auditory hypnosis, because he had used his own method to deflect the sound waves. Ash stood firmly in the space, calculating that the entranced people possessed no anti-hypnosis defenses and could die at any moment, meaning he needed to quickly take down this lord. He began to conjure his weapon into his hand, but before the blade could fully materialize, Cole suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the wrist. Cole looked at him and stated that while he did not know what kind of methods Ash was using to avoid being hypnotized, he too possessed his own hidden methods to maintain his sanity. He told Ash to listen closely, warning him that if he made a sudden move and exposed their presence now, everyone in the chamber would be placed in immediate danger. He pointed toward the large eggs lining the floor, explaining that if they disturbed them, they would be forced to face dozens of C-rank monsters alongside the Lord, which would result in their certain death either way. Cole deduced that the Lord had deliberately disguised this place as a low-tier demon's lair to lure awakeners in and consume them, concluding that the monster would eventually come to them on its own. He suggested that they continue hiding in the shadows to kill the Lord once it drew near. Ash exhaled slowly, looking at Cole as he noted that he had not expected him to put so much thought into the situation. However, he clarified that the plan would not work because the Lord itself would never choose to make a direct physical move. He explained that the creature only needed a single thought to force a hypnotized person to kill themselves. Right at that moment, the three instructors pulled out their weapons and raised them, preparing to end their own lives on the spot. Ash moved forward with absolute godspeed, knocking all three of them unconscious before their blades could connect. This sudden intervention thoroughly shocked the true lord of the lair. The massive entity let out a loud scream, demanding to know what was wrong with its food. The furious monster roared at the eggs lining the floor, commanding the creatures inside to hatch and attack the humans, ordering them to kill Ash immediately. Multiple C-rank high-tier insect monsters, known as scythe mantises, began to burst from their shells. The mantises brandished their sharp limbs and moved forward toward Ash with heavy, skittering movements. Behind him, Cole reflected heavily on their options, realizing that he had absolutely no choice left but to execute his emergency protocol. He stepped forward, drawing his sword, and told Ash that he needed his help. He requested that Ash take the three unconscious instructors and get them out of this demon's lair immediately while he stayed behind to stall the oncoming monsters. Ash was taken aback by his sudden words. Cole added that although he knew he could not realistically win against the entire horde, he would still be able to buy them enough time to escape. Before another word could be said, one of the scythe mantises dashed straight toward Cole. Cole unleashed a full burst of energy, swinging his blade to strike the creature heavily. The physical impact was immense, but the monster survived the blow, forcing them into a heavy physical spar as their weapons locked. Cole screamed over the noise, telling Ash that it was his own arrogant suggestion of a rematch that had led everyone into this terrible mess. The force of their clashing weapons created a heavy recoil, causing both Cole and the Mantis to jump backward to reset their stances. Cole dug his sword firmly into the ground to halt his backward momentum, stating to Ash that this entire situation had started because of him, and therefore it should all end with him. Ash simply walked past him, almost bearing his words no mind because he was naturally far stronger than the young warrior. Ash looked at him and noted that it seemed he had completely misunderstood his character before. Ash smoothly utilized his system interface, changing his class directly to the Lightning Assassin. He looked at Cole and noted that he wasn't the only one who had agreed to this rematch. Ash stood firmly at the front of the line. He stated that since he had also willingly signed up for this match, he had absolutely no intention of backing down now, just because things had gotten a little difficult, prompting Ash to state out loud that they should let him deal with the Lord. Behind him, Cole called back to Ash, telling him that he could not win against this entity. Cole explained that he could intuitively sense the Demon Lord's strength vastly surpassed both of theirs, estimating it to be at least a B rank, or perhaps even an A rank threat at this point. He urged Ash to take the 3 unconscious instructors away immediately, insisting it was their only viable option. Ash responded to him calmly, agreeing that this lord would indeed be difficult to deal with, but pointed out that the entrance to the dungeon had already completely closed. He reasoned that if it were still open, the Imperial Guild would have already sent reinforcement teams inside. Cole was completely taken aback by these words, questioning if the entrance to the dungeon had truly closed. Our boy simply looked forward, maintaining his absolute composure while trying to analyze the status of the Lord looming in front of him. However, his system interface displayed no rank for the creature. Ash calculated that if this Lord was indeed an A-rank entity, its total power output should be roughly the same as the Phantasm Lion King he had encountered on the first floor of the Tower of Darkness. While he was formulating his strategy, one of the Scythe Mantises suddenly dashed forward to launch an attack. Ash raised his weapon, executing a heavy block to halt the insect's striking limb. As he neutralized the frontal blow, another creature lurked out from the corner, lunging forward in an attempt to catch him completely off guard. Cole screamed a warning for Ash to be careful. In that exact instance, both Cole and Ash synchronized their movements, cutting through the 2 attacking insects with total ease. Despite their successful defense, it was not enough to deter the horde, as multiple mantis creatures rushed forward from the rear to launch a simultaneous assault. Cole shouted out in desperation, stating that faced with such an overwhelming number of monsters, they would be completely doomed sooner or later. Ash bore his panic no mind, focusing entirely on the physical mechanics of his next skill. He began to generate a massive, crackling twirl of lightning directly in his hand, forming a technique known as the Electro Blade. He rapidly created multiple copies of these lightning blades in an instant, hurling them precisely at the advancing creatures. The projectiles struck the monsters instantly on their exact vital points, but the incoming waves kept advancing. Ash immediately dashed forward, activating his Godspeed Lightning Assassin skill to glide effortlessly through the ranks, decapitating the monsters in clean, gruesome ways. Cole watched Ash in absolute shock, wondering how a feat like this was even possible. He reasoned that assassin classes typically possess low-strength stats, which normally puts them at a severe physical disadvantage when surrounded by multiple enemies. Yet he watched as Ash cleaved through the creatures effortlessly, landing every single strike on a vital point with incredible precision. Even as they descended upon him in their multitudes, Ash simply glided through the space, using his weapons to systematically dismantle the insects. Cole stood completely stunned as he realized that Ash was fully compensating for his lack of raw strength, with his sheer velocity and unmatched skill level, deducing that his current speed was at least on par with an A-rank hunter. Ash continued elegantly cleaving through the creatures, cutting off their heads and slicing their heavy bodies into pieces. Watching Ash fight gave Cole a sudden surge of hope, and he realized that they might actually have a genuine chance of winning this battle if Ash continued to take the lead. Spurred by his teammates' momentum, Cole began to imbue his own sword with a dense layer of mana. The display thoroughly annoyed the Lord. The massive demons screamed out loud, declaring that their resistance was incredibly irritating. The Lord immediately activated an ultimate enhancement skill, channeling dark energy into all of the remaining mantis creatures in the cavern. The insects suddenly underwent a physical evolution, growing significantly larger and more powerful right in front of Ash. Ash was taken aback by the sudden enhancement of their physical frames, while the Lord screamed at the evolved monsters, commanding them to hurry up and get rid of Ash immediately. Ash stood his ground firmly as the first enhanced mantis brought its limb down, striking the exact spot where he stood. Ash jumped away from the landing attack, transitioning smoothly into a counteroffensive to continue cleaving through the enhanced creatures. Behind him, Cole watched the heavy exchange, noting to himself that Ash needed to hang on just a bit longer so that he could finish charging the final attack necessary to cleave through the remaining monsters all at once. Ash continued doing his own thing, refusing to let the monster's physical enhancements slow his pacing. As he dashed forward across the stone floor, he intuitively sensed a creature moving into position behind him to attempt a blind ambush. Before the monster could even execute its movement, Ash instantly zapped directly behind the ambusher. He struck the creature from its blind spot, slashing its rear frame with his dagger in a single fluid motion. The creature creaked in extreme shock from the counterattack, but it quickly recovered, launching its heavy arm forward to strike back. Ash managed to dodge the incoming blow, but the sheer force of the movement propelled him backward across the cavern. He planted his feet firmly against the dirt, stabilizing his frame before he could fall heavily to the ground. Ash began to breathe a bit heavily, sweat dripping down his face from the physical exertion. He analyzed the situation, realizing that the durability of these enhanced monsters was rapidly nearing B rank, and their hardened exteriors made it incredibly difficult for his blades to pierce straight through to their vital points. Just then, Cole called out to Ash from behind, expressing his gratitude. He explained that Ash had successfully bought him enough time to fully charge his final attack, and he prepared to unleash a massive wave of heavy damage against the remaining mantis creatures. The scene cut back to Ash's rented apartment. Anna walked into Yoon's room, carrying the drinks. She apologized for being late, explaining that the beverages had taken longer to secure than she had anticipated. Yoon expressed her excitement about her friend's arrival and told her not to worry because her brother was not back yet anyway. Anna was surprised to hear this and asked if Ash was still not home. As Anna sat down, Yoon mentioned that Ash did not even know she had passed the Academy of Arts exams yet. She explained that she had told him she had something huge to share with him today. Guessing that he was probably just running late, Yoon suggested that they dig into the food without him. While pulling a glass jar from the counter, Yoon noticed they were entirely out of garlic sauce. She asked her friend to hold on a moment, deciding that she and Leo would make a quick run to grab the garlic sauce along with some snacks. Yoon went to the convenience store to grab what she needed. When she was finished, she looked into the bag where Leo was tucked inside, munching quietly on something. She remarked that Leo was such a little angel, noting that he had not made a single peep the whole time, and had been perfectly quiet and good. While playing with the lion cub, she told him it was a good day, and promised to get him cookies next time. On her way home, a few men watched her closely from the shadows. They were holding her photograph in their hands, evidently acting under instructions to kidnap her. Just then, an instruction came through their earpieces, telling them to stay on her easily and wait until they were out of camera range before taking care of it. It was a very sticky situation because Yoon walked back home while the men slowly followed from behind. However, she was fully aware that they were on her tail. She noted to herself that those guys had been following her ever since she stepped out of the store, wondering what exactly they wanted. At that moment, Leo began growling at the sight of them. Yoon patted his head to calm him down, instructing him to stay hidden and not come out. Turning her back, she remarked that tonight had just gotten interesting. The scene cut back to the dungeon. At that moment, Cole called out to Ash, stating that the time Ash had bought him was enough because his skill was finally fully charged. Cole screamed out to Ash that here was his ultimate move. Swinging his sword heavily, Cole shouted to the Overlord that he would blast it into nothing. A massive wave of flame flew through the space, incinerating all of the higher C-rank mantis creatures and burning them to ashes. The wave continued moving toward the Demon King of Wrath, who sat at the back of the space. As the attack approached, the Demon King looked momentarily flustered. A massive explosion followed, completely engulfing the entire space. Immediately after, the energy was entirely depleted from Cole's body, and his knees fell limp to the ground. His stamina, mental control, and elemental control were completely drained by the massive attack. Looking forward, he exhaled, believing that he had finally taken them down and that it was over. Suddenly, a laugh echoed from the creature sitting in front of him. The Lord of the Terrain asked if that was really all Cole had to offer. They realized that the creature had used a massive shield to protect itself from the flame attack. The creature remarked how disappointing the assault was. Cole felt completely powerless, shocked that his final skill had failed to lay a single scratch on the Lord of the Terrain. He knew he had given it every last drop of strength he possessed, yet it had done nothing. Ash was also taken aback and began to calculate what had happened. He concluded that right before getting hit, the creature had sucked every last bit of energy from the surrounding demon eggs to conjure that shield. Cole exhaled in deep disappointment, asking Ash if this was really how it all ended. Before he could finish his words, Ash called out to Cole, proposing a deal. He stated that the first place rank would be all Cole's, but the 1 million prize money had to come to him. He added one strict condition, telling Cole not to say a single word to anyone about what he was about to witness. Right then and there, Ash instantly changed his class to the Infernal Rakshasa, transforming right in front of Cole's eyes. Cole was extremely shocked by the sudden transformation, and asked Ash if he was a dual-class user. Ash paid him no attention. Instead, he began to devour the essence of the dead creature scattered across the ground. He absorbed every single bit of essence into his body. His stamina and strength increased rapidly, and he wallowed in the extreme energy boost right in front of Cole. Cole watched in absolute shock, and even the wrath creature began to look a bit terrified. When the absorption was complete, Ash exhaled, looking entirely rejuvenated. He looked directly at the creature and stated out loud that the Overlord belonged to him. The Overlord in front of them immediately activated a new skill that it referred to as the Requiem Riddle. Upon its deployment, a massive wave of sonic energy engulfed the entire chamber. This auditory frequency hit Cole's hearing with immense force, prompting him to shout that the monster was utilizing that troublesome hypnotic attack again. Ash was also slightly taken aback by the sudden activation of the ability. However, to the entity's complete surprise, neither Ash nor Cole fell under the spell's influence in any way whatsoever. The Overlord was thoroughly baffled, wondering exactly why its hypnotic control failed to affect Ash. Refusing to relent, the monster screamed loudly, amplifying its output to the absolute maximum to unleash the ultimate sonic hell. The augmented sonic wave whooshed through the entire space, just as it had done previously. Cole struggled significantly against the intense pressure, doing his absolute best to shield himself from the mental assault, while the Overlord put its entire being into trying to hypnotize them on the spot. Ash took a firm, heavy step forward, moving deliberately toward the Overlord. Our boy simply refused to let the sonic pressure alter his pace. This immense resilience was deeply shocking to the Overlord, as it watched Ash steadily push forward through the absolute limit of its ability. Desperate to halt his advance, the Boss Lord changed his attack pattern, sending the snakes to halt Ash. The first snake launched forward instantly, aiming straight for his torso. Ash anchored his frame with a heavy step. He swung his blade with massive force, cleanly slicing through the creature's body. The first snake fell completely limp to the ground as Ash whooshed past the corner to continue his forward dash. The remaining two snakes followed suit, launching a simultaneous frontal assault to intercept him. Ash assumed a solid stance and swung his blade in a sweeping arc, decapitating both snakes in a single instant. He moved forward continuously. The Lord was thoroughly shocked as Ash closed the distance. It screamed loudly at him, declaring that his efforts were entirely useless and futile because its personal defense shield was absolute. Ash leaped high into the air, asking the monster if it truly believed that to be the case, and told it to withstand his next strike. He unleashed a massive, weighted skill known as the 100 Skeletons Returns to Ruin. He yelled out as he maximized his energy output, swinging his blade downward with immense weight. The impact instantly shattered the Overlord's barrier. Cole watched from the rear in total shock, amazed that Ash could shatter the Lord's absolute shield with a single blow. But Ash was not finished. He instantly focused his remaining energy directly into his fist. He punched the creature straight in the guts, his arm passing completely through the monster's frame from the raw force of the heavy attack. A massive explosion immediately rocked the ground beneath them. When the dust finally settled, it was clear that Ash had made quick work of the creature. The fading Overlord looked at him in total disbelief. Ash walked up to the dying creature, demanding to know what its exact relationship was with the Demon King. The creature was taken aback, asking how a human could possibly know of the Wrath King. Ash tightened his grip, telling the monster to speak immediately or suffer the consequences. The monster countered by asking how it could not go, an attempt to break his seal if it knew of his existence. Hearing this, Ash was thoroughly surprised, wondering what the creature meant by breaking the seal. He deduced that the Demon King had already been sealed away by someone in the past. The Lord began to laugh right in front of him, warning Ash to just wait, because the Wrath King would surely return to lead the demon army and wipe the pathetic human race clean. Following those final words, the creature's body slowly withered away into nothing, leaving behind a small beam of light levitating in the air. Ash instantly absorbed the lingering energy. His system interface updated, confirming that he had successfully devoured the Abyssal Fiend Illusionist, which granted him the unique attribute skill of the Flower Mage. The massive influx of essence caused him to instantly level up to level 25. He also secured a rare material from the drop. Ash reflected on the encounter, realizing that the Demon King had not actually made his first appearance 3 years in the future, as he had previously believed. He understood that the entity had entered this world long ago, but had been sealed away for an unknown reason. This realization made Ash deeply worried, as he recognized that significant events had occurred in the past that he still knew absolutely nothing about. From behind the clearing dust, Cole emerged while coughing softly. He approached Ash, noting that he had genuinely not expected him to be a dual-class awakened. He openly admitted that Ash was far stronger than he was, conceding that Ash had completely won their match. He promised that he would keep everything that occurred inside the chamber an absolute secret. Ash leveled a quiet glare at him, remaining silent. Suddenly, Cole began to cough violently, his stamina completely failing as his body fell limp to the ground. Ash turned to him, explaining that with the Lord officially dead, the lair exit should have opened up by now. He told him to hang on, assuring him that the guild rescue party would arrive very soon. Right then, Ash sensed a strange shift in the energy of the surrounding space. He felt a sudden, sharp connection in his eyes, causing his vision to forcefully shift. He found himself looking through the sight of the lion cub, Leo. Through the connection, he noticed an unfamiliar person approaching Yoon. The individual looked incredibly vicious, and Yoon appeared deeply uncomfortable with the confrontation. Witnessing this scene, Ash became thoroughly enraged that someone would dare to target his family once again. But much earlier, after Yoon slowly tucked Leo back into her bag, she noted to herself that it looked like they were in for another little adventure. While she was walking through the streets, she reasoned that if strangers were tailing her, her best option was to head straight toward a crowded area immediately. Around dusk, the main shopping street was packed with people. She began to walk directly through the thick of the crowd, so that she could use the mass of people as cover. The men who were trying to follow her did their very best to continue trailing her through the movement of the shoppers. However, Yoon kept in mind that if she could use the crowd effectively as cover, she would be able to slip away from their sight quickly while they were not paying close attention. The moment she disappeared from their line of sight, the men were thoroughly shocked, wondering where she could have gone. Yoon quickly ran toward a particular corner and hid herself from view, noting to herself that she had successfully used the crowd to evade their watchful eyes. Just then, as she arrived at a secluded space, she suddenly saw someone standing directly in front of her. The man had a smoke in his mouth and told her that he had been waiting for her for a very long time right there. Yoon jumped back and asked who they were and how they even knew where she lived. Before he could answer, the other men who had been trailing her through the crowd suddenly arrived from behind, blocking her escape. With 3 of them now present, she was completely surrounded. Yoon instantly turned and ran in the opposite direction to get away from the group. Suddenly, one of the men activated his elemental abilities, sending a sheet of ice to hook her leg to the ground. The sudden loss of momentum caused her to fall heavily to the floor. Her bag flew clean out of her grasp upon impact. Stranded on the ground, she sustained a slight injury from the tumble. The man standing in front of her looked down and asked if she was entirely tired out. The man beside him eyed her with a nasty expression, telling her to just be good and play with them for a while. Yoon looked up at them with fear in her eyes as they closed the distance. Suddenly, a massive paw struck the lead man straight in the face with immense force. The heavy blow propelled him backward away from Yoon, causing him to fly through the air and strike his head hard against the concrete staircase. The other man standing by the corner was completely taken aback by the sudden violence unfolding in front of him. A massive, heavy paw struck the ground as a huge, white lion stepped directly in front of Yoon to shield her frame. This was Leo, fully prepared to protect her regardless of the cost. Yoon was thoroughly shocked when she saw Leo, wondering how the small cub was mechanically capable of transforming into such a massive beast. The man who had been struck in the face staggered up, screaming loudly to know where the hell this lion had come from. He muttered that when the person hired them for this job, they never mentioned they would be dealing with a creature like this. The men grew visibly terrified as Leo unleashed a loud, booming roar at them. Seeing the threat, one of the remaining attackers began to channel his electricity abilities to strike the beast. However, Leo suddenly transformed back into his original form. His mana was completely exhausted from the forced growth, causing him to fall limp to the ground and faint on the spot. Yoon screamed out for Leo, dashing forward to scoop his small body off the ground. She asked him what was wrong, as she held him tightly. The man who had cornered her laughed at the sight, noting that he thought the beast would be some kind of badass entity, but it turned out to be nothing special. He began to channel his mana, pulling thick tree roots up from the sewage lines as he walked slowly toward Yoon. He manipulated the vines to encircle her frame, intending to bind her and take her away. As he drew closer, Yoon screamed loudly, telling him to stay away from her. The man looked her straight in the eyes and told her not to waste his time, demanding to know if she was going to cooperate or if he would have to force her. Right as the words left his mouth, a sudden spatial portal cracked open in the corner of the alley, courtesy of Leo's lingering connection. Our boy came flying out of the portal instantly. Ash struck the man directly in the face before the attacker could lay a hand on Yoon, causing the man to tumble through the space, flying horizontally until his back crashed straight into the far brick wall. Ash stepped out of the portal, calling out to Yoon and apologizing for being late. He explained that something urgent had come up on his way back, and immediately asked if she and Leo were unhurt. The second attacker staggered back from the wall, coughing and screaming to know where this kid had suddenly popped out from. Yoon called out to her brother, explaining that she had no idea how these men had found their location. She warned him that they were all awakeners, anxiously asking what they should do. Ash simply turned his head, looking at her with a calm smile as he assured her there was absolutely nothing to worry about, because he was here now. The leader of the thugs grabbed the edge of the wall, pulling himself out of the debris where his back had struck earlier. Furious, he muttered that he had simply let his guard down for a second. He channeled his mana heavily, manifesting multiple thick vines, but this time each vine was lined with sharp, jagged spikes. He screamed at Ash, calling him a little punk and declaring that he had truly pissed him off. He vowed to take Ash's head and charge his employer triple for the extra trouble. Ash turned back toward the threat, instructing Yoon to stay safely behind him. He walked forward into the open alley, stating calmly that he would clean up this entire mess in no time. The scene then cuts to a time before this current regression. Some kids were beating Ash back at the alleyway. One kid was screaming loudly, calling Ash a useless parasite and asking if he was still not behaving. He urged his other men to hit him harder as they struck Ash right in the head multiple times. Just then, someone came from the corner and screamed loudly, asking them to stop hitting Ash. It was Ash's sister, Yoon, and she told them to let go of her brother. Upon saying that, the boy turned to her and called her a little parasite who wanted to save her brother. He then began to walk towards Yoon. Ash screamed loudly, telling the boy not to dare go near his sister because he had promised he wouldn't touch her. The guy paid him no words as he simply walked up to Yoon and said he was breaking that promise right now regardless. He added that today he was going to teach his arrogant little cousin a lesson, since she was the one who jumped out asking for a beating. Upon saying this, suddenly Ash grabbed a brick that was close to his hand and struck the kid that was pinning him down to the ground instantly. The sound caused the other kids to turn back at what was going on, and Ash screamed as he dashed forward. He threw the brick at the other person that was in front of him, and the boy went night-night instantly. Then he dashed forward, screaming loudly and asking the other boy how he dared say such words against his sister. The boy could barely even say anything as he screamed loudly. Ash asked how he dared go back on his word as he struck the guy straight in the face with the brick. The boy fell limp to the ground as blood gushed every which way. Ash stood in front of his sister, protecting her as the boy laid on the ground, screaming loudly and calling Ash a total psycho. Ash then told his sister not to be scared. At that very moment, the scene cut back to the present time as Ash stayed close to his sister and told her to stay right behind him. Yoon remembered it clear as day as Ash looked forward at those men who were about to attack her, telling her that he would finish this quickly. Just then, the men began to dash toward Ash in an instant. Yoon felt that they were all awakened over there, and every one of them looked like a lunatic with nothing to lose. She began to wonder how her brother could beat people like that. One of them screamed loudly as he imbued electricity in his hand to attack Ash. He called Ash a little brat and asked what he was even trying to pull here as he dashed towards him to strike him. But in an instant, Ash swung his hand and struck the guy straight to the wall beside him, causing blood to spew around the space. Yoon was extremely shocked at the sight of this at that very moment. The second person who dashed forward to attack Ash came, and he leaped into the air. Holding his weapon in hand, as he was about to swing down at Ash, Ash instantly grabbed his hand before the point of impact, and he used his knee to strike the man straight in the face, causing his tooth to fly out of his mouth in an instant. He tumbled straight to the dustbin by the corner and struck his head on the wall with a loud thud. Just then, a vine came from nowhere, extended by the leader of the three-man group to attack Ash. Ash easily dodged the attack at that very moment as the vine struck the wall directly behind him. The man screamed loudly, calling Ash just some snot-nosed student punk. As he thrusted the vines once more to Ash in that very instant, he said that he would stab him full of holes with his vines. Ash simply glared at the man as he began to dodge the impending attack easily as he moved swiftly. The moment he landed on the ground, he dashed forward to attack this man. He raised his hand with his fist folded right in front of the man before the man even knew what was going on. The man could only scream loudly in shock, wondering what kind of movement Ash just displayed in front of him. Behind him, Yoon watched her brother move swiftly as she recognized that she almost forgot her brother was the one who took first place in the exams and that her brother was a completely different type of beast. And at that very moment, her brother swung his hand and struck the guy straight in the face. Blood gushed the entire space as the leader fell, thrusted backwards from the heavy momentum of the attack. He struck his head right at the wall behind, his head falling limp to the ground with the debris flying every which way. He had taken down the three men who were about to attack his sister, and then he called out to her and told her to take Leo and head home first. He said to her that he would drop these guys off at the security squad, then he would come back. Upon saying these words, she said okay as she accepted. Much later in the evening, the leader of these three men slowly woke up as he looked forward. At that point, Ash had already tied these three men to a pillar, and the man was extremely shocked at what was happening. He then screamed loudly, asking where they were and why he brought them here. Ash asked the man if they were all from the Black Mountain Society, noting that the Black Mountain Society never acted without getting paid first. Because of that, Ash questioned who was bankrolling their current operation. The man laughed at the question and told Ash that since Ash already knew he was in it for the money, he should understand exactly what would happen, stating that the moment he opened his mouth, he would be a dead man in the business, asking Ash if he understood that reality. Ash exhaled upon hearing the response and began to transform, stating that it looked like they were doing this the hard way. Our boy instantly switched his class to the illusionist phantom sorcerer, standing elegantly in the space as the melody of his illusion skill began to play in the room. The melody from the music suddenly took hold of the man in front of him, and he instantly began to look like a possessed zombie. Ash moved his hand deliberately, causing a vine to emerge from the ground and levitate steadily around his body. One of the men sitting behind them looked at the display, wondering what was going on. Without lingering, Ash instructed the vine to strike the leg first. And instantly, the vine twisted with heavy momentum and struck the man straight in his right leg. Ash looked at him calmly and commanded the vine to strike the hands next. The vine swung upward, striking the man straight in the hand. The possessed man remained entirely unaware of the physical impact due to his state. Ash observed him, stating that this was exactly what he deserved for putting his hands anywhere near Yoon. The man sitting beside the leader screamed loudly, asking what Ash had just done to him. Our boy simply turned his gaze toward him. Ash stated that it was now his turn, directing the levitating vines toward the second man. The man screamed in terror, pleading with Ash to stop and offering to talk. Crying heavily, the man confessed that the mastermind was the son of the first hospital director, whose name was Jin. The narrative shifts to a party at the rooftop pool on the top floor of the Purple Pig Tower, where someone was offering Jin more booze. Jin looked quite angry, and almost on cue, one of his friends walked up to him, mocking him by asking if it was true that the same girl had rejected him twice. The friend added that Jin could not even charm one junior schoolgirl, questioning what had happened to their legendary campus heartthrob. Jin looked up at his friend, stating that the girl had made him look like a complete idiot in front of everyone twice that night, and vowed that she would regret every single second of it. He stood up heavily and walked off. When the lady asked where he was sneaking off to, Jin replied that he was taking a leak and told her to leave him alone. Inside the quiet quarter of the floor's toilet, Jin stood taking a piss. Suddenly, the lights behind him began to buzz and went off completely. Jin was taken aback by the sudden darkness, turning back to mutter that even the lights were against him. However, the moment he turned around, he froze in shock upon seeing Ash standing directly behind him. Fear filled his eyes. Ash glared at him coldly, demanding that he reveal his identity, asking if he was Jin Duoshin. Meanwhile, in the security control room, one of the guards sipped his tea and remarked to his colleague that the spoiled rich kids had bought out the entire top floor of the Purple Pig Tower again. The second guard replied that it was no worry, as every single camera up there had been switched off, allowing them to have the time of their lives. The first guard shook his head, leaning closer to mention that most of the girls up there had not come willingly, but had been lured into a trap. The second guard looked flustered, asking if he was serious. The first guard affirmed the situation, explaining that not long ago, a student had taken her own life after they did unspeakable things to her in that room. He added that the entire incident vanished because their parents buried it under a mountain of money. The second guard expressed shock, while the first guard continued, stating that the list of disgusting things those people had done would fill a whole novel. He warned him not to let the expensive clothes and pretty faces fool them, because behind closed doors, they were nothing but animals. Back in the toilet, Jin stood screaming in terror, asking Ash what he was doing there. He yelled that the floor was completely off limits to the public, demanding to know how Ash had even gotten up there. Jin threatened to call the police immediately to have him thrown out. In response, Ash pulled out a phone and dialed a number, causing Jin's own phone to ring. Jin looked at his screen in complete shock, recognizing the phone as belonging to the man he had sent to attack Yoon. Ash stated flatly that Jin was the one who had sent people after his sister. Jin screamed, asking why Ash had Blackie's phone and demanding to know what he had done to him. Ash simply squeezed the device, breaking it in his hand with an instant heavy crunch. Jin screamed at Ash to stay back, frantically asking who he was. Before he could utter another word, Ash delivered a heavy punch to Jin's face that instantly sent him flying through the space, shattering a glass wall before he landed limp on the floor. Crawling weakly on the ground, Jin looked up and screamed loudly for help. He then realized that everyone outside was already fast asleep, leaving him completely baffled as to what had happened to the crowd. Ash walked into the shattered space, imbuing the atmosphere with the illusionist ability he had recently acquired. Pure terror showed in Jin's eyes as he turned his head, frantically asking what was wrong with Ash and why he was attacking him. He begged Ash to stay back, questioning if he was deaf as Ash steadily closed the distance between them. Desperate, Jin screamed about his family status, stating that his father was the director of the first hospital, and threatening that if Ash touched him, his father would have him buried. Ash commanded him to shut his mouth, instantly deploying his ability. The melody took hold of Jin, cutting off his heavy crying and leaving him in a rigid, zombie-like state where he could no longer move on his own. Ash glared down at him and commanded him to pick it up. Jin slowly extended his hand and grabbed a piece of broken glass from the floor. The narrative recalls the earlier tragedy involving the girl who had taken her own life after they had wrongfully taken advantage of her without giving any thought to her consent. At that time, Jin had calmly told his flustered companion to relax, instructing everyone to say she had simply slipped and fallen in a tragic accident. He had confidently explained that the autopsy results would say whatever his father told them to say, demonstrating how they used their wealth and power to ensure no consequences ever stuck to their actions. Ash understood the true nature of the person in front of him, and so Ash instructed Jin to proceed with the action. Jin raised his hand holding the sharp glass, while Ash watched with absolute resolve,
demanding that he carry out the action,
knowing he would not flinch for a single second to protect someone precious to him. Much earlier, before the event of the attack at Yoon's location in the dungeon, Ash was speaking to Cole. Ash told Cole that the Overlord was down, and the exit should be clear as well. He explained to him that he needed to hang on just a little longer, because the guilds were on their way. Cole replied to Ash that when they got out, he was telling everyone the truth, that Ash was the one who saved them that day. At that very moment, Ash suddenly saw through Leo's eyes as the Phantom Mane spotted the individual who was about to attack. Ash realized that something was wrong, noticing that Yoon was in danger, before he then suddenly disappeared. Cole was left extremely shocked by the sudden disappearance, realizing that Ash actually possessed more than 2 classes at the same time. Remembering the Lightning class and the Infernal Rakshasa class, Cole began to wonder just how many secrets Ash had, concluding that he was still hiding even more from him. Just then, people who had run into the dungeon began to scream that they should find them just ahead. Logan was heard screaming out loud that they needed to move and get in there to save everyone inside the dungeon. The rescue team noticed some people up ahead as they arrived where Cole was seated, and they immediately began to heal Cole. Logan walked up to Cole and asked him to talk to him, questioning how bad the situation was. Logan reasoned that since the dungeon overlord was running B-rank power, surviving this was an actual miracle. The other men who were around began to explain that the examiners were unharmed as they went to work to purify and stabilize the other examiners. Logan asked where that kid Ash went, to which the other men replied that there were no other casualties found anywhere. Logan suspected that Ash had gotten scared, telling his men to fan out and keep looking. Logan screamed to his men that this was entirely the inspection agency's fault. He stated that Cole got hurt because of their incompetence, and the second he was out of here, every last one of them was fired. Just then, Soren walked into the space and rejected the anger, stating that this was actually perfect. Soren viewed it as an unexpected incident during the examination where the examiners themselves were defeated by monsters, and in that moment, when all hope was lost, the son of Soren stepped forward and saved everyone. Soren asked if it could be any more perfect. Cole immediately tried to correct the narrative, stating that actually every creature in here, including the Overlord, was taken care of by Ash. Before Cole was able to continue, his father struck him on the shoulder and told him that he was the one who took care of it, forcing him to accept that this was the reality. Soren enforced that every single person here watched it happen with their own eyes. As he squeezed heavily on Cole's shoulder, he repeated that Cole was the one who took care of it. His father then turned away, and after inflicting so much pain on his son, he mentioned that Cole was old enough to be able to understand that now, telling him to clean himself up because tomorrow's graduation ceremony was where he would finally step into the spotlight. The scene then shifted to a different space where people were clanking their bottles in celebration inside of Ash's room, where he sat with his sister and her friend. Anna screamed out loud, offering congratulations to Yoon, saying that she got into the Central International Academy of Arts. Anna patted Yoon on the shoulder and mentioned that she was finally doing it, stating she was sure Yoon was going to be an incredible artist one day. Ash began to take a drink on his own when Yoon asked him why he looked completely dead inside right now, as if he had known it all along. Ash affirmed that he really was happy for her. Internally, Ash affirmed that he had already known from the regression that Yoon would receive her acceptance letter on this specific day, meaning he already grasped that this was going to happen. Anna then stated out loud that, honestly, she was so jealous of Yoon, because being a student in Sandhaven was a once-in-a-lifetime shot that most people never even got close to. Yoon looked at the letter and mentioned that it was so far away, questioning if the cost of living there must be insane. Ash told Yoon not to worry about any of that, including the distance or the money, because after he graduates, he will be working in Sandhaven as well, and will be able to cover the cost of it. Yoon was completely taken aback by these words and screamed to her brother, asking what he had just said, and if he got recruited by a guild over there. Anna also looked extremely excited, mentioning that those were all top-tier elite guilds, literally the best of the best, and asked how he pulled that off. They began to celebrate for Ash, and Yoon was excited that she was going to go to Sandhaven together with her brother. Ash looked at his sister and was excited that this time, she didn't have to give up on her dreams for any reason whatsoever. The scene then changed to the bathroom where Ash was taking his bath. He calculated that the threats against his sister were handled, and the graduation exam was done and wrapped up. By his deal with Cole, he would collect the 1 million tomorrow, which was just enough to clear his debt with Theo. As he sat down on his bed after his shower, he reasoned that if Wrath really was sealed after crossing into the human world, his 3 years estimate was looking riskier by the day. Ash knew he needed to get to Sandhaven fast to find Wrath, which was the priority now. However, he concluded that before any of that, he needed someone he could actually trust at his back, and tomorrow's graduation ceremony was exactly the opportunity that he had been waiting for. In a different space, Carl was speaking with Arya. Arya mentioned to him at that moment that the glutton was spotted recently at Everfield Country. Carl accepted the information and told her that she should tell him everything, to which she began to explain that the moment she got the tip, she went straight to the scene. She explained that security footage had already been wiped, leaving just a handful of scuff marks and stains left behind. She explained to Carl that their normal tactic was to eliminate fast, then consume, and that his targets were always awakeners with rare, exceptional abilities. Arya noted that the rank of his victims kept climbing as well, which meant that the creature was getting stronger and faster at a concerning rate. She added that once the glutton starts moving, he does not stop, and she felt that he would strike again soon. While Carl poured his cup, he expressed his annoyance that the glutton was showing up right now of all times, remarking that it was very interesting. Arya then placed a paper on the table and told Carl that there was one more thing, and this one was even better. Carl was taken aback as she explained that this time, the glutton hit a narrow alley inside a low-income housing estate, and that the alley was less than 100 meters from Ash's home. Upon seeing this, Carl was stunned. Arya explained that they had zero visual records of the glutton to date, but noting Ash's recent performance, the way his abilities were growing at a rate that made no logical sense, and the way he fights, they had both seen it with their own eyes. She stated that right now she saw two possibilities. The first theory was that the glutton had his sights set on Ash, or the second theory, which loomed heavily in the entire space, was that the glutton was actually Ash. The scene shifted to Stephen's office. One of his subordinates approached him and asked if he was truly skipping the graduation ceremony, noting that the students were his after all, and that he had guided them every step of the way. Stephen paused for a second, smiling after hearing her words. He simply opened the cage of birds and said that he had merely provided a safe haven for them when they were weak. Now that they had grown up, it was time for them to pave their own path forward. Upon saying this, he noticed that while the other birds flew away, one bird remained in the cage. He began to wonder why that single bird had not flown away yet, questioning if it simply did not know where it belonged. The scene then moved to the venue of the graduation ceremony. Inside, people were slowly entering the hall and filling up the seats. Ma Long conversed with Weston, stating that it was his first time seeing the academy use a hall this massive. He noted that many high-ranking guild leaders were attending today, so they had pulled out all the stops. You responded to him, wondering how the supplementary assessments for Ash and Cole turned out, as not a single word had leaked regarding the results. The academy was keeping things tightly under wraps, to which Weston replied that they would find out soon enough. Ma Long cheered, asking if that was even a question, as their boy Ash had definitely taken the win. Just then, from the corner, Chen called out to them and told Ma Long to stop talking up Ash, stating that he did not stand a chance against his brother. Chen said that the championship belonged to Cole. Upon hearing this, Ma Long, Chen, and the other members of Ma Long's crew began to boo each other. The scene then cut to Soren Gong, Cole's father, as he spoke to Cole. He told him that major guilds from all across the country were sending representatives to the graduation ceremony. Looking outside through the curtain, he said that the entire board of directors from the Empire Guild would be attending as well. Looking at them, he saw Ming Jing, the founder of the Empire Guild, and Yuan Guang, the co-founder of the Empire Guild. Ming Jing was shaking hands with Carl Cavendish as they conversed. A staff member came to meet them and asked them to take their seats in the front rows of the VIP section. While all of that was going on, Soren Gong felt a bit wary and said to his son that the upcoming board election for the Empire Guild was on the horizon, and he was tied even with Ming Jing in the polls. He noted that today's ceremony was the perfect opportunity to win over all the undecided board members, because they were all present. He declared that the chairman's seat would be his. Turning to his son, he stated that once the ceremony began, Vice Chairman Carl would personally hand him the championship trophy. He said the entire world would remember this day as the starting point of Cole's ascent to the peak and the most glorious moment for the Gong family. All of these words made Cole uncomfortable, because he knew that he was not deserving of that award. Soren Gong then instructed him to deliver a good speech and not mess things up, telling his son to go out there and show his value. His son simply exhaled and gave no response other than clutching the piece of paper that he had received for his speech. The graduation ceremony began. An elegant lady stood at the podium giving an announcement, welcoming the distinguished guests and audience. She stated that after constant trials and efforts, this year's Awakener University graduation assessment had successfully come to a close. She expressed that she was deeply honored to announce the official start of the class of 2157 National Awakening University graduation ceremony. Upon saying this, everyone clapped loudly while Cole looked uncomfortable in the crowd. The scene focused closely on Ash, who looked at Cole at that very moment, also appearing uncomfortable. The presenter continued, stating that in this anticipated moment, everyone would witness the crowning of the champion. The cloth covering the trophy was removed, revealing the elegant trophy beneath. She stated that they were going to crown the champion of this year's graduation assessment, then asked for a warm round of applause for Carl Cavendish, the vice chairman of the Global United Guild. Upon calling his name, Carl walked up to the podium as she announced that he would state the champion and present the award personally. Carl began his speech by expressing his gratitude for the Empire Guild's invitation, which allowed him to be there in person. He noted that he was able to witness the brilliant performance of the new generation. He mentioned that many people might not be aware, but an unexpected incident had occurred during the supplementary assessment, explaining that the uncharted demon lair, originally classified as a D rank, turned out to be a dangerous B rank dungeon lair in disguise. Upon hearing this, people in the audience began to murmur in shock. One person remarked that even a full guild raid team would struggle against a B rank demon lair, questioning how the students managed to survive. That was the question on everyone's mind. Carl continued, stating that, in a moment of extreme despair, one candidate relied on his quick footwork and skills to defeat the high-tier monsters despite the gap in strength. He explained that this student single-handedly slayed the lord of the B-rank demon lair and saved the lives of his entire team. He declared that this person was the strongest graduate and the champion of this year's assessment. He then called out Cole's name, declaring that Cole was the one who achieved this accomplishment. Upon calling out Cole's name, confetti exploded around the space while everyone cheered, and lights flashed as people took pictures. Cole rose up slowly and walked toward the podium. From the stands, Ma Long was shocked and cried out that Ash had failed to win, leaving the rest of his crew enraged. On the other hand, Chen and his members were rejoicing, stating that Cole was invincible and booing Ma Long's group. Other students near the podium conversed in shock, noting that defeating a B-rank demon lair alone was an absurd feat. The students cheered for Cole as he walked up to the podium, with one mentioning his appearance and presence. Cole slowly walked up to the podium while Ash watched him go to collect the award. The scene then cut to a memory from earlier, when Ash had spoken to Cole about making a deal. Before Ash had changed his class to the Abyssal Fiend class, he had told Cole that Cole would take first place in the assessment, while Ash would take the 1 million yuan in prize money. Ash had specified one condition, stating that Cole could not tell a single soul about what was going to happen, revealing his unique skill to Cole. Thinking back to this moment, Ash wondered if Cole was going to stick to their agreement. Just then, the announcer asked everyone to welcome Cole to deliver his acceptance speech. Upon arriving at the podium, Cole pulled out his paper. Everyone around the space began to murmur, noting that he carried himself with grace. They conversed that he was a clear prodigy, just as expected of Soren Gong's son, and that the young master of the Gong family was living up to his reputation. Hearing the murmurs around him made Soren Gong happy. It was left to Cole to deliver his speech. Cole remembered the words from his father earlier, telling him to deliver a good speech, not mess things up, and prove the worth of the Gong family. Looking at the paper in front of him, Cole questioned his own worth. He turned to Vice Chairman Carl and stated that Carl was right about encountering a terrifying enemy, saving the team, and slaying the Lord. However, Cole announced directly to everyone in the space that the person who accomplished all of this was not him, stating clearly that Ash was the one who carried out the incredible feat. Upon making this declaration, the entire space went silent and felt cold in an instant. Ash was surprised that Cole had actually revealed him as the one who accomplished the feat. Carl Cavendish was taken aback as well. On the other hand, Logan Gong and Cole's father, Soren Gong, were shocked, with Soren Gong wondering what his son was saying at that moment. People in the audience began to converse among themselves, wondering how Cole could say such things. Cole continued, telling everyone that when the unexpected incident happened in the demon lair, the examiner fell unconscious, leaving only Ash and himself. Ash sat there, paying attention to Cole's words and hoping he would not reveal his secret. Cole stated that Ash was the strongest lightning assassin he had ever seen. He explained that with Ash's skills and experience, he easily defeated the horde of monsters, using his strength to show what power actually was, and making him realize for the first time that such a formidable awakener existed in the world. Cole expressed that Ash was the one who resolved everything, and that the champion of that year's graduation assessment was actually Ash. Listening to the full speech, Ash noted inwardly that Cole had kept his secret while still revealing the truth. Murmurs spread across the audience as people questioned the situation, asking if the exam results were supposed to have been tested by the Empire Guild. They wondered if there was a problem with the result. Carl Cavendish stepped forward and remarked on how interesting the development was. Ma Long screamed loudly, declaring that he knew there was shady business going on with the assessment. Weston added that they needed a major investigation into the whole situation. These shouts from the audience made Mingjing uncomfortable. The man sitting beside Soren Gong called out and asked him what kind of stunt this was, demanding an explanation. Soren Gong was annoyed as he grabbed the chair handle. Enraged, he stood up and walked out of the space, bearing his son no mind as he left the podium. Cole reflected on what kind of value he wanted to realize in his life, and which path he would take in the future, knowing those were things he had to decide for himself. At that moment, the bird inside the cage in Stephen Yuan Long's office slowly moved forward. As Cole tore the paper of the speech he was supposed to give and threw it away, standing there with composure, the bird flew out of the cage. Stephen Yuan Long watched the bird fly away and felt glad, knowing the bird finally understood where it belonged. Cole shared the same feeling in that moment. He called out to Ash and stated that Ash had won the whole competition that time, but promised that next time he would surpass him, setting up a healthy rivalry between the two of them. The scene shifted to reveal that there were tens of thousands of guilds around the world. Varying in size and strength, they were divided into 5 tiers, from highest to lowest. Among them, the top-tier guild was the highest limit that the vast majority of Awakeners could ever reach. There were only 12 top-tier guilds in the world, and the Empire Guild was one of them. Inside an office, a man complained and asked a staff member to take another look at his resume. His application was denied, and as he pleaded, the lady in front of him stated that their Divine Eye Guild was not recruiting support classes that year and told him to ask elsewhere. For ordinary graduates, getting a guild offer was difficult, and joining a top-tier guild was equivalent to realizing one's main dream in life. A man pulled out a red card and placed it on the table, telling Ma Long that his identity information had been registered, and that this was his employment certificate. The man in question was Charlson, the Empire Guild Human Resources Manager. He told Ma Long that as a member of the champion team he could directly join the Empire Guild. Upon taking the card, Ma Long cried out with excitement for his new path ahead. The Shang brothers embraced him, and they all celebrated stepping into a top-tier guild like the Empire Guild. Meanwhile, the other members of Cole's team who did not make it in were sad and crying in the corner. Cole sat in his space with his team in silence, while Chen expressed that it annoyed him to think about being colleagues with Ma Long's group in the future. At that same moment, Ming Jing, the founder of the Empire Guild, walked toward an elevator and asked the man beside him if everything went smoothly at the recruitment fair. The man responded that 2 teams received perfect scores that year, so quite a few new recruits were registering their information. As the elevator door opened, Ming Jing was surprised to see Carl Cavendish inside. He smiled and asked if the chairman was also heading to the recruitment fair. Carl Cavendish expressed that he was there to say goodbye to someone. Ming Jing asked if Carl Cavendish valued this person highly, to which Carl Cavendish smiled and replied that the Empire Guild got a steal by obtaining such a genius. Meanwhile, Charlson looked at his files and asked why one person was still missing, referring to Ash. He turned to the corner and shouted at Ma Long, asking why Ash had not registered yet since he was the only one left. Ma Long and the Shang brothers began calling out for Ash, looking for him in the area. Ash walked into the space calmly. Ma Long approached him and asked why he had not submitted his employment registration form yet. Weston questioned him as well, asking how he could go off to use the restroom at a critical moment like that, while the Empire Guild was waiting. Charlson looked annoyed and told Ma Long that young people in those days were undisciplined. Looking at Ash, Charlson stated that even if he was the champion, he still had to go through proper procedures, telling him that this was the Empire Guild and instructing him to fill out the registration form immediately. Ash simply responded that he had no intention of joining the Empire Guild. This statement caused Charlson to spit out the water he had just taken a sip of. Ash's declaration shocked his team members, who shouted and asked why he was saying such nonsense. The members of Cole's crew were shocked as well. The space fell into an uproar just as Carl Cavendish and Ming Jing walked in and overheard Ash's words. They questioned why Ash would turn down registration with the Empire Guild. Charlson turned to Ash and told him this was no place to fool around, noting that the higher-ups had reserved a high-level management position for him that countless people would want. Ash reiterated that he never said he wanted to join the Empire Guild. Charlson grew more annoyed and asked Ash what he was even there for. At that moment, Carl Cavendish laughed, stepped forward, and said that this gave him the opportunity he had been waiting for. People were surprised that the chairman was present. Carl Cavendish walked up to Ash while Ma Long and the Shang brothers greeted the chairman. Carl Cavendish asked Ash if he was interested in coming to the Saints' Kingdom with him, since he did not want to join the Empire Guild, offering to recommend him to the local Ember Flare Knights. Chen and Mingjing were taken aback by this offer and waited to hear Ash's response. People around the space noted that the Ember Flare Knights was a globally top-ranked pinnacle guild often mentioned on international news. They noted that there were only 6 pinnacle guilds in the world, with internal recommendation being the only way to join. However, Ash pulled out a black card and politely told Carl Cavendish that he was not interested. Ash explained that he did not plan on joining any guild, but had come there that day to recruit teammates instead. Carl Cavendish was taken aback as he looked at the black card. Ma Long and Weston were surprised by the mention of recruiting teammates, asking Ash if he had established his own guild at his age. Charleston stepped in, snatched the card from Ash's hand, and questioned how a student who just graduated could establish a guild. However, as he looked at the card, the details checked out. The name listed was the Black Raven Guild, a name he had never heard before. Charleston stated that the registration window for guilds was only from May to June every year and required 1 million in registered capital. He shouted at Ash, saying that as a recent graduate it was impossible to register without connections, capital, or a recommendation from another guild. Just then, a staff member called out to Charleston and confirmed that the Black Raven Guild actually existed. The lady stated that the Black Raven Guild was registered on May 18, 2157, passed audits on June 18, and listed Ash as the founder. Cole was surprised upon hearing this, realizing that Ash had prepared to establish a guild a month before the assessment even began. Cole understood that Ash had complete certainty about winning the assessment from the start, which was why he only cared about the prize money rather than the championship title. Ash had never intended to join the Empire Guild and had planned his own path all along. Mingjing, Charleston, and Carl Cavendish were left speechless as they looked at Ash. Carl Cavendish thought to himself that Ash reminded him of someone he used to know. Ash took his card back from Charleston and noted that a guild needed at least 2 members to conduct a Demon Lair raid, stating that the Black Raven Guild currently only had him. He walked up to Cole, extended the card toward him, and asked Cole if he wanted to join his Black Raven Guild. Cole was speechless as Ash waited for his response. A week prior, the scene returned to Ash's conversation with Theo in the Mithril Guild. He spoke to Theo Ching and said he came to tell him 2 things. First, regarding the repayment deadline, he needed an extension of exactly 1 week. The graduation assessment had resulted in a tie for first place, so he received 500,000 yuan less than anticipated. Second, there was a much more crucial matter. Glaring at Theo calmly, Ash told him that he had traveled back in time from 10 years in the future. In 10 years, a few Demon Kings would completely obliterate the world, and he was the last awakener of that era. Theo Ching was shocked as Ash revealed that the very first Demon King to descend was known as Wrath. Wrath had used sonic shockwaves to eradicate the entire globe, yet an entrepreneur named Jing Zhu stepped up and donated a piece of equipment to forge the Null Wavestone. Ash revealed that the Null Wavestone helped countless people withstand Wrath's sonic shockwaves, buying humanity time to catch its breath and fight back. Theo Ching stood up in shock. He knew that the Null Wavestone was a piece of equipment he had been designing to isolate sonic magic attacks, though it was currently nothing more than a concept in his head. He wondered if Ash could really be from the future. Ash called out Theo Ching's name and asked him to team up with him. In the present time, on June 26th, Theo Ching and Ash continued their conversation inside the Mithril Guild exchange room. Theo Ching informed Ash that his loan of 1,500,000 yuan was completely paid off, returning his weapon to him. Ash materialized a small sack in front of him and pulled out several items. He explained to Theo Ching that these were the materials acquired inside the demon lair, as agreed, to cover the interest. The items included venomous ant legs, a bladed mantis spine, and a black-scaled snake gall. Theo Ching remarked on the high quality of the merchandise, noting that Ash knew how to get things done. Ash mentioned that he was pressed for time back then and only managed to harvest that much. Theo Ching then asked how recruitment was coming along for the Black Raven Guild. Ash expressed disappointment, mentioning that he had been rejected by Cole. Theo Ching was surprised, assuming Ash's trip to the Shanghai Nation would be delayed. Ash responded that he was actually moving the trip up. His original plan was divided into 3 steps: establish his own guild, elevate the guild rank to secure raiding rights for S-rank demon lairs, and finally head to the Shanghai Nation to locate the exact S-rank dungeon lair where Wrath was hiding. However, he ran into an unexpected variable, realizing that Wrath might have already descended upon this world long ago. Theo Ching asked for clarification, and Ash explained that he needed to head to the Shanghai Nation immediately, where he would recruit teammates instead. Theo Ching was deep in thought, noting that things had gotten more complicated. He pulled an item from his pocket and placed it on the table, stating that a friend of his produced a pop song specifically containing beta waves. Playing the song on his phone, the sound emanated through the device as Theo Ching explained that he had gotten in touch with international superstar Michael Bruno to polish the track and drop it as the lead single for his album. With his influence in the music industry, the song could go viral globally within a single week. Theo Ching reminded Ash that beta waves could suppress Wrath's alpha wave attacks, making this an efficient defensive measure with his current resources. Looking down at the phone, Ash noted that Theo Ching had accomplished all of this in just a single week. Theo Ching pushed up his glasses and stated that if the future was destined to burn, everything he was doing carried much more weight than anything he had done before. Theo Ching grabbed Ash by the hand and materialized a smartwatch on Ash's wrist, referring to it as a storage ring. Upon saying the command to open, the ring fully materialized. Theo Ching explained that this was a Demon King radar, heavily modified from a standard smartwatch. If it detected a Demon King level power surpassing an S rank, it would instantly trigger an alarm and pinpoint its exact coordinates, even tracking the target's residual energy trail for up to 10 days. Ash was impressed, realizing the radar functioned like an exquisite demon heart, while displaying exact coordinates directly. He noted that Theo Ching had managed to handcraft a high-tier piece of equipment. Theo Ching exhaled and mentioned that if it were possible, he would love to become an Awakener to help Ash out more. Ash told him that he had already done more than enough, stating that he would handle the rest himself. Since Wrath was the first Demon King to descend, Ash still lacked a complete understanding of his capabilities and hoped there would be no more unexpected variables. Later that evening, at the Kangchang First Hospital, the lover boy from earlier was not looking good. Jin Duoxin began to bark like a dog. His father, Jin Rong, the director of the hospital, looked at his son in shock. Jin Duoxin was acting wildly, making strange sounds and claiming to be a moth. Jin Rong was annoyed, demanding to know who turned his son into this state. He turned to his subordinates, noting that they were some of the top A-rank Awakeners in the country, and instructed them to investigate the situation immediately, using whatever means necessary to tear the responsible person to pieces. One of the Awakeners pulled out a sword and assured the director that they would have the perpetrator's head within a single day. Strangely, the entire building began to rumble, surprising everyone. Jin Rong felt nauseous, experienced brain fog, and fell to the ground, vomiting. The Awakeners became alert as they felt the rumble, channeling energy into their physiques while questioning the overwhelming spiritual pressure. They deduced that something terrifying was nearby. From the corridor, a figure moved toward their room with speed. The shadow of the creature came into frame, revealing the threat Ash was in pursuit of. Inside, the Awakener members took their stances near the exit, unaware of what they were dealing with. The creature appeared inside the room, right behind the Awakener members. Sensing its presence, they turned as the creature glared at them with a smile, stating that it was going to feast on a heavy meal. A vast myriad of awakening classes existed in the world, primarily divided into 5 major categories. The warrior class was tasked with absorbing damage and leading the vanguard. The assassin class flanked the enemy to deliver instantaneous lethal strikes. The mage class managed battlefield control and inflicted magical damage, while the chanter class cleansed debuffs and provided combat buffs. Finally, there was one class that stood apart as rather unique. While Ash was running through that particular dungeon where he had been defeated in one shot earlier, it was clear that this unique class almost completely forsook defensive capabilities. A fire blast came straight for Ash's head, causing an explosion the moment it struck the ground. Ash dodged the attack in the nick of time. In exchange for defensive power, the Lord on the second floor of this demon tower possessed extreme offensive strength, belonging to the shooter class. Ash remained alert, looking around the space to spot where the monster was sniping him from. Judging by the trajectory of the last shot, the attack had launched from a specific spot nearby. The monster's long-range attacks packed a terrifying punch, yet it needed to stay hidden briefly after every shot to discharge its power. Ash realized he had to locate it before the next strike arrived. Looking forward, he spotted a tail wiggling on the ground. Thinking he had found its location, he dashed inward instantly to take down the creature in a single strike. However, upon reaching the spot, he saw that the tail was completely detached. The creature had used its tail as a decoy to deceive Ash. Before he could react, the shooter fired another round, catching Ash in an instant and tearing his body to pieces. His consciousness returned to reality as he gasped heavily. He knew this was a difficult situation and felt frustrated with the enemy he was facing at that stage. The next day, his sister Yoon yawned loudly and looked toward the corner. She saw her brother looking dazed and asked what was wrong, wondering if he had slept poorly the previous night. Ash replied that he had spent the entire night searching, only to get played. She sat down beside him and asked what he had been looking for all night. He gave no definite answer, but turned to her and stated that he planned to head to the Shenghe Nation in a few days, setting out right after they visited their parents' graves together the following week. Hearing those words, Yoon noted that the next week marked their death anniversary. Ash walked to the window as Yoon asked if he was really heading to the Shenghe Nation that early. Ash replied that since it was an unfamiliar city, he wanted to get there early to make preparations. Turning back, he calculated that he needed to accelerate his plans. He was glad Leo was staying by Yoon's side, which gave him peace of mind, though he remained concerned that his telepathic connection with Leo seemed to cut off under specific circumstances. From the moment he had stepped into the deepest depths of the demon lair and the city sealed shut behind him, his connection with Leo had severed completely. Only after he eradicated the Lord and the gates reopened was their connection restored. He realized that if he had not resolved that Lord when he did, the consequences for his sister would have been unthinkable. He called out to Yin and asked to borrow Leo for a few days before setting off for the Shenghe Nation, a request that took Yoon completely by surprise. Demon lairs were scarce in the world, and the resources obtained from raiding them frequently held high market value. Whenever a new demon lair was discovered, the government held a public bidding ceremony where groups bid for the rights. High-tier demon lairs were monopolized by massive guilds and raid teams almost instantly. Conversely, lower-tier minor demon lairs that lacked significant value flowed straight into the public market, where civilian factions fought over them. At one of the local guilds, a leader read a document and complained to a subordinate that they had gone through extensive trouble just to score a minor D-rank demon lair. The subordinate responded that anything decent was snatched up instantly, adding that it was never their turn, and they had to be satisfied with that since they had lacked business for months. She walked toward the exit while the leader told her to find one more person to join their party, asking if she remembered the rules. She confirmed she did, opened the exit door, and announced that they had a D-rank demon lair party of 2 looking for a third member, specifically needing a warrior to head out as soon as the slot was filled. The government explicitly mandated that raiding a demon lair required a party of at least 2 awakeners. Therefore, the awakener talent market had become the gathering ground for freelance awakeners to form parties, level up, and make a living after failing to join official guilds. A man holding a staff presented his identification card to the lady, explaining that he could heat up his teammates' weapons to give their attack power a buff, revealing he was an E-rank chanter. Disliking the offer, she threw his card away and yelled at him to leave, asking who would want an E-rank support class. The man pleaded, stating he had been unable to join a party for an entire month, but she told him he was useless and chased him off. To protect Yoon properly, Ash planned to bring Leo into a demon lair to train and level up. Since he was currently the sole member of the Black Raven Guild, he lacked raiding rights for official demon lairs, and his Dreamscape Demon Tower was far too dangerous for Leo at his current age. Finding a party in the public market was his only viable option. Ash asked Leo if he was ready, and Leo barked in response as they moved forward together to test their chances of entering a dungeon. Ash walked up to one of the recruiters and handed over his card. The recruiter checked the credentials, reading aloud that he was an E-rank star Beastmaster, noting that the class was rare, and admitting he had almost forgotten the Beastmaster class even existed. He then looked down at Ash's beast, explaining that a Beastmaster's combat power hinged on the quality of their contracted beast, and remarked that the small creature looked like it would panic the moment it stepped into a demon lair. At that exact moment, Leo let out a loud roar at the man, causing him to drop the card in surprise. The recruiter yelled that the creature was small yet aggressive, telling Ash to take his card and leave, because no team would ever accept him. Ash turned away and spoke to Leo, stating that they would search for another party. They approached a different recruiter who examined his card, and stated that they needed individuals who could hold the front line rather than a small beast. Ash moved on to another recruiter who simply told him to get lost. He tried yet another group, where the leader stated that all living creatures possessed a soul, and forcing a beast to fight went against his principles, concluding that they were not a good match. After multiple rejections, Ash felt exhausted from the repeated failures, wondering if the Beast Masterclass was truly that unpopular in the talent market, and thinking he should have lied about his class and brought Leo in quietly. Just then, a woman ran past Ash, stopping immediately when she noticed Leo. She bent down to pet him, enthusiastically admiring how fluffy he was and calling him a cute puppy. Leo let out a loud cry and jumped out of her hands. She questioned why he was crying, to which Ash explained that Leo was not a puppy, but a demon lion. The lady stood up, looking slightly embarrassed, and apologized to Leo, mentioning it was her first time seeing such a small demon beast. She looked down at Ash's card, reading his name and noting his status as an E-rank star beastmaster. Looking at Ash with suspicion, she asked if he was searching for a party. Ash stated that he needed to level up his beast, and was indeed looking for a team. She flicked her hand and noted the coincidence, explaining that she had recently purchased the rights to a demon lair and was currently recruiting partners to raid it. Her name was Heimu Shun, a D-rank core warrior. Looking at Ash, she noted that the location was a D-rank dungeon lair with high risks, questioning if Ash and his tamed beast had the courage to go there. Ash gave no verbal response, simply following her. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the outskirts of the Jiang Mountain. As Heimu Shun stepped out of the vehicle, Ash noticed two people who had previously rejected him earlier that day. One of the men cursed upon seeing Ash again, asking why he was there. Heimu Shun asked if they already knew each other, and the man yelled that Ash had been rejected by him earlier, questioning why she invited someone without any team history onto the team. Another member chuckled from the side, stating that there was strength in numbers and that they should give newcomers a chance. The man calmed down slightly, looking at Ash and expressing his frustration about carrying dead weight. Ash simply glared back at him without saying a word. Heimu Shun stepped in to bring order to the group, instructing everyone to listen closely. She explained that even though 3 of them had reached D rank and possessed combat experience, they were walking into an uncharted D rank demon lair and could not afford to drop their guard. She outlined the strategy, stating that Lao Li, the man who had rejected Ash earlier, and she would take the front lines for primary offense. She assigned Guo Jun to handle flanking and cleanup strikes. Looking at Xiao He and Xiao Milo, she instructed Xiao Milo to protect Xiao He while fighting in the rear. Finally, she told Ash to look for openings to deal damage whenever possible. Lao Li told them not to worry, noting that he had raided over a dozen D-rank dungeons and could be relied upon. With the plan set, the party headed into the dungeon space. Moving further into the tunnel, they reached a section where the ground was glowing. Heimu Shun informed them that they had arrived and that the entrance was just ahead. Reaching a subterranean portal, she told the group to keep up as she jumped through, landing in a different dimension beneath the surface. She pulled out a weapon that illuminated the dark room. Lao Li descended next, spotting several strange eggs on the ground and realizing it was a lightning-type demon lair. They moved carefully through the space, as Heimu Shun cautioned everyone to remain alert. Ash looked around the environment when a creature suddenly lunged from the corner, striking Lao Li directly in the back. Heimu Shun shouted to alert the party that monsters had appeared. The creature bounced off the wall with speed, screeching as it moved. It was a quail rat, a lightning-type assassin creature. Lao Li yelled in frustration at the sight of the rodent. However, Heimu Shun dashed forward, swinging her large weapon to cut down the rat in an instant. Turning to Lao Li, she asked how an experienced fighter could be startled by a small E-rank mob. Lao Li responded that no one had informed him this was a lightning-type lair, adding that lightning countered flora and that the place was filled with those creatures. A swarm of quail rats rushed into the space. Guo Jun managed to dodge one attack, but the rats moved quickly, striking other party members in rapid succession. Lao Li stayed low on the ground, trying to keep the creatures away as the party was forced onto the defense. Heimu Shun shouted, questioning why so many monsters were swarming them at once. As the party struggled against the momentum of the attack, Ash observed the situation. He called out to Leo, who began to growl, preparing to use their skills to clear out the creatures. The scene shifted to the Gong family estate, where Arya was conversing with Chen. She asked him if all his onboarding paperwork was sorted out, to which he responded that it was completely finished. Chen then mentioned that Ash had pulled another stunt that day, noting how unbelievable it was that he had never even joined the Imperial Guild. He explained to Arya that Ash was out there claiming he had founded his own guild called Black Raven. This news surprised Arya, who asked Chen to clarify if Ash had truly started his own guild. Chen affirmed it once more, adding that Ash had even tried recruiting his brother right in front of everyone, as if his brother would ever work for him. Arya walked over to the window and remained silent, considering the situation carefully. Chen added that something was seriously wrong with that kid's head. Arya pondered what Ash was actually playing at, and wondered about his true identity. Arya recalled a past memory where she was conversing with Carl. Carl had told her that Ash was not the glutton. Arya had asked him what made him so sure. Carl replied, stating that the glutton always targets powerful awakeners. Carl explained that if Ash were truly the glutton, he would not have passed up a prime opportunity, like the examination where all the examiners were gathered together. Arya countered his point, noting that the exam had too many eyes on it, and any incident under that spotlight would immediately cause trouble for the perpetrator. Carl agreed, stating that while he understood her suspicion, the glutton they were hunting was not Ash. He mentioned that sometimes she needed to perceive a person differently, rather than sizing them up through constant suspicion. The memory ended, and Arya was in her study researching the Black Raven Guild, realizing that what Chen had told her earlier was correct. She saw that Ash had filed for the guild a whole month ago, concluding that this was no coincidence. She reasoned that killing someone during a high-profile exam was far too risky and easy to trace. However, founding his own guild gave him the cover to lure other awakeners into deep, unnamed dungeons to eliminate them at his leisure. Arya gathered that this matched the behavior of a Portia. Among awakeners, a Portia was known to hide in plain sight and blend into the crowd without raising suspicion, only to strike ruthlessly when their prey wandered into a trap. Such individuals were typically brutal and lacked empathy, taking lives simply because they enjoyed it. Back in the present, Heimushun and Lao Li were being pushed back by the lightning-type beasts inside the dungeon. Heimushun used her weapon to block incoming attacks, wondering why there were so many monsters swarming them. Ash and Leo observed the situation from behind. Seeing that the party was struggling, Ash called out to Leo. The lion cub growled as energy formed around them. Suddenly, glowing rings appeared in mid-air, binding the lightning-type beasts and halting their movements instantly. Suspended and unable to move, the creatures squeaked as Leo activated the Stellar Mage Strangling Star Rings. With his eyes glowing brightly, Leo tightened the rings around the monsters, squeezing the life out of them until they popped into glowing sparkles and fell to the ground. Ash handled the situation with ease. Heimushun was caught off guard by the display, while Xiao He and Cha Milo looked on in complete disorientation. They turned their gaze toward Ash, realizing he was far more capable than they had anticipated. Leo leveled up from the encounter, and Ash commended his beast for responding so well to the attack. Sometime later, as the group moved deeper into the dungeon, Heimushun remarked that she could hardly believe they were already at the back of the lair. She turned to her team with a smile, stating that it was all thanks to Leo's crowd control, noting that they would have been overrun without him. Xiao He and Cha Milo agreed, praising and petting the small creature in Ash's hands. Lao Li stood off to the side, clearly annoyed, muttering that if this were a stellar-type dungeon, his own skills would easily outshine a stray cat. He then asked Heimushun which path they should follow, as 2 tunnels lay ahead. Suddenly, Guojun raised his hand and pointed toward the right side, explaining that low-rank overlords like to hide in tight, cramped spaces to confuse raiders. He added that he had seen this before, and told them to trust his judgment. Heimushun agreed, deciding to take that route, and instructed everyone to follow her closely. As they moved through the narrow tunnel, Heimushun instructed the team to dump all their skills into the monster's face the moment they spotted the exit, giving it no room to recover. Ash walked near the back, using his inspection ability to gauge the strength of the party members in front of him. Most of them were D-rank basic tier, or E-rank high tier. Ash noted that Leo had shown genuine fighting instincts and solid team awareness during the ambush. Leo had now reached E-rank high tier, and Ash calculated that his beast should reach at least D-rank by the time they cleared the dungeon, keeping his plans on track. However, Ash noticed something unusual about Guojun. Although Guojun claimed to be an E-rank awakener, Ash's ability could not read any rank from him at all. Knowing that his inspection skill could only fail to read individuals who were B rank or higher, Ash deduced that Guojun was hiding his true strength. Recognizing that Guojun was concealing his power much like he was, Ash understood that he needed to remain cautious around him. After crawling through the narrow tunnel, the party finally reached the exit. The moment they stepped out, they entered an expansive space of darkness, illuminated by tiny, floating sparkles. Leo looked at the sparkles with curiosity, wondering what they could be. Cha Milo glanced around from the side, noting how quiet the area was, and asked the group if they truly believed the Overlord was nearby. Suddenly, one of the sparkles in front of Cha Milo expanded, launching a surge of lightning that struck him directly. Cha Milo fell to the ground as Xiao He shouted his name. A barrage of incoming attacks immediately moved toward the group. Lao Li cursed, noting that the strikes were charging straight at them all at once. He Mu Shun instructed everyone to watch out, taking a firm stance to deflect the incoming energy. Lao Li used his weapon to block, while He Mu Shun swung her staff to strike down the attacks. Standing before them was the source of the assault, an elegant fox surrounded by crackling electricity, known as the Thousand-Lantern Fox. Ash observed the creature, noting that it relied on area of effect attacks and crowd control. He recognized that this presented a decent opportunity to give Leo some practical combat training. The fox launched another wave of lightning toward the team. Most of the members tried to dodge, but the force of the strikes caused them to lose their footing. He Mu Shun fell to the ground, and a direct blast headed straight toward her. Before it could make contact, Leo barked loudly and used an ability to pull He Mu Shun out of the blast zone. The attack struck the ground, causing a localized explosion. Immediately after, another lightning strike targeted Leo. The young beast froze in place as the attack closed in. An explosion hit the area, but Ash activated the stellar warp skill in time, warping Leo away from harm before the attack connected. Nearby, Lao Li and He Mu Shun lay on the ground, struggling to regain their composure. Ash and Leo remained uninjured. Ash instructed Leo to monitor their surroundings whenever he used a skill and to always maintain an escape route, which Leo acknowledged. The fox let out a loud roar and generated a larger array of electricity, unleashing a technique called Thousand Falling Thunders. Lao Li shouted in frustration, claiming they were all going to be wiped out by the attack. Suddenly, Guo Jun dashed into the space where the Overlord stood, holding his weapon. Before the creature could react, Guo Jun struck it directly in the torso, leaving Ash and Haimu utterly shocked by the impressive surprise attack. The fox fell to the ground, twitching as it took heavy damage. Ash analyzed the move, noting that Guo Jun had timed the attack to hit the exact moment before the Overlord could release its skill, revealing that Guo Jun was an experienced combatant. Lao Li cheered and ran toward Guo Jun, asking how an E-rank hunter could defeat a C-rank Overlord in a single hit, and questioning if he had lied about his rank. The fox lay sweating on the ground, unable to move. As Lao Li stepped forward to deliver a final blow, stating that he would put the creature out of its misery, Guo Jun moved behind him and drove a long weapon through Lao Li's torso. The remaining party members watched in disorientation at the sudden attack. Unknowingly, Lao Li dropped his weapon, and Guo Jun used one arm to lift Lao Li into the air. Lao Li struggled to speak, asking what he was doing. Guo Jun smiled, telling him not to rush because he enjoyed savoring the moment, before throwing Lao Li aside. Xiao He panicked, ran toward the narrow crack they had used to enter the chamber. Seeing him run, Guo Jun charged an energy attack in his hand, stating there was no need to leave so soon. He fired the projectile at the tunnel entrance. The blast impacted the stone, sending Xiao He flying back and causing rockfall that completely sealed the exit. Xiao He fell to the ground, unconscious. Ash realized that Guo Jun was an enemy, understanding why he had concealed his rank from the start. He Mu Shun shouted at Guo Jun, demanding to know who he was and why he was doing this. Guo Jun slowly removed his cap, smiling as he expressed his enjoyment of her reaction. He stated that the hunt for that night had officially begun, revealing his identity as Volt Lei, an A-rank lightning assassin. In anger, He Mu Shun pulled out her weapon and channeled mana into it, causing flames to ignite along the edge. Shouting to the group, she told them that she would engage Guo Jun while the others retreated to call for backup. But Guo Jun hurled a series of lightning attacks directly at her. He Mu Shun used her heavy weapon to deflect the incoming strikes as the blasts impacted the surrounding ground. Guo Jun laughed, remarking that he enjoyed prey that resisted, and unleashed another barrage of electrical attacks. Overwhelmed by the volume of strikes, He Mu Shun gasped as her defenses broke. The impact blew her weapon from her hands and triggered a series of localized explosions. As the smoke cleared, Guo Jun looked at the flames, describing the scene as a beautiful mess. He Mu Shun lay on the ground, battered and unable to move, while Xiao He remained collapsed nearby. Guo Jun drew his daggers and walked toward He Mu Shun. stating that circumstances had aligned in his favor. He noted that being isolated in the dark gave them plenty of time, declaring his intent to eliminate her. As Haemushun twitched on the ground from the shock of the earlier attacks, Guojun raised his weapon, shouting at her not to pass out yet because the game was just beginning. As his blade descended, an attack struck Guojun across the face, sending him flying across the chamber. Ash stepped in with a heavy kick, driving Guojun back until he collided with the cavern wall. Ash landed in front of Haemushun. She opened her eyes slightly, observing Ash standing over her before she lost consciousness. Ash removed his glasses and pulled down his hoodie, noting that with everyone else unconscious, he could fight without holding back. He instructed his Cobb Leo to rest, stating he would handle the rest of the battle. Guojun recovered from the impact and laughed, noting that he had not expected to encounter a skilled combatant in this dungeon. Looking at Ash, he deduced that Ash was a dual-class practitioner combining Stellar Tamer and Lightning Assassin abilities. He asked if Ash was also pursuing the A-rank weapon exclusive to Lightning Assassins, stating that he had spent 6 months tracking this dungeon and its prey, and would not let Ash claim them. Guojun generated a dagger made of electrical mana and rushed forward. In response, Ash manifested a lightning blade, and their weapons clashed. Guojun landed behind Ash, turned quickly, and launched another attack. Jumping into the air, Guojun swung down with his right arm and followed with a left strike. Ash deflected both swings with one hand, continuing to block a rapid succession of attacks. Frustrated, Guojun somersaulted backward to create distance, realizing that Ash had stopped his entire combination effortlessly. Guojun used a Lightning Assassin flash step to close the distance, aiming to end the fight with a single strike. Ash countered by using the Lightning Assassin Flash God skill to slip around him. Before Guojun could track his movement, Ash swung his blade, cutting Guojun across the neck. Blood spilled from the wound as Guojun leaped back, holding his neck in disorientation at Ash's reaction speed. Before Guojun could recover, Ash appeared directly behind him. Guojun turned and swung, but Ash delivered a kick to his face, launching him into the far wall. Guojun hit the stone and fell to the ground, bleeding heavily. Observing Ash's casual demeanor, Guojun struggled to understand how a student possessed such combat experience. He noticed his vision blurring, and recognized that Ash had not even used his full power. Realizing he could not win in a direct clash, Guojun raised his hands in surrender, pleading for a truce. He laughed and proposed splitting the loot and gear from the unconscious party members equally, adding that Ash could keep all the rewards from the Overlord kill, including the exclusive weapon. Ash remained silent, gripping his dagger tightly as he walked toward him. Realizing his offer was being ignored, Guojun noted that Ash was acting like a hero. In response, suddenly, Guojun performed a set of hand signs, activating the Lightning Assassin Thunder form. A clone of Guojun dashed toward Haemushun, grabbing her by the hair and placing a weapon against her neck. A second clone moved toward Lao Li, holding him hostage in the same manner. Guojun told Ash that they were going to play a new game, demanding that he choose which of the two hostages he wanted to spare. At a desperate attempt to survive, the tables had suddenly turned against Ash in the last second. That does it for today's massive run. We are moving with some crazy momentum right now, and the grind does not stop until we smash our goal of 10,000 subscribers. If you're enjoying the recaps and haven't hit that button yet, do it right now. Join the family, because every single one of you helps us get closer to that milestone. I appreciate you guys more than you know for rocking with me. Take care of yourselves, and I'll see you on the next one.